Okay, here we are for another episode of Rachel's Ghost. It is Sunday morning, and what is our date today? Is the 15th of January, February. It's February 15th. My God. It was the anniversary of my mom's death yesterday. She died in 2015 on February 14th, Valentine's Day. And my dad's, the anniversary of his death coming up on the 18th, and my birthday is February 22nd. Anyway, I want to thank Joe Mayo and 4D for helping us out last episode. It was a lot of fun talking about Universal Monsters. And, I like those things. I got a little box set containing a number of those films. And so that's great. Folks, let me know how the volume is on the microphone. I was playing some videos earlier in the morning, and Sue was still in bed, and I didn't want to wake her. So I've got a whole new system. Holy smokes, it never ends around here.
Headphones.
Huh?
You use the headphones.
I didn't think about it. I should have. Think about anyway, what I did was I played around with the master control volume. And so hopefully it's not too loud or too quiet, but we want Baby Bear, right? Goldilocks, this bed is too hard, Daddy Bear. This bed is too soft, Mommy Bear, and this bed is just right. So anyway, let's see what we. Good morning. If any of your former came to their senses. Holy smokes! Who is this? We got Alan Benetrod. Well, God knows. They are not former friends. We're all good. Everybody's good. There's no enemies. There's nothing like that going on. Just people disagree. We live in heightened times, and people have different opinions about things politically. I don't really move. I don't move to the left. I don't move to the right. Maybe I move to the right, but actually, I'm pretty consistent, pretty stable entity in terms of what I believe and all the rest of it. I'm turning 68 in a week's time. In a week's time, I got about a week. I'll be 68 years young. So old dogs, new tricks, that kind of thing, right? Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was Jen's 20th YouTube anniversary. She's been around the old YouTubes for a while. Jen, you don't look old enough to even have been a thought in anybody's eye 20 years ago, but there we have it. And good morning, Ramoga. Good morning, Hatfield. And really everybody. Crafting with Amanda's here. James Farley. Of course, Beetle Babe and Alan Benetrod. But no, I don't. I don't lament the things with people. They have different agreements on things. Lucky Jackson's a guy. I like your show better without politics. Well, what we did, Lucky, is we created an alternative channel where my friend Blake McKenzie and I go to toe, and we do political talk over there. So that's the way I work it, right? I don't like to necessarily do it, but you got to understand, Lucky, what happens is that we've got a lot of news out there in the world. Things happen. People get agitated. You could say they're gaslit. You can say they're, well, they get upset because they get gaslit, right? The media, really warps them up into a firestorm of a frenzy of emotion. Then they bring it in to my humble little program here. It's what happens. So I'm not too worried about it. The one constant is change around here. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you one thing, man. I got 2 copies of this album. This looks like an early 70s reissue. This is my early 70s reissue. I bought a remastered version of this, a modern 2016 pressing of the incredible T-Rex album Electric Warrior Hypnosis cover. One of the greatest rock and roll covers. In fact, if you ask me, what is the single greatest rock and roll cover of all time, it's this thing here, T-Rex Electric Warrior. I just love the black and the gold. There's so much in here. That's first of all, it's an incredible album. And this thing here is around a 1973 press of a 1971 release by T-Rex. A great album. It's my favorite T-Rex album. I'm really happy to get a 70s issue of this because I first encountered this thing in the 70s. And really, for me, it would have been around 1974 where T-Rex was getting a lot of spins on my turntable. Because again, I'm getting older, and you're becoming a middle-aged teenager, as it were, and girls and all that sort of thing becoming interesting. So this album I picked up, I love it. What I love about this, and I only learned this years later, is this little outfit that T-Rex is wearing. He's got the three little stripes like Star Trek uniform or something. He's actually wearing a cutesy little effete sailor boy outfit. Nothing macho about it at all. And yet here you got this incredibly machismo fueled teenage adolescent boy loving album cover. But Mark Bolan, T-Rex, was nothing of the sort. And very interesting. The reality behind the image is quite different, but nonetheless a great album. But today's title, bum at the mic. We don't want to do that. The title of today's episode is John Lennon Knows Your Name and I Seen His. John Lennon knows your name, ... and I seen his. It's a lyric from this great album as well. So I just take the opportunity to show a couple of incredible T-Rex albums. Slider is the album. Rumor has it, even the inside liner notes suggest that Ringo Starr took the picture. 1972, perhaps, riding on the fame a little bit of Ringo Starr. Of course, what do they call it? Boogie Mania, Bolan Mania. T-Rex to see was well underway, 1972, a big year for Mark Bolan, but also for David Essex. David Essex blew up in 1972. But on here, there's a song. I can't even remember the name of the song offhand. John Lennon knows your name and I seen his. Anyway, the rumor is Ringo took it. I think Tony Visconti actually took the photo. This is a reissue of this album. This one is a reissue on the T-Rex label. T-Rex label. Well, who's our shout out? Richard McCook is a huge Dylan fan. Huge Dylan Bolan fan. Metal Guru, is it you? Woo, 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 rock on. Rock on, yeah. The Slider, boom, boom, boom. Baby Boomerang, Spaceball, Ricochet. Buick McCain is on here. This is a great album too. Electric Wire and Slider. So get this if you don't have it. Telegram Sam, Rabbit Fighter, Baby Strange, Ballroom of Mars, Chariot Chugel, and Main Man. Are you my main man? Are you now? So cool. Yeah, I think it's Main Man is the name of the song. John Lennon knows your name and I seen his. Main Man. I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, Richard McCook and other people. But there you go. The Slider. So 2 great albums for T-Rex. I recommend you get them. Well, come on, Rachel. I recommend you get them both. T-Rex and, Cosmic Dancer is on here. The Jeepster and, of course, Bang a Gong. Get it on. Bang a Gong, 2 my faves. Ladies and gentlemen, a little later in the program, I'm going to be bringing in, Ballroom of Mars is a great song. The whole album is just hit, song. You can play the album, let it spin. Those 2 albums are incredible. I think the Hypnosis charged £100,000 to do an artist's covers. If I remember I have that documentary called Square the Circle. Okay. Anyway, so a little later in the program, Nick Tronick will be joining me. Nick Tronick is the musical mind behind this album. Let's go big. Let's play with the focusing. The Great Wizard Inner Key, Nick Tronick. And he's got a new album out, but so there's rumors swirling. I want to talk to him. I keep bugging this guy. And anybody else, all you music people that are creating music, I know Marty's got an album coming out, and different people are doing albums. But I want to encourage everybody, if you're a musician, if you make music, come on my show. Let's promote you. a lot. And Nick was out lamenting. I'll talk to him about it if he comes up. He's still not here. We'll find out. I better check my Instagram, all the rest of it. And then rumor has it a little later after that, with any luck at all, we're going to get Joey Callio because he's got some news regarding El Sublimimoso. El Sublimil. How do you? El Subliminoso. Subliminoso. Oh my God. Me with sometimes I can butcher a language. Isn't that a great cover? It's like, who's the chick with the fruit on her head? Carmen Miranda. Remember Carmen Miranda? Well, you won't. No one wrote. I think Mazzy may be the only one to remember Carmen Miranda. Rachel, wasn't Electric Warrior one of the records you purchased when starting the music, ma'am? It was. It was the 3 records. I when I decided buying, I was going to buy records, and thanks to Ron Beaudry, Ron showing those gorgeous old albums, not just T-Rex, but just albums in general. I was collecting CDs. CDs got me kind of back in, starting with compact disc, the venerable compact disc. Nothing wrong with the format. I still buy compact discs. Nothing wrong with it. Okay, let's not be prejudicial. Let's not be prejudicial. But it was Ron Beaudry and his ability to show a record, Eric, that really got me going. And so I started collecting vinyl, and I said, okay, well, what am I going to get? I said, well, I got to get Led Zeppelin 4, one of the first albums, Led Zeppelin 4. And then I wanted to get Close to the Edge by Yes. And I wanted to get the third album was T-Rex, Electric Warrior. Those were the first 3. And then I think Harvest came along shortly thereafter. And Sgt. Pepper, my first Beatles record back, I believe, was Sgt. Pepper. And then the walls caved in, and I've got just out of camera sight here, about 1,500 records in the collection right now. Okay, what do we got here? You still got time to bring the Nymos a Glass Cage on the show before their last 60 recordings drop vinyl later this month. You're probably neighbors with them. They probably live in the same mobile park with me. I wouldn't be surprised. We got some old rockers here. Old rockers in the deal. Chiquita Banana Lady. Yeah, I'm Chiquita Banana and the back to say Chiquita Banana in the world today. Remember that? Mazzy dated Carmen Miranda. That I did not know that. I did not know that. Did you know that, Ed? Yes. Yes, sir. Oh my God, Ed McMahon, Johnny. Having fun. I'm watching the late begotten David Williams. What a great name, but better known as Adam the Woo. Adam the Woo. And he was in Hope, British Columbia. That's a town I know through my buddy Blake. I worked up the road in Yale, British Columbia, but Hope was a big city, going to Hope, and spent a lot of time in Hope. So I know the city. It was kind of neat to see not Jordan Lyon, but Adam the Woo, who passed away in December, unfortunately. And it was kind of a bucket list for him to go there. Happy for Adam the Woo that he was able to go to London and do the Beatles walk. And he went to Hope, British Columbia. He got to the Rome Coliseum. He saw a lot of things in his short life. I think he was 51 or so when he passed away. Ladies and gentlemen, eBay just delivered a CD yesterday. Sometimes there's no other option. Sometimes, rarely, the CD can be the better recording even than the vinyl version. Yeah, I have it about that, right? I remember, are you compensate? I remember when your record collection was about 30 albums when we first started. Amazing how your collection expanded. Well, you're in the vinyl community. You buy a lot. I went into, my money started going into that, right? Are you a fan of compact space? I don't know what the hell that means.
Johnny, he's looking for Johnny L.
Johnny L, we love you. We woke up to minus 13 degrees below zero today. Just warming up now. Wow. That's not good. Okay. And the sad bums is speaking of compacts, I was lucky to find a motel last night. Crazy stuff. Uh, Also, I had a fight with the producer of the program. We have these fights, content related usually. Dave, the pickup artist, I'm a big fan of yours. Okay, let's not make two bones about this. The manager, the producer, she is not a fan. I am. Keep the faith, Rach. Well, Simon, I love you, and I appreciate all you do. And you're a big part of this program and the success we have, Simon. And so we enjoy you whenever you're able to come up on screen, share the limelight a little bit. It's funny. John Lennon knows your name, and I've seen his. And again, that's the lyric and one of the lyrics in Main Man. Are you my main man? Are you now? Are you now? And there's this guy, and I don't know his name, but Herkamore, whatever his name. I don't even know Herc's full name. I just call him Herc. Herkamore. He brings this guy. He likes queeze-inducing bad musicians. So the thumbnail, this just tickled me. I had to laugh. Okay, he's done another one. Oh Jesus! But anyway, there's this guy. What is this guy's name? Oh man. Anyway, if somebody knows the name of this cat, he does these send-ups on music. He'll cover the Beatles. He'll do the Rolling Stones. He'll do Michael Jackson. He'll do anything, right? But he does it in like he's trying to be cool and he's trying to be hip. And he's, you know, it looks like he lives in Arizona or Nevada or California, something like this. He's a lot of desert type shots he does. And, you know, New Mexico, I don't. Anyway, he's out there and I guess he covered Mazzy Star. Mazzy Star literally writes to this guy on Instagram and goes, "Thank you, legend, for covering Mazzy Star's music," which I just had to laugh. I mean, I love it. And it kind of speaks to the idea that kind of we're the news now, the great democratization of information. It's the accessibility of celebrity, the accessibility of celebrity. Once upon a time, you know, celebrities were so far removed from us. You know, you could see them maybe if you went to, like, you could see Batman and Robin, Burt Ward, Adam West. If you went to some sort of car dealership, you know, they may be there hawking a car. They'd be there with the Batmobile and try and get people in there. And, you know, but there was the chance of you actually kind of having an interaction with them, very rare. But the internet changed all that, and really the World Wide Web, and then narrowing the World Wide Web down yet further from the internet to the World Wide Web to social media like Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. And you can get big names. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Big name people and sometimes middle name, you know, but still celebrity, right? Cause celeb. People that have recording artists and actors that now know who you are. And today, for example, we're getting, you know, we're getting this cat on. We're going to have Joey Callio join us. And so you get a guy like that. And then, oh, and that's the other thing. So a little later, I got to get my producer. Maybe when we get Nicktronic, go back into the room and get the phone. I may need to message Joey because he sometimes struggles with getting the link to the show. Or you could file it away on your phone, get something going that way. But you know, here we got Nicktronic. At the end of the day, this is Nick. This is one of our own. This is our buddy. And then we got a real celebrity. Let me just, okay, she doesn't care. She's going back there. She's so fast. She's like a girl Flash, like superhero. But here you got, you know, the real chill. Martin Scorsese, right? With Seven Horse, Joey in there. And this thing, it's like a hit on MTV, right? This guy's all over MTV in the 90s. He tours with Sting, for the love of God. So he's a real bona fide rock star, right? A rock god, I call him. But here's our friend Nick, and he's got his own music out. Here's another guy, Marty in Oregon. Marty has got an album coming out. There's Louis Golden. Louis's got an album out. So Michael Pilmer. Pilmer is a little different. Pilmer operates a little higher. He's up there a little bit more because he represents Devo, and he was management or the kind of involved with Thor. He played with the metal artist Thor. So Pilmer's kind of a real deal too in his own way. But there's so many, right? There's so many different people. So we have, a real range of different people. Okay. Let's go here. Great as Rach Hobo as well. The parody page, Rachel's Roast, is on fire. The idea of the channel remains a mystery. I don't care. It's like, does Donald Trump care about all the parody things that are going on about him? Probably not, right? What it is, Jim, I've become such a big star, celebrity. There's documentary being made about my adventures, by the way. You should check that out by OC's, a creative filmmaker, saw fit to do a documentary on yours truly. So anyway, Jim, I'm a big star. I don't have time to follow all the people that are doing, little riffs on me or tribute pages or, I don't know, with parodies and all the rest. I just wish them well. I think it's fantastic. It's good for the brand. And I wish them well. And I'm glad to hear the thing's on fire. That is absolutely great news. So thank you, Jim, for bringing that to my attention. Remember, boys and girls, there's no such thing as a bad boy. It's a big ad for Rachel. Rachel derangement syndrome, it does exist. It is a thing. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, Jim. Anyway, welcome to another show. Nick, are you out here already? Nick Tronic, do we have you available? Let me know, Nick. I better go message. I got my phone here. I better message him and get Nick Tronic here. Yeah. Okay. So Instagram is generally, we do a lot of talking on the old Instagram. Holy smoke. Swift-O-Matic. I have different suggestions. Okay. So I got to go into the search feature, I guess. And I got to search for, Nick Tronic. Is he there? VU Meters is there. Nick Tronic. Okay, Nick Tronic. There he is. Nick Tronic. Okay, message. Okay. I am up and running. Just bear with me while I get this out to me. Up and running. Say hi in the chat. Say hi in the chat. Okay, I want to get this young talent. He's been really shy, and I said, man, you got to put yourself out there. If you want to sell albums, you're an entertainer, right? It's like myself. I'm here to entertain you. Hopefully, I can fulfill that mandate. That's the main thing. But if you want to push a record, you want to sell something, you got to put the word out, right? Make it happen. By the way, folks, I've got a couple of bites on my John Lennon signature guitar. I'm selling it. It's an acoustic. It's an Epiphone. I'm selling it for 650 Canadian, and it does come with a guitar case. I think my producer is going to bring it over. Yeah, I'm selling this. So it's got the, the autograph thing on it. Play a G, play a C, play a D. All right. Anyway, this is for sale. Look at that. John Lennon. There it is. John Lennon knows your name. And I've seen it. It's a really good shape. Plays nice. It's an Epiphone, and it's even got, this is not the original, but it's got a little Imagine John Lennon on it. So anyway, $650, it's yours. Pay for the shipping. All right, what else we got? Who have I got, Sue? Doodah Dave. Doodah. Where's Dave? Hang on, I got to watch my own TV show. You're already wrenched up, doodah?
Yeah.
Oh, Sue, you did it.
Yeah.
Did you done it?
Yes.
I love you. Okay, hold on. Let's go like that.
Oh,
All right.
I know.
I love what's happening here. All right, so we got that going. Is Doodah Dave got a channel, Sue, and everything?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it out.
Okay, Doodah Dave, you're going to get a link to your channel so people can follow your adventures. So, hi, Doodah Dave. Oh, hey, Rage Peanuts. I'm driving, so only listening. Angela, we love you. Boy, here's what I'm talking about. This guy has sold, I don't know how many records he's sold, right? I honestly, I don't know. Him and his parents and the whole thing, right? Millions of records. He's a million record seller. He's huge in Europe. Like he's big. He's a big deal. And he likes my humble little program, and I like him. He's a good guy, and he's I don't know, he's fantastic. He's got a new album out. Please support Angelo Kelly. I'll get the producer to drop a link to Angelo's channel so you can get involved, and maybe the Instagram or angelokelly.com, where they can buy the album and order it up, especially in Europe. Angelo's working, I think he's working through the In-Groove in Arizona, in Phoenix, Arizona, in order to try and get some distribution in North America. It's a hard deal. It's a hard deal to do. But anyway, he's working on it. But we love Angelo around these parts. And yeah, there's a link. And get there. The new album, I haven't heard all the album. I've heard parts of it. And what I've heard, I like. And I like it a lot. And this guy's been doing this for a long time.
No, this is the official.
That's the official Angelo Kelly. Don't be fooled by cheap imitations. There are a lot of bullshit out there. There's a million fake Angelos out there. It's unbelievable. It happens. Okay, I'm in an Olympic Games mood here. Norway is on fire on snow. Well, it's a winter games. It's your thing, right? It's what it is, right? All right. Did we get a name for the kid that's on the cover of my thumbnail today? The kid that Mazzy star? Herc knows. Herc will tell you.
Yeah, he's the.
Yeah.
Herc's asked us to play videos of him.
Yeah, I've done it. I just never remember his name.
Yeah,
but Herc will tell you, and then you tell me. All right. Anyway, Nick Tronic, I sent the message out to Nick. And then could you message Joey? He's going to be up in an hour or so anyway. So let's see what we can do there. Yeah, the video of the making of is very good. Plus there's snippets Angelo also did talking with his engineering crew and everybody that put it together. Thanks, Rach. Well, you got to have a thing and you got to have a promotion. Okay. You got it. Here's the thing. Go to Doodah Dave's records. He likes records. And yeah, that's fantastic. All right.
How many subs has he got?
How many subs?
137 subs.
137.
Get him to 250. Maybe.
Can we get him up to, well, that's asking a lot with this crowd. God, what do we got?
That's
90.
Only 13.
Huh?
That's only 13 subs.
What are you talking about?
Get him to 250.
Okay, get him to 250 subs. We need 13 people to support Doodah Dave, okay? Doodah. Camp down, ladies, sing this song all the Doodah Day. Holy smokes. Anyway, where the hell's Nick Tronic sleeping in? What is it with these rock stars? They go, I don't know if I can come on, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, the message of today's show is anybody can, in this day and age, anybody can be a star. You can, the world is your oyster. And the connectivity, like Joe Mayo having correspondence with Julian Lennon. Well, Julian and also, Sean Ono. Sean Ono, even more so, I would argue. Sean Ono. Like Sean Ono is a great account to follow over on the X platform. I like him quite a bit, Sean Ono. And, but Joe's, the guy's giving Joe Mayo shout outs. And you go and you watch like Tone, our friend Beatley Tone, Dave Beatley Tone.
It's Justin Barona.
Tone. Justin Barona.
Just Tatum.
Just Tatum. Just Tatum.
Yeah.
That's it. Like just Tatum, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the guy. Massey Star, give him a shout out. But it underscores the theme of today's program. We're going to have Joey Kelly on. We're going to have, hopefully, we got Nick Tronick on. Don't be shy, rock and rollers. Message here. Don't be shy.
He's at 242. He needs 8 more subs.
8 more, please, ladies and gentlemen. And don't sub and then beg off.
Yeah.
Don't be dinks, okay? Don't be dinkish, okay? Follow my example. Take that as you will.
What does
Don't,
it hurt to have them?
what does it hurt you with your massive YouTube egos?
Mhm.
With your massive YouTube egos, right? Don't worry about it. Give the kid a sub, but give him a leg up and encourage people, for the love of God. And this is what I try and do here. Got Angelo, he's out on the road trying to make but a nickel in, working hard, you know. Yeah, trying to make a lousy buck. So we're doing our best to promote him here. Okay.
We're trying to increase his visibility.
Well, yeah, we're doing what our little bit, for the love of God, running up the flagpole, see if anybody salutes it, right? Well, we're global. Let's not make a mistake. Once you're on the YouTube, most of my audience is US based, quite frankly. Most of my audience US based. Okay, here we go. Christopher. I love Christopher, another Fiji. Christopher's a musician. People should support Christopher. Listen, one of the songs of Angela Kelly's latest album sounded somewhat like Jason Isbell. I liked it. So, or Jason Isbell. Jason Isbell. And I like that. Well, we like you, Christopher. Glad you're here, son. Glad you're here. All the way from Fiji. So who's winning the Olympic Games? Is Norway number 1, Ivan? Where are the medal rankings? How's Canada doing? Canada, holy smokes. We're in a real thing right now. Alberta looking to separate, some people there anyway. We'll see what happens with Canada. One never knows. One never knows. Anyway, so yeah, it's remarkable. Joe Mayo, he has Sean Ono talking to him. We had Tone, right? Tony, Beatley Tone, a great Beatle channel. And he's literally, his channel's on the johnlennon.com page. You go there and there the first thing you see is Tone's video. Incredible stuff. Mazzy's been there. Joe Mayo's been highlighted there. So the gulf between the audience and the celeb, whoever it may be, and I think it depends on the celebrity, you know, but I love the approachability, and I'm knocked out that Mazzy Star would reach out to the hate guy, late hate, this guy, the guy that I forget his name already because it doesn't matter. The guy who's the parody guy that sings, "Yo, I'm going to go this thing." That guy. No, not Bad Bunny. Fucking Bad Bunny.
I think a rap guy.
No, the guy, the Instagram guy that Turk's talking about.
Oh, him.
Who the hell? Let me
Tatum.
see. Tatum.
What's his
Yeah.
name?
Okay. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay, here's Tatum. Just so you know what we're talking about. Anybody could be a star.
You never know. Fade into you. I think it's strange you never.
He's like good and horrible at the same time. I don't know how he pulls it off.
He could be good.
He's good, but no, he is good, but it's horrible at the same time. It's a unique ability this kid's got. Anyway, that's the guy. And anyway, so Mazzy Star reaches out to this guy because like he covers him. And he covers a whole bunch of stuff, like I was saying. So, you know, this is kind of the world we're living in. And so it's kind of a remarkable thing. Mazzy Star would comment on, you know, this guy. I don't know what it is, whether it's because he's so earnest, so that, you know, that there's some sort of appeal there for people. Herc just loves him. Like Herc is a big fan.
Any reactions?
And then there's that other guy who does Elvis, and he's painful. And that guy, he hates Trump. So liberals, if you're looking for your voice, it may be that other guy, the Herc champions. Herc, you can drop a link to the other guy in the thing. Maybe. All right. I'm going to put the link out for any of you kids to join me here. And then, but later, be prepared when Nick Tronic comes. I want to give the attention to him if he comes. Listen, this kid has been hard to get on the show. I've been bitching at him. Dare I say? Oh, great! Restream is frozen up again. I'm not getting all the latest comments from y'all. This is annoying. So I got to kind of watch. Sue, can you through YouTube just read a comment out to me, one that catches my eye, or I can watch the YouTube, I guess. But there's always a delay when I do that. Always a delay.
Thor's here.
Thor, come on up, man. If you have the burden, if you want to, share.
Joel says Rock and Roll Nightmare is Canadian Thor's masterwork. Zombie Nightmare is another one.
Okay. Rock and Roll Nightmare is Canadian Thor's masterwork. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I've got his album, the one with the dogs on it, Release the Hounds. Holy smoke. I'm blurry. I'm good here, but I look blurry on my replay. Maybe it's just the replay. It looks good. Everybody, I'm not blurry. Everybody, the camera's good.
You're good.
All right. Just checking it out.
Edward's here. Good morning.
Edward, we love you. Edward, Prog Rock Tommy, speaking of T-Rex, going to bang your gong.
4D man is here, half tank.
4D, good. I love a half tank 4D. Hopefully you'll be fully tanked by the end of this shit show.
I have vague memories of playing a bottle as percussion on screen for Michael Pilmer's show last week.
Oh, wow.
I await the A&R scouts.
Okay, I like it. You look clear to me. Thank you, Chan. You're number one. You got the crown number one as I look over there. Anyway, somebody come up here and keep me company because I can't do the click on there. And I do have my phone close at hand. And I better have the volume up on it as well. So I know Joey's going to be here around 8:30 or so, a little later in the proceedings. But, because I told him, come in a little later and then you don't have to get up so early. It's better that way.
Okay, we're at 245 subscribers for Doodah Dave.
Okay, Doodah Dave's got 245. Don't unsubscribe from him. Don't be dinkish. Okay, boy, I hate that. And Dave, if you see some of those kids, give them a sub back, the ones that have channels and are content makers. It survives. The vinyl community is a community only survives by being sociable and supporting one another. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, for hobbies and all the other thing, I've got my beautiful joystick set up in front of me. I've been doing flight sims, Illusion 2, Stormovic, great battles. I've been playing a lot of that, having a lot of fun, taking my Spitfire out and other things. But they got a sale on right now. So if you're wanting to play these kind of games, you go, yeah, I like flight sims. They do have a sale on. For example, I bought the deluxe World War I package, normally like $225, and I picked it up for $80 USD. So, if you like that kind of thing, I wrote the book on it. What the hell? It's money well spent. So, and they really good. It was really fun because when I went back to playing it after years of not playing the game at all, like 20 years ago, they came out kind of with the first mod. It was called IL-2 1946. And so that game is still available. And they still had me on record as buying it. So I didn't have to pay for it again.
You going to tell them what we did yesterday?
Yeah, well, okay. So we went for a road trip. We went to Campbell River, British Columbia, fishing center of British Columbia, Vancouver Island. A lot of sports fishing goes there. A lot of Americans come up. Really, people from all over the world, they go to Campbell River. It's about the middle of the island, maybe a little towards the north end. But the fishing's great there. And it was great. It was cold. It was rainy, but it was picturesque, kind of touristy in some ways, isn't it? It's got a touristy kind of feel for it, a little bit.
Like to go there on a sunny day.
On a sunny day. Ain't nothing better in the world, than lying in the sun with the radio. Lighthouse reference there, boys and girls. Anyway, Lord knows if we're going to get anybody up here with me today, other than Joey a little later in the show. Okay, to play the game to just living is enough for me, says Yvonne. Yvonne just does it there. It's a positive that time are slow and delayed when you are old. Okay, what's happening?
You're at top chat, go to live chat.
Oh, live chat. Okay, live chat. All right. Holy, so much is happening out there. I'm glad you kids keep yourself busy out there. So I have been looking at the album Park Life to getting it. Right now it's kind of sitting around $70. I was hoping it would drop a little before I actually go in. On some level, I was kind of hoping I'd have it for show and tell here with you kids this weekend, but it wasn't to be. But this is where we find ourselves in 2025. You are the best, Rach. Well, maybe not the best. I'm the best at doing this, I got to tell you, because I enjoy it and it's kind of fun rapping with you kids. You like to rap, keep it cool. Now, for me, I guess Angelo Kelly and Joey Kellio, and I also add to it the late Terry. Terry, I always forget Terry's last name. Terry, from Clat 2. We love him. And so he's passed away. Let me just get that last name, okay? Terry, Clat 2. I'm very elderly. Like I said, I'm turning 68. Terry Draper, the legendary Terry Draper. And Terry passed away on May 15th back in 2025. But a great Canadian and a super nice guy. And it was so great that he was able to come on the show. Michael, what? Now I forget his last name. I want to say Michael Nolan. Yeah, Michael Nolan. Darren, was it Nolan? Michael Nolan and myself were talking to him. Holy smokes. Where's my brain at? But they were great. And so these are some of the big names I've talked to. Joey Mullen from Badfinger. I did have an occasion to meet Joey and talk to him for 45 minutes, which was great to meet him. And I met also Jerry Shirley from Humble Pie, the drummer of Humble Pie. I talked to Jerry Shirley a little bit. He wasn't too keen on me.
Oh, sorry. Did you see that Joe's going to come up?
Okay. Is he ready now?
He's changing an alternator.
All right.
And then he'll come up.
All right. Change an alternator. Sue will drop the link for you to come up. And then you can hang out and rock and roll. Well, I'll do it then. Yeah, I'll do it. Thanks. All right. There's the link. I just popped it out there for you. Yeah, you just go to the top. We're in the
but not in YouTube. See, you're in Restream.
No, you got to pop into Restream, yeah, and then grab that. Now it's in there. Now the link is in there. You can copy that link. There you go. Okay, well, you're rocking it, yeah. And so Jerry Shirley, Joey Mullen, these are the ones I've had, interaction with in terms of the Rock God crowd. And so it's great to have them. I'd love to meet Angelo Kelly, like one day, sit down and have a chit chat with the lad. That'd be a lot of fun. He's great and he supports the channel. David Donnelly as well. David Donnelly, not to forget David at all. David's amazing. And the guys and the people he's had connection with and played with is really off the charts. Where is my, hold on, let me load up my Discogs. And then I can go to my collection. Sign in, tune in. I guess I got to log in. I'm probably this. Maybe I'm something else. Maybe I'm this. It wants my thingy. wants my deal to sign in. So I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I got Nick Kershaw. I bought Nick Kershaw. And really, just because David got Nick Kershaw to do a great shout out to me, which is fantastic. So I had to, add Nick Kershaw to the collection. I think that was well worth the effort. Holy smokes. But, yeah, so Joey Mullen is really my closest. Hold on. Things have changed a bit. I did Eddie Deason, the actor, because of we had Gabby bring in Gabby brought him into my sphere. Gabby and her mom were on, and so Eddie Deason came on and said hello. And then Jennifer Boyd, Patty Boyd's sister, Ked's sister, Jennifer, waved and said hello. Mazzy was right with her, but at least she could peek in on the camera and say hello. That was kind of fun. Peter Asher was waved at us. So that's kind of cool. We've had some, we've had our brushes with fame here on the channel, but it really is the democratization of it all. And so we're getting the interaction with us, we the people, and the people that put out the records and put the music and the albums and things that we buy. Holy smokes. And then we got Pumping Vinyl is in the house. How come Pumping Vinyl doesn't have a wrench? What's going on with that?
Why should he? No.
Pumping Vinyl. He's one of our best.
ASMR.
Yeah, that'll probably be him. All right. Good. And we can't always accommodate. Try as we will. Anyway. Okay, so hopefully Nick Tronic is going to join us. I want Nick up here too, because he's got an album and he's thinking of putting out, I think, some vinyl. That's one of the things he's trying to do. And I have reached out to him over on Instagram. I'm waiting to hear. Hopefully I'll hear back, but no promises with these shy talents. But honest to God, I mean, if you don't put yourself out there, vinyl community, you're not going. I'm talking to you, content creators, musicians, anybody. If you want to be somewhere, you've got to promote a little bit. And if you don't promote, you're not going to go anywhere. You're not going to do anything. Let me promote myself a little bit. I'll get the producer to grab my Patreon. We do have a Patreon. For $5 a month, you can support this channel and support my efforts. Every nickel is appreciated, folks. Every nickel is appreciated. So we'll get Sue do that. And then it's a much more intimate affair. We get maybe 10 people, 11 people or so, and we just sit around and talk. What's weird, though, is the views are still big. Probably maybe Loki passes them out and just shares the link with a bunch of people. I'm not sure what goes on. But we get 75 views on those things.
We have 50 Patreons.
We have how many?
50.
50 Patreons right now, 50. We want to thank each and every one of you that contributes to us that way. Anyway, for $5 a month, you can become part of the fun, and we really appreciate it.
40 says he can
All right, 40, get your ass up here. Get your beautiful Mancunian ass up here. I really enjoyed our chat with Joe Mayo. I thought it was very good. Let's talk about the cause celeb while we wait for other developments to occur. I want to talk to you about your own brushes with fame. I mean, you're in Manchester, music capital, and you've met, I know, some literary types. I know you've reached out and communicated with some famous people. That's kind of interesting. So let's talk about that. Brushes with fame. John Lennon knows your name, and I've seen his. What the hell does that mean anyway? George, we love you. Thank you, George. You're appreciated, man. We sure appreciate you, George. You've been a great support to us for quite a while, man. I met Matt Lurkin from Mudhoney while he was he was peeing on an American music rental truck. He let me and my cousin into the show through the back. Joel, that's a great story. Brush with fame. I love brushes with fame. I think many people do. I think that's why channels like Dearly Departed Tours, Adam the Woo, Jordan the Lion. There's a few others out there, where they go around and check out celebrity homes and places, locations where creative forces gather, like Laurel Canyon. It'd be cool to go to Laurel Canyon. There's a little grocery store there that Jim Morrison, the Doors, and others in that community went and dropped by, used to visit. It's been there since the 60s. And to my knowledge, to my understanding, Laurel Canyon, the thing's still there. So stuff like that I love. I love the nostalgia of it, and I think it's fantastic. Now, what's going on, baby?
Oh, nothing. Sometimes I post and it's me.
Yeah, it is your posting. You're doing a great job. Okay, Real Nicktronic, I need you up here. Holy smokes, I'm glad to see you. This is your moment. Get up here, man. I need you here. I want 40 up here. We're going to have some fun. 40 up here will help keep you company. But Nick, I got a whole bunch of questions for you. I want to promote the hell out of you here. And with your help, we'll be able to make that happen, Nick. So click that link. You come on up, turn the volume down on YouTube, and have your microphone ready to go. And we'll make it happen, Nick. I'm glad you're here. So Nicktronic, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and get him. Hi, Rach, BBC pundit. Steve Dave would be a good one for your show. He loves his music. Thanks. Well, yeah, Dave Bagnall. We love Dave Bagnall. Dave, you need a hang on. Yeah, we need him wrenched. So he's a good guy. He's got, I think Dave Bagnall. It might be Baggy Hi-Fi might be his real thing. Everybody's names changed. So I lost IDs on a lot of people. 40 is the voice of British people. Love the comment. Love the comment. Jealous Ladyboy, quite a name. Hi, Rachel. For hang out. Yeah, sure, Ladyboy. Why not, man? Smoke them if you got them, Ladyboy. Love the name. Love the name. Jealous Ladyboy. It's good for you to hang out. Okay, Nick, so you just click on that link and then that'll bring you in. 40, same rigmarole. All right, I think I may have just heard a pop. Here we go. Let's see how we do. All right, let's go to Manchester first. Hey, there he is, 4D. How you doing, buddy? Okay. And gone. All right.
Hang on, I can't hear you.
Okay, keep working on it. Holy smokes.
Now I can hear you.
All right. Hi, the 4D.
Cheers, my dear.
Hey, it's good to see you. We're talking about brushes with fame. And there's a pecking order. You know what's funny? Joey Callio, and I just watched this documentary by, not Joey, I just talking to Joey there. Joey Mullen, when he was talked about, when I met him, he mentioned, I said to him, I said, meeting you is like kind of meeting Lennon. He goes, come on, man. He goes, John Lennon's way the hell up there is stratosphere. Like, whoa, don't even go there. And it was kind of cool to see a guy like that had Measure of Fame, played before millions.
Nick is like, I'm good. You don't need to promote me, lol. Just gonna hang out.
Nicktronic saying that?
Yeah.
Nick, get your ass up here. Get the fucking ass up here. You will not, I swear to God, Nick, if you come up, we can fucking sell some stuff for you. You don't come up, nobody's going to buy it because nobody knows who the fuck you are. And yeah, you're a voice and you're in the thing, but it's critical that you promote yourself. 40, talk to me about promotion and getting things done. And then I want to talk to you about your brushes with fame, because I think you've had a number of them, many of them taking the form of communication, emails, maybe even snail mail for all I know. Tell us a little bit about who you were most impressed with, maybe somebody who disappointed you.
I had this project in the 1990s that I was going to collect as many signed photographs as I could and paste them all over the hall wall. Like if you go backstage in a theater, the backstage office, there's always a wall with all the autographs of the actors.
Yeah,
and
like a restaurant, like Sardi's, and the famous things, and they'd all be autographed sketches and that.
Exactly, and I never got around to it, but I did the journey. So there I
So do
was.
you have the pictures? So do you actually have the pictures, but they're
Yes,
just kind of hanging around?
yes. So there I was, backstage of a London theatre, waiting in the cold. I think it was a February 1997. And then an unmistakable face peers out of a taxi driving by and pulling up. And he looked exactly like Victor Frankenstein. Exactly the
Okay,
same as
like so from the 1920s.
from 1974. He looked exactly like Victor Frankenstein.
Oh,
Get
hold
it?
up here. So you're talking about Gene Wilder?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
And I brought with me a poster of Young Frankenstein I had ever since the film came out, and the cinema manager sold it to me. So we go into the backstage area, and bear in mind he's got a show to do, and I can see right away he's got a cold. So I open up. I don't want to take up his time. I open up the big poster, and there's all critical reviews down one side of the poster. And he was so sweet that he pretended to take an interest in the critical reviews, and he said, "Do you know, I've never seen that." And I knew he was faking, and I think he knew. I think he
You're
knew that I
acting,
know.
Gene.
Yeah. So I was going to say something to him about his acting style, but I decided, I could tell right away he had a bad cold, and he's going to go on stage and as the lead actor in a comedy called Laughter on the 23rd Floor, 1997. So we had this little conversation. He signed it, and the last thing he said as he went upstairs was, "Don't catch cold," and then off he went like Willy Wonka. And the thing I was going to tell him was, he had more nerve as a comedy actor than anybody I could think of, unless you go back to the 1920s, somebody like an actor called Harry Langdon, not Harold Lloyd, but Harry Langdon.
Harry Langdon.
Right. So I had a ticket for the show. He just signed the poster. I go around the front. I sit there in the stalls, and there's a moment where he's front of the stage. There's some other actors behind him, and he holds a moment for longer than I've ever seen anybody hold a moment, either on screen or in theater. And he's leaning forward as he holds the moment, leans so far forward that it looks like he might fall on his face. And eventually the audience start to laugh nervously, just because there's no punchline, just because he held the moment for that length of time.
The tension's building.
So I thought how wonderful it is that I didn't get to say that was the thing I admired most about him, and he did it anyway. That whole time on the stage, just a wonderful, marvelous actor. And it was just before he got diagnosed with cancer, so he looked exactly the same as he did in 1974 when I saw him in Young Frankenstein.
Remarkable. So that's your number. That would be your number one encounter. You're going to put Gene Wilder at the top.
Yes, because of the talent and because of the vibes and because there are a few actors. I mean, Hollywood's a real backbiting, and acting is a backbiting profession. But there are some actors like Peter Cushing that nobody has a bad word to say about them. They just leave.
Keanu Reeves. We were talking about Keanu in the modern context. Keanu Reeves is one that many people, you never hear anybody say anything bad about him.
Yeah, they just leave acts of kindness wherever they go, often for the backroom crew, not just for fellow actors. And Gene Wilder is one of those guys. So for that reason, I feel especially privileged about
favorite role for Wilder, Young Frankenstein.
I think so, Rachel. Yeah, because he played it. I mean, he goes from 0 to 60 in like half a second, in terms of his range.
He's maniacal. He's absolutely, it's maniacal.
Yeah, he played it.
He's manic. He's manic.
Yeah, he is. And I wonder if he was in real life. I don't know for sure.
That's an interesting comment. Yeah.
I corresponded with his nephew after he died, because his nephew wanted to publish his long correspondence with his uncle that lasted over years and years. And he said, I can't find Gene's side of the correspondence. I thought I put them in the garage, and they're not there. And we were talking about heaps and heaps of letters over years.
Wow, don't put them in the garage.
I know. So this is going back a few years, so it looks like he never did find them. And he said he'd moved house a few times since then. So that's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, big shame.
But yeah, Gene Wilder, he's got, and actually, here's a tangent because Joey Callio's coming up a bit later, isn't he?
Yeah, we're going to get him a little later.
Right. The thing I like about Joey Callio so much is that guy has good vibes on any show he shows up on. He's just got these automatic good vibes. Like
he's another guy that who can you say? How can anyone say a bad thing about him? He's one of the nicest, most generous people you'll ever want to meet.
Yeah, whatever arguments are going on in and around the VC, he just seems to transcend it.
Well, he's a star. Rock gods do that. They're you know, they're floating on the clouds. But Gene Wilder's incredible. I've got Young Frankenstein. I've got Blazing Saddles. I've got the producers. So I have some representation of Gene Wilder. I think he was absolutely brilliant in every one of those roles. I think the producers. I'm not sure if he gets introducing Gene Wilder on that, but it's an early role for him. One of the earliest.
He did one scene in Bonnie and Clyde before that in '67, which was a comedic scene as well.
Yeah.
And he'd done loads of work in theatre. And he knew Mel Brooks from theatre as well. But the producers was his first big role.
Yeah. The producers, because the producer, 66 for that? 65?
68.
68 for the producers. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was earlier than that. Okay. And then, Bonnie and Clyde, 67.
Yeah.
Do you know my introduction to Bonnie and Clyde? Of course, Faye Dunaway, Warren Beatty, and the thing. And the kid from Star Trek, the episode Miri, with the bonk, 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 the little kids and the aging disease. There's an actor in there. He plays the third wheel in the Bonnie and Clyde duo, that actor.
Was he the guy in Blade Runner as well who operated with the eyes, or was that somebody else like him?
No, that's a different actor.
Okay.
Different actor there. This guy, who was the guy, the third wheel in Bonnie and Clyde? I'll get his name. Bonnie and Clyde.
Michael.
He's gone now. This guy's passed away. I think he's passed away. Clyde and Star Trek Mary. Actor. Let's see what we get. But Michael J. Pollard played the character John in Star Trek, the original series called Miri, 1966, and C.W. Moss in the film Bonnie and Clyde, 1967. He passed away in 2019. Michael J. Pollard.
Right. Rachel, are you sure he wasn't in Blade Runner?
Well, let's see if he was in Blade Runner too. Michael J. Pollard. I have to go, I guess, to whatever the thing. I'm going. Okay, let's go. Let's go Wikipedia. He could have been in Blade Runner, but he's had such a distinctive look.
Yeah.
Okay, 69. Tango and Cash. Dirty Little Billy. American Gothic.
Cranberry Sauce. Alan, he met Gene Wilder.
Okay, Alan met Wilder as well, but let me go career, 1970, 2019. Where's his filmography? Pollard. And the stripper. Okay, Bonnie Clyde, 69. I need 82 for Blade Runner.
Yes, 82.
1989, 88, 86, 80. 84. No, he does Melvin and Howard as Little Red.
No.
Then The Fall Guy, 84. Riders of, and then he did Heated Vengeance as Snake. Riders of the Storm as Tesla in The Patriot. Oh, he was in The Patriot, played Howard in
Beetle Babe says she doesn't think he was.
Yeah, Beetle Babe, who kind of knows his stuff. He was in Scrooged. He played Herman in Scrooged.
What does Beetle Babe say?
She says he was not in Blade Runner.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Well, okay, so you're thinking of the guy who created the robots?
The guy who did the eye operations, who took Rutger Hauer to the Tyrell Corporation.
The little guy, that little actor.
Yeah.
That little actor, he was in Star Trek as well. No, he was. He's later. He was in Bob Newhart's show. He was Larry, Daryl, and Daryl, my other brother, Daryl. Remember Larry, Daryl, and Daryl? Well, you may not because you're in England. The Bob Newhart show. He was the guy in in the Bob Newhart show. Hang on, let me do the AI routine here on this.
I remember Bob Newhart because he co-starred with Gene Wilder in one TV movie.
Who played Larry in the Bob Newhart show, and also he was in the movie Blade Runner. That actor. Okay.
That would be William Sanderson.
William Sanderson. All right, there we go. William Sanderson.
Meanwhile, tell your friend, is it Nick Tronick who was going to come up?
Nick Tronick was.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
tell-
he's still
tell him-
invited.
Yeah, tell him I'm just standing in for him. It's more important, because I've got nothing to sell or nothing to promote.
Well, no, but we're talking about brushes with fame, and you've had a lot. Here's the actor I'm thinking of: Jay Pollard, actor known for Bonnie and Clyde, Star Trek's Mary, passed away 2019. But there he is, a very memorable look on this character.
Listen, if you put him side by side with that Blade Runner guy, I'll bet they look like twins.
Okay, hang on. Let me go William Sanderson. Let me do him.
Unless it's the cider talking, I don't know.
It could be the cider. Is it your favorite drink? One of the kids was asking about that.
Well,
okay, here's okay. So you got that. Now here's the other thing. Okay, hang on. Share this instead. Okay, here we go. So there's Sanderson.
No,
that's the guy in Blade Runner, the little robot maker. William said, "Let's go Blade Runner."
Well, that looks nothing like him, does it?
Hang on. Let's get him in Blade Runner. Oh, yeah, he also did Batman. He was Batman the Animated Series. Here he is in Blade Runner.
Yeah. Nothing like him. Yeah, I stand corrected. It's the beer talk.
And here he is in Blade Runner as well, in his little shop with Daryl Hannah. She was freaky, man, when she's hiding in there as one of the little puppets.
She was, and I think that was the period. Was that the period where she was dating Jackie Kennedy's son, and Jackie Kennedy?
JFK Jr.
Yeah, and Jackie Kennedy didn't like her at all. She was trying to talk him out of dating her all the time, but they were going steady.
Possible. I don't know. She ended up with Neil Young, currently married to Neil Young.
Okay.
So anyway, Sue, keep dropping that thing for Nick Tronick. Okay, if he doesn't want to come up, we leave him. But here's the deal, 40. You're a great conversationalist. I love having you on the show, and you and I could talk about anything. And right now, I like this idea of brushes with fame because, we get this situation. Here's my thought. Do you think, as I think, that the gulf between celebrity and your common, Joe, your average Joe, if that gulf has shrunk somewhat and that the divide is not as great as it once was?
I think half of what you just said and half exactly the opposite, because the income difference between celebrities and people ground level is now so vast. If you just look at footballers, for instance, footballers on A teams used to get the bus into the match. Can you imagine? And then it all turned into earning wages far more than the manager.
Yeah, that put them in the stratosphere. You'll never see them. If they don't want to be seen, you don't have a hope in hell of running into these guys.
Right. And concurrent with that, exactly the same thing happened in Hollywood, where the actors outranked the directors with their earning potential. So I think half of what you say is true because of the internet. But when I look at the economics, it says the opposite.
Okay, that's one thing. I point taken. But here's the deal. I think the kind of the celebrity and the star, there was always that gulf because, where are you going to be? I'm going to Sardi's. We mentioned that. Where I'm going to a 5-star hotel. Where are you going to be? Well, I'm going to be at the local Motor Inn down the road. Number 5.
Well, while we're waiting for Nick Tronick to show up and Joey, since we're talking about rock gods as well as encounters with celebs.
Yeah.
Another privileged friendship I had actually was with I've lost touch with him now with John Bramwell, and there'll only be maybe 2 or 3 people in the chat who know the Manchester band I Am Klute.
Klute, K-L-U-T?
K-L-O-O-T.
K-L-O-O-T. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, and their first single back in 1998 was Titanic, and they were a trio at the beginning, and they've done many albums since then, and they've kind of broke up a little bit, but they're still friends. So I was friends with John Bramwell for a long while, and John Bramwell was the singer, the lead guitarist, and the composer of all the songs that they recorded.
Yeah.
And I knew him when they first put out Titanic. And he asked my friend to do the sleeve notes, and that's another different story. But we had various encounters along the way, usually in the Green Room, which was a drinking house in Manchester that had a theatre as well at the back. So they called it the Green Room. And I can remember going with Johnny and a few other people to this cabaret event in the Green Room, and Johnny on his own, just with his lead guitar and nothing else, was part of the show. So we were all sat together, and he was getting more and more tanked, and I kind of feared the worst because I thought he was going to show himself up on stage because he was slurring his words.
He's pretty messed up.
He was worse than I was the last time I was on your show drinking cider.
Yeah, very bad performance.
Yeah, very bad. Singing San Francisco out of tune. You
done good with San Francisco.
Okay. So and I almost pulled his arm back when the host introduced him to come up, but for some reason I didn't. And he went up, and his walk up the stage was uncertain. He sat down on a stool, he plugged in his semi-acoustic guitar, and he went into 3 songs from I Am Clued, and they were record perfect. You could have been playing the records.
Yeah.
They were so perfect, no accompaniment whatsoever. He unplugs the guitar, comes back down to the table, so while the other act is going on, I said to him, man, I told him what I almost said, don't go up there and show your ass like that. And then he comes out with a performance like that. And all he said to me was, my guess is that Joey Callio will understand this. He just said, locked in, mate, locked in. So in other words, in other words, there's some part of his brain through both his talent and his apprenticeship in music that he taps right into when he's on stage, and from there on, it's kind of like, I mean, he put feeling into it, but it was kind of like autopilot in the sense that he knew exactly what to do. So that's how he put it. Locked in, mate. Locked in.
There are some people that are just so good because they do it all the time, these musicians. So you forget, my favorite story in that regard, seeing April Wine, a kind of a B band on some levels, but good, capable, but a journeyman band, I would say, a journeyman, never an A-list band, but a journeyman band. But those guys, my friends say, hey, let's go see April Wine. I'm like, I don't know. He goes, no, Jerry Mercer's their drummer. I want to see Jerry. He was a drummer friend of mine. He said, I want to see Jerry Mercer. I go, all right, we'll go. And I was blown away at how freaking good they were, because I underestimated them because, they were journeymen. Maybe they didn't have the top spot in the radio, but they had hits, top 40 hits, and a lot of them. But to see them live and perform and do what they do, what they've been doing for, like, at that time, it had been 20 years doing this kind of thing. 20 years that they were in the public eye, maybe 10 years before the public got word about them. Right. And so you're seeing people that have been playing their instruments for 30 years, day in, day out, gig in, gig out, the 5 days, 6 days a week, 8 days a week, if you will, if you're a Beatle, and doing what they do. And this is what a lot of people say and attribute to the Beatles, is that because they were in Hamburg and they're playing long shows all the time, mock show, here it is. Okay, we're ready to pack it in. You ain't packing it in. You got to keep playing, whether they still want more. Mock show. So they were so good because that's all they did. We're playing. You sleep all day, have a little sex, go back on the stage, drink some more, Quaalude it out, Benny Dixie's, whatever you're doing, and then away you go again.
And where you're so good, where you're so locked in that you can trust to spontaneity. So that applies to the top rate musicians. That applies to the top rate actors who start a sentence and they don't know where it's going to end. That applies to Rob the Wax when he starts a joke and he doesn't know where the punchline is going to come in a sentence.
Yeah, but he's like a cat. He'll land on his feet 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and that also starts with you when you press live and you go live and you don't know where the fuck the show's going to go. You're not sure of what guests are going to come up.
Really
so you're just surfing in the moment. So that takes a lot of trust and spontaneity to do that.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, the setup, the structure, what I was planning for was Nick Tronick, so I saw this is going to be really great. We'll promote him, do the thing. He'll sell some records. Nick, I never want to hear another word about you bitching about what you can sell or what you can't sell. I'm really serious about it. If you want to do something or sell something or be something, you got to put yourself out there. No risk, no reward. Every time a musician takes the stage, they're risking that they may not have a good show, that a fan may turn on them, that I saw them live, they weren't any good. There's an element of risk there. It takes guts. No wonder Lennon would throw up before hitting the stage.
Right, and it doesn't in terms of a conversation, it doesn't have to be a hard sell. You just say what you do and you describe the latest thing that you've done, and then you kind of take it or leave it. So that's the only promotion I think that's necessarily needed.
Well, and also with someone like myself, I mean, I'll hype it. I'm a good hyper, right? Because I've got that energy, and that's kind of what I'm about. And so, I go, come on, folks, let's do it. Let's gather around the flag. Let's rally around the flag, boys.
I could have done with you. My first book came out and sank like a fucking stone. Where were you then?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I was out here. Obviously, I'm a year older than you are, I think. So,
yeah.
Okay. So, tell me about that first book and what did you? If you could go back in time and do it differently, what would you have done differently? What was the book about, for one thing?
Okay, so I'm still poised on the edge between how much I want to dox myself and whether I'll go back lecturing.
Right.
Bear that in mind. So if I answer in very general terms,
do it generally is fine.
I'm a perfectionist in terms of writing. So everything I've published, I've got a copy of on the computer, but all the copies on the computer are in one way or another different, largely or slightly different than the published article, because even after it got published, and this includes the PhD thesis, I kept modifying it, adding to it, deleting stuff, changing it. Even though I know there's no such thing as, we never reach perfection, that doesn't put me off. I want the thing to be as good as it can possibly be. So the book, the first book that I wrote was 110,000 words, which is big. Like a novel length would be 60,000 words. So to have 110,000 words, that's big. And it's my computer copy is probably 200,000 words because I just kept adding to it.
Okay. Is there something to be learned? I'm out here looking. Lee Mavers. Does the name Lee Mavers or Lee Mavers mean anything to you?
Some sort of mashup from Lee Majors? I don't know.
No, Lee Mavers or Mavers is a Liverpudlian songwriter, singer that did the song For the Laws.
For the Laws, there she goes. There she goes, right.
There she goes again.
I've got it on 12-inch.
Okay, I got to mute myself because I got the producer has a word.
Okay.
Okay. So you know what? I had a program note. Loki got de-wrenched, but not for any reason. You know why he got de-wrenched? Remember, I was in and we were trying to get rid of. There was somebody you wanted banned or unwrenched up again or something like that. And I went into the wrenched people rather than into the block people. Right. I went into the wrench people and I hit a couple of them. And then you go, whoa, you're in the wrong area. But I had already saved it by that time. And then I had to go in. So that's what happened there. Sorry, Loki. Okay,
laughed,
so leave,
I laughed after the last show.
yeah,
You know,
type something in the chat, Loki, so we can give you a wrench, please.
the
Here's the other deal. Lee Mavers. So the story on Lee Mavers is he came in. It wasn't his band. The laws were already established. He comes in. He writes the hit. There she goes. But he
yeah.
was such a perfectionist that they never did a follow-up album. It was their money was poured into him because it was such a hit off the first album, and that took pulling teeth to get that released because he kept wanting to change and do and think. He's a
Ah,
cautionary tale. He's
yes.
the cautionary tale of that perfectionism, of not really getting it the way you want it. And even to this day, Mavers says it's still not the way he wanted it to be, the album
Well,
and the
well,
song and
well,
everything else.
well, an old poet friend of mine used to say many years ago, "Are you self-sabotaging?" Because the amount of arguments I've had with editors and publishers over the years are off the charts. Like if they change anything without my permission, fucking rip up that contract because I'm not interested. I'd rather be unpublished than published in a way that misrepresents my aesthetics. So he took that and he said, "Are you self-sabotaging?" Because I wasn't published at that time. "Are you self-sabotaging unconsciously?" And I knew I wasn't. But the thing is, I tend to go. I've never been diagnosed as bipolar, but whether I am or whether I'm not, I do have that swing temperament. So a funny example of the swing temperament, other than the fact that I was unpublished for a very long time, and then all of a sudden I was published across feature articles on different periodicals, month after month after month, and then the books. It's like with nothing in between, like I was unqualified into my 30s, and all of a sudden qualified in multiple fields to a postgrad level. But you could also look at that in a funny way, which is that for 8 years tracking the VC, I never showed a record. Then I show up on Rachel's Ghost, and for 35 minutes straight, I show film soundtracks. It took 35 minutes. I watched it back to show all those soundtracks. So that's an example of showing nothing and showing far too much. Far too much on one showing. And that's an example of me going from one extreme to another. But I like it, you see. The reason I would resist the diagnosis is because it pathologizes a range which I actually like. I like, for instance, the fact that I can be a recluse for most days of the week and then talk to 50 people in a lecture.
What you're describing is not bipolar in any way, shape, or form. In any way, shape, or form. That ain't bipolar. Bipolar is a problem.
What would you describe it as then? That kind of
manic depressive, extreme highs, maniacal joy, and crashing lows,
Rachel, manic depressive is the old name for bipolar. They changed it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's why I used it. I'm aware of that. Ringo Starr diagnosed as manic depressive a long time ago.
Oh, was he? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Okay. Sue, can you spend some time and type a link in from the show or cut and paste it? Here, I'll do it. I know how to do it. I'll do it quickly. For Joey.
While
stay here and you hang out with me and Joey.
Okay. While you're doing that, because you mentioned Loki, it made me laugh after the last episode when I pontificated at the last minute by saying you have to learn to live and let live. And afterwards I thought, fucking hell, Loki could say, "You're one to talk with the arguments you have in chat and so forth," which he would be right in saying. So I'm a flawed example of live and let live because of the arguments I've had, but I still think it's the only way, even if I can't live up to it sometimes. And Joey Callio is a fellow who does seem to live up to that all the time in his vibe. Is he just goes with that live and let live vibe? So there you are, Loki. There's somebody we can both learn from. You and I can both learn.
Okay, hold on. Wait, that's YouTube. Wait, that's YouTube. That's YouTube. You need the show link. You need restream. Sec. Okay, hold on. That'll get him into the show. All right. So let me go restream. Okay. So I guess. Holy crap. Okay. So you got to type the restream link in. That's the only way he gets it. So it's in the subject bar studio, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it's a hassle, but he works best that way.
So
Okay.
is Joey up and about now?
Yeah, he's going to be coming in, but I
Good.
don't want you going anywhere. You hang
Okay.
out with us. I want you
That's all right.
hanging out.
Okay.
So here's the deal. But I mean, obviously you're talking about Gene Wilder, but clearly, he's not the first one. You mentioned the son, his nephew. You talked to Gene's nephew as well. But I know you've had correspondence with different people because you're into, you're multifaceted. Without doxing yourself, I'm aware that may be an issue for you.
So because I missed my favorite author of all time twice by 24 hours, which was Kurt Vonnegut, much later I had a long correspondence with one of the three people that Kurt Vonnegut fell in love with in his life. He was married twice, but there was another woman called Laurie Rackstraw, and she and I never met, and she eventually got dementia, but we had a long correspondence for many years. I included her in a feature article I did. She'd written a book about her letters between Kurt and herself. And Laurie introduced me to Nanette Vonnegut, who I stayed with, who was Kurt's youngest daughter. And the lovely thing about Laurie Rackstraw was, because she was Kurt's age, so she was older than me, and she was new to technology. So when she wrote me an email, she'd introduce it by something like, she'd say my name. So instead of 4D, she'd say my name, and she said, 4D, it's me, it's Laurie, as if she was a lady across the other side of the road waving her arm at me. So
Yeah.
she made her email sort of that dynamic in that way. And she was an adorable woman. I can easily see why Kurt would fall in love with her in terms, and she was a single parent at the time. In 1965, when Kurt Vonnegut was teaching in the University of Iowa, if you read Slaughterhouse-Five, in the foreword, Kurt says, I got into some trouble. I got into some perfectly beautiful trouble, and I got out again. What that means is he fell in love with a single mother while he was still married, which was Laurie Rackstraw. So that was their history together, and they carried on being good friends right to the end of his life. So I cherish that friendship. But by the time I got to the USA and stayed with Nanette, she had the onset of Alzheimer's, which I've spoken about before.
Yeah, horrible.
And Nanette warned me about that before I considered taking a trip, which would have taken 24 hours across the USA by train to meet her. And she phoned Laurie up and put me on the phone so I could just assess it myself. And it was one of those conversations where you end up saying the same thing that you already said, as if it's a new thing to the person you're talking
right,
to.
because they couldn't retain it. Short-term memory was gone.
Yeah, so my memories of Laurie are heartbreaking, but as well as heartbreaking, she was such a noble soul in ways I can't describe, even though I never met her face to face, that I can easily see why Kurt Vonnegut fell in love with her. Beautiful soul.
Sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, yeah, clearly hadn't finished it. I want to move on to the next question I have for you is, give me your how close did you get to the Fabs? So, like in my case, Joey Mullen, Badfinger, and then a brief, encounter with Jenny Boyd. This kind of thing.
Well, I had a long correspondence with Julia Baird.
Okay. So John Lennon's half sister.
Yeah, over a project I had that is still ongoing, and the only reason I won't share it, although it sounds mean of me to say that, is because writers are such fucking magpies, especially with anything like the Beatles, which is a commodity.
If there's an angle that hasn't been played, I have an inkling. I know what you're working on.
You do, yes, you do. So Julia and I corresponded. It was such a fun correspondence where, how can I put this? Because I have original material from 1957 to 1960. Hi, Joey.
Hello. Good morning.
We're talking those brushes. We're talking brushes with fame. And you're one of my probably closest, biggest brushes absolutely honored, right? This is the latest. This thing is 1996, ladies and gentlemen, but it's getting a kind of a do-over. It's getting a new breath of fresh air, a new lease on life in the form of vinyl. And so we got Joey up to talk to us about it. He's finally allowed to talk to us about it. It's
Yes.
tough because I consider Joey a friend, and so I get the inside fly on some of these stories, a while back in development, and you got to kind of sit on it like a hen on an egg,
That's right.
waiting for this thing to hatch. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege to announce that we're free to talk about the latest iteration, incarnation, and version of this. This is the third outing for the band Data. This was your third album. And so,
Okay,
I
so-
want to get
so-
Joey up to talk
so-
about it, but go ahead
right,
there,
yeah.
4D.
So just before Joey speaks, I have to
Yeah.
make the very important announcement that I have to go for a pee, but I'm still
All right.
listening. So over to
Okay,
you,
you
Joey.
go, PP. I'm going to give
Oh,
Joey
yours,
a
Joey.
promotion.
Thank you.
Okay, Manchester's gone for a little PP.
Thank you for the warning.
All right. Hey, man. So, Joey, tell us about the third album. What was it like making this thing? What was the vibe with the band? Were you guys in a high? Were you in a low? Where were you? Where was the headspace? Who did the bulk of the writing? Was the writing easy? All sorts of stuff. So let's go back to 96, and then
That
we'll
is
get
also-
Liz excited about this thing.
That was a lot of stuff. I love that you just asked those questions though, because people don't usually ask those questions. Okay.
Well, I think they're important questions about an album.
I think you're right. So let's see. The first record, we signed this contract. We put out a record. The first thing we put out is a hit, and we tour. We were touring a little bit before the record came out, but all in, it was 15 months straight of touring on that record. So we immediately, after that time period, go in, write the next record, the second record, and go in the studio. And I think we've sort of had this vibe. Like I've been having a lot of, wow, if I could do it over again kind of moments in my musical life. Like there would be a lot of things would be different. Like probably we would have just had Ken Scott do the second record. That would have been the smart move. But hey, you can't, you know what I mean? You do what you think is right at the time, whether it turns out to be right or not right. But we went in and that was a fun record to make. It was a good record, but I really feel like that second record needed more incubation.
Okay, now for the fans at home, what was Data's second album? What was the second one called?
It's called American Highway Flower.
Okay.
Which side note, I wanted to call it Backyard Fruit, and no one else would go with that. But who cares? Because of the picture, I had this. I'm involved in the artwork on all these records. Either it was my design or whatever. That was my idea to have.
This is great. I love this cover.
We'll talk about that in a second. Anyways, by the third record, let's just go up to there. We decided instead of spending a lot of money on a producer, because we didn't have a great experience with the second producer. And I don't want to talk shit about him because he's no longer with us. But it just wasn't the greatest matchup, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's critical. All the elements have to line up.
Yeah. So the third record, what we decide is, so IRS Records, it's sort of this medium sized label, right? It's
with some
bigger than
important acts on it, with some big name acts.
100%. I mean, first off, they started with the Go-Go's. I mean, that ended up working out. REM and a lot of big bands. Concrete Blonde, they're not huge, but they're kind of big.
Well, their hit was pretty damn big.
Yeah. And so they're not the biggest though. It's not like when you walked into like Geffen, like where I used to work, where it's just like, whoa, this is a fucking record company. I mean, it just
John Lennon's on the label.
Yeah, it like hit you like a wall. IRS was like going like, hello, oh yeah, I see it, like cubicles, and especially when they moved from kind of these cooler offices that were in the Universal City area, which is right across. There are two towers that MCA Records are in Universal City, or I think that's what it's called, and IRS used to be right across the street from that, in this kind of old, single story building. It was kind of funky. They would always put a big sign of whoever their biggest artist was on the roof, which was cool. And Dada was the last band to have that big,
Oh,
huge
wow.
Dada logo.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
we brought that building down. Anyways, so they go to this other building that's on the west side, I guess, West LA, I'll call it. It's not quite like Santa Monica, but when you're getting to that area. And it was more, nondescript. So when you walked in, you wouldn't have got this feel of a record company. So back in the way back of that area, they put together a recording studio. So they had their own recording studio, and we decided, instead of spending the money, okay, because it does come down to this at some point, on the producer, which, we're talking plus minus $100,000 right there. Plus
Yeah, it's big money. It's not chump change.
no, and everything was more expensive back then, by the way. Like if you wanted to make a video, I was just thinking about how much videos used to cost. Videos used to have $1 million budget sometimes.
Wow.
I mean, maybe not a Dada video, but it wasn't too far off of that. That's just how much they would spend back then, right? So we decided to save some money and produce it ourselves with our friend, and then give him actually, I shouldn't say that. He is a producer, this guy, Scott Gordon, and Adam Weiner was there also. But Scott was kind of the main guy that we were bouncing ideas off of. But these guys were more kind of recording engineer. They were capturing what was going on. You know what I mean? And very good at that. Like they were very stealthy and cool. They had the right vibe. So when we were talking, about what should we do, they knew what to say and not to kill the vibe. But we saved a lot of money doing that. And what we wanted to do with the money is put it all into the mixer. Okay. Because we've kind of learned like, hey, mixing was a huge, huge deal on these records. And at the time, we're talking the mid 90s. In the mid 90s, there was a thing going on that people would call the loudness wars. Okay.
We know what they are.
Loudness wars basically started because bands and record companies didn't want, when you put in your CD, they didn't want the other guy's CD to be louder than your CD. And especially on the radio, you want to get it as hot as you can, so it just exploded out of the speakers, because all this was in the guise of getting stuff on radio and on MTV, of course, but MTV is easier to deal with. Radio, you want it to punch. So we hired this guy, Tom Lord Alge. Tom Lord Alge was hot as shit back then. I mean, it was
Love
hard.
the name, by the way.
Yeah, it was Tom Lord Alge, and then his brother Chris Lord Alge. We ended up working with. We did the Brady Bunch song with Chris Lord Alge. But Tom Lord Alge, he's like this wild guy. Like he'd drive a Ferrari, or what? Oh, he had a Viper. I mean, he's all, he was a car guy. And at that time I had like a Harley. So we were like totally broing down and all that shit. Plus I like cars and stuff like that, especially back then. So we got along, but this guy, he's like a mad professor. Okay. He's not just a normal guy who comes in and, finds all the sweetness in the sound. He would do this thing. The term he would use is called, he would spank it. You got to spank it. He would talk to all the people that worked for him. It was all about spanking it.
Yeah.
And he was working on automated desks, no Pro Tools back then. And you can program in fader moves, so that fader is volume up and down. And then there's, sweeping EQ moves, right?
Yeah.
So all the things, use your imagination, EQ, all the bands of EQ. Those were also automated. On his board, when he's doing a mix, like when we thought I would do mixes our own selves on the first record, some of the shit we mixed, there'd be 8 people on the board. Like, okay, now when that part comes up, you write it up a little bit, and you have to trust the guy not to fuck it up. Especially like if it was a guitar solo and Mike had his hand on the thing. It's like, don't, we'd put a little more. Mike, you can go from here to here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah. So it doesn't, everything, it's all guitar now. We have no drums, nothing.
yeah, exactly. Or me with the vocals, whatever. But so on Tom Lord Alge's desk, that's all automated. I mean, shit was moving like it looked like a monster movie. Things were just moving at all times.
Yeah.
He spent so much time moving and making things come in and out so meticulously that it really gave every track a sound of like what a single, like a treatment that you would give to a single, which may or may not be the best idea for every record, but for this record, we went for that. So this record definitely has like this feeling of like, wow, each song is very dramatic on the mix, right?
I've got to ask Joey a question before I forget it.
Yeah, do it.
The background to this, Joey, is that I've had multiple arguments with editors if ever they change something. If they change something for the better, I'm very grateful. So it's not a prima donna thing, but it is a control thing about the vision I have for the way prose in writing travels in rhythm. So that's the background to my question. My question is, so you write a song, you presumably hear something of it in your head before it's even played. Then you've got to share it with the band. So right away you're giving something of it away, and then as a total, the band then has to do what you've just described, is to give it to the producer. So how good are you at letting go of it?
Well, so in the trajectory of what you're talking about, there's another thing happening, and how's the band work as a unit, right? So at that point, like for instance, on this third record, we'd already made 2 records, toured for 2 straight years. And when I say toured, I mean hard touring. We started off in vans, and then when we got the Sting tour, which was like April, I think it started in '93, that was our first bus. So pretty much from then on, it was buses. But even those tours, it's not like, we're not in a palace, and there's not, I don't have a maid, or it's not like that. It's like
Right.
It's like dudes everywhere that stink, and all kinds of pot going everywhere, and people arguing, somebody getting mad because they did that, and it's like a submarine, right? So
Right.
it's not the easiest job in the world, although you gotta love it, right? But at that point on our third record, we really were functioning on a high level. So even though maybe I had an idea in my head, I was now aware of the machinery. It just subconsciously, like I was happy to put my song, whatever it was, if it was an acoustic or if I had a bass riff or whatever. Usually, actually, what would happen, well, there was a couple of things going on in Dada. The main thing was me and Mike would get together and we would write, okay? And either he would have an idea or I would have an idea, and we'd finish off the other person's idea, or we would just be sitting there bullshitting like this, and someone would say something, and I would there's been times where Mike would say something and I would just start playing a riff that that just made me think of this, and we would just go, right? The other thing that was happening is Dada, as a band, we jammed a lot. It's like we really kind of were a jam band in a lot of ways, but you just there were no jam bands. There was the Grateful Dead, and then everybody else was playing rock. You know what I mean? No one called bands that played long songs jam bands back then. But
Right, Joey. So that's you trusting the band, because the band is tight. It's been solid through touring, and it's been solid through jamming. So you can trust the band to interpret your song. But now you're going to take it to this producer who sounds like quite a character from what you've described. Like, what the hell is he going to do with it?
Well, he didn't produce it; he mixed it.
Okay.
Already
The engineer.
It's all done, right? So you take the whole record, you take all the parts. Now the parts, you may have an idea what you do when you're in the studio with the band and pre-mixing, but you're getting close to the finish line, or maybe you just do it all at the end. It just depends. You make rough mixes. Okay. So the rough mix is what you would play the mixing engineer or the record company, to say like, hey, here, you want to check out some of this stuff. This is where we're at. That's what you would play for someone who's going to mix your record. Although the other thing that happens, I don't think it happened with Tom Lord Alge, but people would come in and want us to like play the songs live sometimes. So they can get a different take on it besides what's, the flat, what's coming off the tape kind of vibe, right?
Okay, so at that stage, then it sounds fairly foolproof when you hand it over to that level. Is that right? Fairly foolproof. Like they can't fuck it up at that stage.
Nothing is foolproof. Everything
Okay.
can go wrong.
If there's a way to fuck it up, they can find a way.
They're all trying to fuck it up. You're trying not to have them fuck it up and make it good all at the same time. No, it's yeah. I mean, this guy's got a reputation at that point. It seemed to me like half the songs that were on the top 10 alternative. Let's just focus in on that. He mixed these songs. I mean, he was just hot as shit back then. So believe me, we were happy to hand him over to this guy.
Sure.
Just to see what would happen.
Right.
And I was in the room with him for most of these mixes. The guy is just, you just sit back and you watch. You don't talk. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, we got a comment here from Project Gemini, a good friend, Mark Anthony K. Mad respect, Joey, on getting Tom Lord Alge. He was a big mixer back then. Chris's brother is the big mixing guy right now. They definitely have a sound to their mixes. So, if you get those guys, you're getting the good and the bad with it. And I guess that's the same with any mixing talent or mastering talent, whoever you get working on your music. What they're going to emphasize, what they like, and so it's going to come out in it, and they're going to stamp it a little bit with their own styling.
They're trying to make you happy too. It's like they don't want to hear like you didn't do what wait, I thought we were friends here. I thought you were listening to me. I mean, they're trying to make you happy to a certain extent. But I mean, you start mixing with Tom Lord Alge, the other big shots are, I don't mean that's not derogatory. They were big people. Jack Joseph Puig. He was another guy who everything that guy put out, it was in the top 10 of that era. We did one or two songs with him on the fourth record. That guy was a fucking trip. And I learned later that I don't think those guys like each other. And I made the mistake of talking about Jack Joseph Puig in front of Tom Lord Alge, and that was a mistake. Don't do that, kids at home. Don't talk about the other mixer when you're with.
Yeah, but you never know. You never. It's the kind of thing you never think about, right? Unless you're in that sphere, then it's not going to occur to you that way.
Yeah, when you're me, okay. When you're all I can do is be Joey Callio, right? I can't be anybody else in any other band, period. That's just how it is.
Did you have to learn that, or is that something you intuitively, instinctually grabbed hold of? And
that's a good question. Good question.
Well, I'm good at this, therefore.
I finally figured out. It's like, hey, don't try to be like anybody else. Just do what you're doing, But you have to kind of get to that. It's hard. I mean, that's not that's not your first step. Let's put it that way. Is that the point where you strip away the people you revere and imitate, and then you strip that away to see what's left? Is that the process, or is it something else? I mean, how do you be Joey Callio is what I'm asking. You do look. Everyone is influenced, right? You have influence your whole life. I played with Doug Feiger, the lead singer, the guy in the band, The Knack. That was my first professional gig as a kid. I was like 20 years old. It was after The Knack. We were in LA. I mean, I thought I'd made the big time, right? And that was like a 6-month chunk of time, but it was super fun. But he said something that I will fucking never forget. He goes, Joey, let me tell you something. And he didn't invent this phrase, by the way. I think it's a Shakespearean turn of phrase. The good borrow, the great steal. And I didn't even know what that meant when he said it to me, but it was like, huh, I could tell he just dropped like $1 million gold bar of wisdom on me right there. And the point is, you borrow is when you're growing and you're becoming people, and maybe it's more obvious, right? Like, oh, he just definitely got that from that last REM record. Sounds a lot like REM, Calio on that song or whatever. But as time goes on, those things, maybe they're still in there, but they become more recessed, and they go through different filters that are more Joey filters, if you know what I mean.
You
Goes
take it
on.
and you take it and you personalize it as your own.
It becomes
distinct
more it just happens. Your
Yeah.
personal filter grows, and it becomes less of a reflection and more of like what's inside, right?
Right.
So that it's just a time thing, man. I mean, I guess for everybody, but who knows? It's probably a different amount of time. Some people probably. I mean, the Beatles didn't need as much time as I needed. I needed way more time than the Beatles.
I love the fact you mentioned the knack. I think about my Sharona and talking about stealing, borrowing. That principle of like, let's lift this. There is that part. I guess is it the bridge? You would know more than me, but where they go da 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 da. Well, they do something. They add to that. It's not just da 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 da. It's they're playing that fretboard, and they're getting some squeal out of that, so it elevates the whole thing. So we've heard this a million times about da 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 da. That's We've all heard that, but when they put that squeal on, you listen to it, you hear that squeal. Boys and girls, this is gold for you youngsters out there. You want to hear that squeal, man. It is so good. I just play it loud. When that part comes on, crank. Let's hear it, man.
Talk about underrated bands. I mean,
yeah, man, so good. And God bless them. God rest them. We lost. I mean, it's another one we've lost, man.
Yeah.
Too many, man. Too many.
Yeah.
So Joey, so back to El Subliminoso. I butchered the name. Okay, go.
El Subliminoso. El
Subliminoso. El Subliminoso.
Talk about stealing. I got that right off of a Monk record. He's got El Misterioso. And
okay.
And I added like, what if it was like mysterious and subliminal? Whoa, Calio gets crazy.
No, it's good. It's creative, and it's a good deal.
There's even a Spider-Man connection in there, isn't there? A Mysterioso guy or something like that.
Mysterio.
Okay, there you go.
Mysterio, yeah. The special effects Hollywood man that has a dark, evil side goes after Spidey. So I get the impression that this album came together pretty easily for you, because you and Mike were able to rap and throw ideas out. No?
Not really, because it's not that it came together really easily, but what happened, and this is kind of where I was going. We were like kids in a candy store at the IRS recording studio. Basically, the clock wasn't on. Like, just go and do it. Let us know when you're done. We weren't like worried about the time, so we were like going nuts in the studio. In fact, on the here, this is sort of what I have a mock-up. This is like the album cover. This is a touring poster that they made for us on during this record time. That's the front of the album, which it never, by the way, it's not like the first record where there was like a Brazilian and a Spanish kind of gray market out there. There is nothing. I mean, I have seen nothing, and I'm pretty now in tune with what's going on in the vinyl world. This is not on vinyl anywhere that I've ever heard of. So they made this for the clubs, basically. So that's the front, that's the back of the album, right? Yeah. Actually, that's from the inside of the CD. But then you could open it up, and I just tore it. And it's this big, huge poster. That's another picture of the boys. And the club would write in like, when we're playing and yada, yada, yada. But so I got this. The cool thing is I have this as a prop now. Flash forward to record store day. This is basically what it's going to look like. I've seen all the, I had to prove all the artwork and all that shit. Basically, it's like I'm kind of, I'm the filter for the band. I'm the direct connection to the record company right now on this one. So these guys did a good job on the first record, Last RSD, and I think they've done a really good job.
It was incredible, and what a great sounding album Puzzle is on vinyl. You got to be proud of that, man. It sounds so good.
So speaking of that,
where is she? No, I'm unfortunate. I'm missing questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got Gabby, our good friend Gabby, music fan. My question for Joey is, can you talk a little about the art direction for the original CD release and the new gatefold vinyl album? Is the new one going to be a gatefold?
No, not a gatefold. So they're trying to cut the cost a little bit on this one. The first one, they went whole hog. I think it's probably going to be like $10 less. So whatever it was in your record store, this one will be about $10 less. It's going to be a double wide spine. So it doesn't, no gatefold, double wide spine, and then two, like, okay, here are the test pressings right here.
Nice. Yeah, I saw those on the Instagram.
Yeah, this is what,
Beauty.
and they're made at I fuck this up every time. They're made at Gotta Groove. Gotta Groove is our, not our, although it is for Gotta Groove is where Seven Horse makes their records, has their records presses. And it just so happens that Real Gone, which is the label, Real Gone licensed the music from Universal. That's how this is going.
Okay.
And they use Gotta Groove to make their pressings. And I mean, it's quality. Just if I may nerd out here, it is definitely like, it's quality stuff. It's their pressings are so well done, never like warped or just like crackly or whatever. It's just, they do a great job, man. They really do. So we're lucky.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. The first record versus this record, they do not have the same sonic signature, okay? And what I mean by that is Ken Scott was a kind of guy who would he was not as aggressive on the board. He had a light touch. Like he would sit back and kind of listen to what you guys were, what you all would be doing. And he would go, okay, I know what to do. And he would start doing it. And then he would start going, Joey, I set up a weird microphone out there for you. Will you go out there and sing? And this time what I want you to do is this, right? And so he's kind of that guy. And he wasn't really aggressive, but he was always thinking and just moving the show along, right?
Yeah, moving the piece to make it work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
but it sounds like you were amenable to that, Joey, though. You would follow the directions.
Well, okay. Again, now just going back to me personally, I don't want to speak for the other guys too much, although I can tell you kind of what was going on with them. But for me, I had a stack of records when I was a wee child. I have been playing records, hitting things since I was 3, 4, 5 years old. I had a drum set when I was 7. I've been in a band ever since I was 14 fucking years old. There is no plan B. There never was, period. And I think that's how I persevered through all the bullshit that it takes. This is no joke, man. You want to be a fucking musician and just even get to the level I'm at, it's serious business. It's serious on your emotions, on, just everything. It takes a toll because people, even if you get to a point where people love your fucking music, everyone loves it. I promise you, everyone didn't love it for whoever that person was at first. And you have to navigate through the system of no's,
Wow.
But
I love that phrase, Joey. Navigate through the system of no's. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So going to fast forward, I'm making a record with Ken Scott. It's like, yes, whatever you want, sir. It's like, I'm just like a kid in a candy shop, to use that phrase again. I fucking remember what it was like driving from my house, I think at that point I still lived in Malibu in a shack, no bigger than this room I'm in right now, basically, but it was right on the water. So we had a deck, a room, and another little room with a bed in it. That's it. But right on the water. I mean, it's fucking amazing, right? And I would drive. I had a Jeep, an 83 Jeep. So it was original AMC kind of Jeep. I used to drive that thing top down, no top, and drive to the recording studio, which is down south. It was more where all the beaches were. It was in Redondo Beach. And I mean, it was like, am I actually doing this shit? Or was I supposed to go to Geffen and work in the mailroom? It's like, what, am I going the wrong way? It's like, it's so unreal, for a person like me, that this whole no plan B, only plan A, you finally get to this point, and it's, you have to have a certain amount of like, this is where I was meant to be. Totally. I get it. You have to have an ego. But man, driving into the recording studio to make a fucking record with Ken Scott with this band Dada that I'd spent at that point 2 years trying to turn into something, it was like a dream come true, a literal dream come true. So yeah, I was doing anything Ken Scott wanted to do.
Well, I want to do just a quick commercial break. This guy here, we love this guy. He's a huge support to my channel. We love him. Joe Soren is the name. This guy's an incredible artist. And Sue and I, we were just kind of talking about Joe the other day, saying, folks, if you're out there and you're doing, you've got a band, you want to do some music, art, this guy's stuff is just off the charts. It's just so good, so pro, and he loves music. He's one of us in that regard. So what Sue says here, all I can do is echo it. If anyone is looking for an amazing artist for album art, check out Joe Soren, and there's a link to his page. And it is a shameless plug for Joe, and we're happy to do it for him. We just love him, and holy crap, is this guy good. Okay, sorry to interrupt, Joey. So, Ken Scott, did you know, and I've asked the question before, so I know the answer, but did you know who Ken Scott was when you first came into the studio and say, hey, we got Ken Scott, and you went, what, we got Ken Scott? Or was it, well, who's Ken Scott?
It was not who's Ken Scott. That's the answer to that question. It didn't exactly happen like that. What happened was, and I'm sorry I fucking ramble. Okay, I'm just going to apologize for that.
No, I love your rambling. Keep rambling.
We want the ramble. That's flow of consciousness.
We need ramble.
We
yes,
prove on that.
Exactly. Right, flow of consciousness.
You get that's what you're getting. So the way that happened was we had mutual friends, right? There was this band Mary's Danish that was kind of happening in the late 80s. Excuse me. And Rob the Wax is here, everybody.
He's young, he's eager, and he loves Dada. We're having to have him.
Now, what part of the Danish? Never.
Well, they were really, I think they were really playing up the sexual.
I remember that band.
Yeah. So they had a song called Don't Crash the Car Tonight that was all over K-Rock. I mean, they were a K-Rock kind of darling kind of band. They did. They opened up for Red Hot Chili Peppers on their world tour. I mean, they were like kind of happening.
Yeah.
But they really helped us out. And part of the reason is that Lewis from this band that I was in, that it's called Lewis and Clark was Mike. It was the great Miles Copeland that said, "Here's what we're gonna do. Call this band Lewis and Clark. Lewis, you stay there. Mike, you change your name to Clark. We'll call Lewis and Clark." You know, that's the kind of guy he was. So Mike changed his name to Clark for a while. That band's horrible. People.
I tried getting Rob to change his name. He's horrible.
Dada fans collect that record, and I feel bad for them for that. I mean, there's some pretty pictures on there, but anyways, so there was a connection with Mary's Danish, someone in the band, the sax player, I think his name was Mike. I'm spacing out his name right now. He had a connection to Ken Scott, and back then in the early 90s, there was a big trend going on for people like me, singer-songwriters. You played at the coffee shop, okay? The hipster coffee shop had a
That's
spot.
where you need to be.
They were doing little concerts, right? So there was a place called Highland Grounds. All right. And funny enough, it was on Highland Street. So right down there in Hollywood, like not just south of Sunset, Highland Grounds, right? Somewhere between Sunset and maybe, I don't know, Santa Monica or something like that. And he, our mutual friend, brought Ken Scott to see us at that place. So I'm sitting there with like, okay, we've got 2 acoustic guitars. I think at that point I was doing a thing where I'd run my acoustic guitar for some songs like Timothy, right? I would run it into a pedal, an octave pedal that would make, like, if I played like just, you know, not chords, you wouldn't really want to play chords. You play like a bass and it had the bass sound, right? It went down another octave. So I could play like bass lines that are like key in a song like Timothy. If you listen to Timothy, the bass line's kind of, it's driving the thing, right? And then I had bongos, you know, I mean, it was just really coffee shop shit. Ken Scott comes, sees us, we sit down with him, and he goes, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I like you guys. I'm going to record 3 songs in a 24-track studio. It's going to sound totally professional. I'll pay for it. And you get to shop that. But here's the deal. The caveat is, if/when you get signed with these 3 tracks, you've got to use me for the whole record, which seems like a dumb deal, right? It's like, who's going to say no to that? I mean, I just, you know, maybe Todd Rundgren or somebody, but Dada is not saying no to that deal. So it was it was just one of those things that falls into your lap. It's like, again, did that really just happen? It's like, yes.
Wow.
So that's how we met.
That's a great story. That's serendipity.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But it wasn't like everybody in town wanted Dada. They didn't. There was like, everyone was very interested, but it's like, to get to yes from no, it's all business, man. It's not friendly.
Well, and of course it's late in the day for rock and roll. By the time the 90s rolling around, MTV's already been around for a decade. You know, there's nothing new under the sun. Grunge is kind of starting to show up. 91, 91, 92.
Yeah.
Grunge is
We are
starting to make
not
inroads.
You know, we are
Not in LA. You got your own thing going.
Yeah.
Motley Crue, of course, and the whole Sunset Strip scene.
That
The
was
hair
totally-
bands are still kind of happening.
Guns N' Roses was totally.
Guns N'
I
Roses.
mean, I worked at Geffen when Guns N' Roses went from 50,000, stalled out at 50,000 to like multi millions. They were selling 1 million records a week for a while. Fucking week. It's like, come on. I mean, hard physical product, no streaming shit, you know, no like nothing was passive. You had to put money out and take the thing, right? So anyways, you know, going back to, I never answered Gabby's question.
Oh, okay. Gabby's got a lot. Well, I'll take back to Gabby here. Yeah.
She asked about this artwork, right? Okay, so this is the CD package. That's going to be the same cover, and then there's this Tobias. I can't remember his first name. This artist took this shot, and then another artist by the name of Joey Callio, some fucking asshole, took these 3 pictures. That's one of my favorite shots I've ever taken. That's Phil moved to Malibu. That's him in his shower in Malibu. Anyways,
great.
And those pictures will be in part of the package. They'll be like the instead of a gatefold, the jacket, the 2 inserts that will hold the each record will have those pictures on it. That's how they're going to do the package. But this was inspired, Gabby, by there was a craze in Hollywood that had taken hold.
Probably before D.
Everyone was fucking smoking cigars. I mean, it was people went mad. Everyone started smoking cigars, including me, for a while, until I realized, hey, this is just like smoking pot. It's fucking up even though you're not like taking big hits, you're breathing it. It started affecting my voice, and it was like, that's it, I'm out. You know, but so this is inspired by a Cuban cigar box, and the person
There were cigar bars all over LA.
right.
Yep.
It
Now
taken over.
remember that.
What was it inspired by, or was it lifted by?
Oh,
Big
that,
borrower skill.
that was stolen, 100% fucking stolen right there.
Yeah, I was
That
just curious. Like, so it's actually literally, if you're in Cuba right now, you could be going, hey, that you know this, Juanita there on the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly.
Values
And,
and never-
Her name, I'm spacing out on the name of the artist. So I would,
I'm getting the comments.
I worked with, this is the person at IRS. Oh, God, what is her name? I'm spacing out. It's in the, if anybody has the CD, her name's in the CD. Too early in the morning for me to remember names. But
I hear you, man. Listen, I'm just old. I can
you
barely
do this
remember
shit.
everything.
You're insane. This is crazy to be up this early. But she did a fantastic job. I worked with her. She all these little things are like little cigar bands that she handmade. I mean, this was a serious piece of.
That's great
of work.
artwork. Go ahead, Rob. What do you got,
I'm
buddy?
not stupid, and I see the influence.
Yeah, Rob's not stupid. He can see the influence. Hey, I saw Guns N' Roses open for Aerosmith when Appetite for Destruction, big album, just went #1 on the charts. In the Frank, you've seen everything, man. You've seen a lot. Holy smokes, Frank gets out. Rob, how you doing? You're coming in a little late these days. You're kind of a big name right now in the business. Things are going very well with the channel. We're glad we can get you. Anyhow, we'll take you. What's going on, buddy?
I came up to think some people would act stupid in the chat so I could yell at them. Does it happen today?
I can't see the chat from where I am. I'm happy
No,
that.
wait, Rachel's out. I can't hear her talk.
Okay, here we go. Question for Joey.
From Chuck T.
This is from Chuck T.
Rachel, did Joey and the band get along back then, or was there some turmoil?
Okay,
back
was
then?
Data having turmoil during the creation of this, or was everything pretty smooth sailing?
No turmoil in the sense that you might think of it. But I mean, every band has turmoil. I don't care what people say. That's just how it is. It's just like a marriage, right? That it moves. It's a living thing, right? If there's no turmoil, you're probably a boring fucking band. But Mike, the guitar player, he has had issues with his, wrists and hands.
Let me check. Hold on, Rob. You're doing good.
What happened to the 4D guy?
Hey, 4D's got to come back. He's got having some trouble with his mic. It sounded like he was flushing a toilet, or he may have been gurgling, something like this.
I thought he sits on a toilet.
Yeah, well, we don't know exactly what was going on, Rob.
They may have been gurgling.
Holy smoke. So yeah, the dynamic with the band. So Mike was going through some issues at this time.
Yeah. So I mean, this could take a whole nother live stream.
But listen, Rachel, when you're with Joey and you're alone, he won't shut up about this shit.
It's our Joey. It's just the way he goes. It's the way he rolls.
So
all right, keep going, buddy.
So those were if there was any drama, it was centered around that. He had issues. We had some issues with Mike and his physical being before. We had to cancel a huge tour. It was kind of a disaster. That was on the second album. But so this record, we had to, he was timing himself like I could only play for this amount of time per day, yada, yada, yada. So that didn't help like how fast we were making this record. But it turns out it didn't matter. We had all the time in the world on that one. But no, there was no drama back then, really. It was all pretty much, we were having fun, man. It was really kind of fun.
I love this comment, Joey. I've requested 2 of my local record stores bring in your records. This is what we want, Dane. I so appreciate this comment.
There are less copies of it this time than last time.
So yeah, less copies. So try and get it. If you want this record, folks, and you want to get the vinyl, you're going to have to knock and give your local record store a yell, a shout out, and let them know you want it, because the guy is Joey, is our friend Joey, for the love of God. And, so anyway, I love the comment. Super hopeful. One of the 2 will make it happen. Yeah, absolutely, Dane. Thanks for doing that.
I got to ask Joey about, before you came up, Joey, we were talking a bit about perfectionism. And if you're not careful, that can stall the creative process, because there's no such thing as perfectionism, but you still keep trying. So does that ever interfere with you, or do you just go right through that as well? Because I remember you saying, like last time we were on together, you said you don't have that fear that I have when you start to create something. Okay, so when you start to create something and you're on the trail, does perfectionism not get in the way for you?
I don't know if it gets in the way, and it's funny because now we're talking about this record, El Subliminoso. We were in the studio. Technically, it was 5 months, but we took 1 month off in the middle of it. But I mean, it shouldn't take 5 months to make a record. All right, it really shouldn't. We're just fucking around so much. And in fact, there's 2 songs that didn't make the record. That each song took 2 weeks. So a whole month was spent making 2 songs that didn't make the record, although they will be on the fourth side of this RSD record. I see Rob the Wax. I see Rob.
Rachel, can I'm giving back to the
Yeah, Rob, I
community.
want you to do this. This is great.
Can you
Let's
put up-
go big on that.
Can I read a comment?
I'd
that's
sure
not
like
with
you to,
Joey
Rob.
For
Yeah,
the person to
sure.
give it a voice.
All right.
Yeah.
Which one would you like, Rob? Here.
What do you think, Rachel?
Okay, well, we got we got young Jim out there is going. He's a big fan of yours. Okay, okay. Is this the one? Is this what's
I'm gonna do my best to do it in his voice.
Okay, this is going to be an impression. It's not impersonation. It's what's known as an impression of young Jim. Here we go.
Joey, when you worked with Ringo, did you ever reveal why Pete Best was fired?
Yeah.
That's one of the most elusive mysteries in music history. Pete is still looking for answers.
All right.
And so am I.
Okay, well, I think we all are.
Now, because I'm hyper focused, even when I'm half tanked, I'm bringing Joey right back to that question about, does perfectionism get in the way of your creativity?
It doesn't get in the way. I will say it affects it. And there is a thing all artists, I think, go through this. When are you done?
Yeah.
When are you done? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, because you're not doing a math problem where you're done when you get the right answer. You're done when you say you're done. So why would you say you're done? Why would you feel like you're done? And that, I think, is the hard part. That's where other voices are very handy, i.e. a mixer. You know, they'll tell you when you're done. You know, shut up and sit down.
Okay.
I'm going to finish this damn thing. So, in fact, I'm going to LA this week, Rob. I'm going to be in LA this week mixing the Seven Horse record up at Dave Way's house. And he's very good at saying you're done, you know.
Do you have built-in breaks?
Joey,
It's gonna be raining all week, you know.
we got another question for Joey here. Hey, and we know the answer to this, but it's a great question. Did you mention you worked with Sting? Yes, he did. Any insight? Yeah, very fine musician. But I heard lots of stories of difficult to work with. Sting difficult to work with, or an egotist? Or hold on, we'll go to Rob first. Then we'll go to Joey. Rob also working extensively with Sting.
Hey, the diminutive of Vinyl Dale. When I mean diminutive, he's short as shit, right? Dude, I don't wonder why I get trolled. In fact, I don't really get trolled. Maybe, hold on, I have to do what Dale does when he's on.
Hold on. So
When I get trolled,
holy smokes,
I
he's
get
just
trolled,
looking off
I
at
don't
this
wonder-
space.
listen, I don't wonder about anything. Not even why, like,
Why even Dale's asking a question of Ronnie? He doesn't ask that. He
hold
don't
on.
go there.
and when you direct questions or anything about me, it's Mr. Rob to you.
Mr. Rob, for the love of God.
That's
All right.
That's going to be my new fake name when I sign into hotels. So the
All
group
right.
is
Well,
Mr. Rob.
okay. So we'll get to that.
You might
There's
say
so
they're
much.
overbooked when you do that. you
Oh
know.
my God.
Rob.
Okay. So Joe. Okay. What's Joe's question?
Oh, the Sting. There was a Sting question.
Oh, okay. Here's a great question. So, you guys have done a lot of albums. Data, how many albums does Data put out? Do you know, Joey, offhand? You may not even know yourself.
I know all too well. 7.
Okay. How many? 7 albums.
Is the number, but that includes everything. So 7.
If you want to introduce somebody to the band, Which album would you start with? Which album, this
The-
El
the-
Subliminio.
Puzzle.
So
Puzzle. Just go get a CD of that.
you think Puzzle would be the one?
I think so because it's a little more passive. It's a little bit more. It is that record's an audiophile record. I would not call this an audiophile record because it's so pushed, right? But I mean, honestly, this is the band's favorite record. Okay, but I think the first record is a really good record to get into. I mean, it's a great. People love that record.
Yeah, and Sue goes Puzzle for sure.
So after all that, did you get along well with Sting?
Yeah. So going to the Sting thing, Sting was nothing but nice. The band was nothing but nice. We were on tour with him. We did basically it was like two separate tours. We did the American tour. We took a couple months off, and then we went and did the European run. And man, like we played 4 nights in LA at the Greek Theater. Okay.
4 nights, Greek Theater, but we got problems right here in LA. Here we go, Rob. What's going on? What is it?
Can you
Wow, we got this going. We got this going. What
can you just
is going on
highlight
here?
Final Dale's comment?
Okay, here we go.
Now, Rachel, what is my
Let's
saying?
check out
What is my
Jeff.
saying about this?
Okay, you've talked to these kids before.
Not this putz.
Uh-oh.
The other one.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
The
there
Final
we've got
Dale
that.
comment. Okay, what is my theory about this?
Your feeling that triggered is that the person has to be triggered in order to trigger the
When
trigger.
they're typing the word out, they're triggered.
That's where the triggering comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, Simon doubling down,
Wait,
saying
wait.
you're actually inviting this sort of thing, Rob.
Rachel, did everyone get my invitations to troll me?
I
on
hope
your
so,
stream?
because it's happening quick and furious. Joey, as a rock god, does it sometimes hurt your feelings where a young upstart like Rob is gaining more, garnering more attention than your fine self from the people in the audience?
Look, you don't get anywhere in this business by not understanding your lane. Now, when someone like Rob comes up in his lane and he's moving that fast, what happens? There's a wake.
I get the hell out of the way.
You ride the wake. You don't, try to get away. You get on that wake.
You wipe out.
You ride it.
Rachel, they're going fast and furious. Who's triggered here? Me? I'm laughing. Hey, I'm laughing at all of you.
He's having a good laugh.
I'm laughing. Especially, I'm laughing at Arnie Zanzibar.
All right, Arnie. Yeah, I had to ban
no
one of these
original
kids for
material.
time out.
Yeah, that was Arnie.
Arnie, you're a first responder. Do better. Arnie Zanzibar.
Wait. Rachel, you've been on for more than 2 hours, right?
Yes.
And I was going, Rachel's missing something today.
Yes.
And I saw all the putzes were in the chat. So I came up.
And then it's all this.
It's like, dude, it's like Final Dale. This is my thing. Like, if you literally had a thing, maybe people would watch it.
This is it.
This is what I got. I
And
bathed
it's
him.
funny. All right. We got, here's something I want to talk about you, Joey.
How am I ever going to convince people that Rob's a lovable guy if Rob
He's
is working
totally lovely. You
against
don't
me?
need to. Look at him. He's adorable.
Well, I mean, 4D, man. Who's making a bigger ass of themselves? Not me.
Hey, Barry, welcome to the program with Dr. Winston O'Boogie.
No,
We
it's
love
Barry.
him. The
What's
pride
up?
of Newcastle. We love you, lad. Okay, Joey, I got my friend Nick Tronic. He was supposed to be up here promoting this album of his, CD. He does ambient, experimental. He's a fantastic guy. I talk to him all the time, Instagram.
Cool.
I don't know what it is. He's deathly crippling shyness. He doesn't want to come up on this thing to promote. And because Nick Tronic, our friend Nick Tronic, there's the name. Nick Tronic.
What's the matter? Do you have facial scars?
I don't know, but Rob, he's
That would be
very
cool.
shy, crippling shyness.
He's
And I'm
usually
trying to tell him,
Yeah.
listen, man, he's got a new album. He's going to go to vinyl. He's trying to put it out there, but he's lamenting. He goes, oh,
Mark-
Rach, it costs so much to make these. People aren't buying it.
Wait,
I go, Nick, people don't know who you are. Come on the show.
Mark Copernicus comes up and talks
Mark
about
Copernicus.
this.
We want Mark up here. We like promoting Mark. Mark's a hell of a nice guy.
That's the
He's
only
got
way
a
you
new
can do
album
it.
out. We want to promote Mark too.
Is Nick still in the chat? Nick Tron?
He might be. I would like to think he is, but
Okay,
know,
I'm very happy to step back in chat if Nick wants to
no,
come up and
it's
chat
not
music.
above
And,
that.
I suspect that
There's
perhaps,
room for 6 people up here. Okay.
okay,
Let's keep it in perspective.
I suspect that some people perhaps get self-conscious as if it's the hard sell if they even talk about the product that they've got going. But you can just shoot the breeze about it, and then people can decide whether they want to buy it or not. It doesn't have to be a hard sell.
No,
I think
it
that's
does,
good.
but I wanted to promote
Very
it. Now,
good.
hold on. We've got a comment. Joey, please, you're getting out of control on this. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
All right, Rachel.
Okay, Rob,
usually
how do you handle
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay, and then we got a follow-up from young Jim. Remember, there's no such thing as a bad boy. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, interesting.
Rachel, I have a little book where I just write staple face Jim, staple face Jim, staple face Jim. Yes.
Okay, Final Dale's comment has been.
Talking to Arnie. I mean, he's talking to Spring Hill Jim. Your thing is to mock Rob. That's nothing clever.
Okay, he's not mocking Rob. Vinyl Dale is supporting you, Rob,
Yeah.
in the sweetest, most kindest way possible as he attacks Jim as being not clever.
Thank you.
Can you say thank you, Simon? Let's see
Hey,
if we can. if it
Rachel,
happens.
can you
Yeah.
go to Jim's last comment?
This could be a breakthrough. Okay, we're going to Jim's. Okay, here we go. Rob.
This is where I'll be the real me.
Okay.
Listen, Jim, making fun of Dale is not a good thing. He's very sensitive about his size.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Joey, when you came on, did you think it was going to be as good and as rewarding an experience as it's turned out to be?
I was hoping.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally getting the vinyl treatment on this Record Store Day. But folks, if you want to get a copy of this thing, you got to phone your stores, tell them you want to get a copy. And what do we got here, Joey? What are we looking at here, left?
Okay, so getting into the business end of Record Store Day, which, by the way, a lot of people who are not in the vinyl community just cannot wrap their head around it. It's all problem, no joy, and I field a lot of those questions, and I try to keep it nice, but people don't understand. Here's my kind of overarching message I try to get out there.
Do this quickly, Joey, because we got heat with Rob down below. I can feel it coming.
Okay. I don't think people understand. I feel like people think that Dada sat around one day smoking cigars and went, what we should do? We should put all our records on Record Store Day. And there was other options for us.
Yeah.
We could have made 10,000 records and just put them on our website, which is impossible. This band Dada will never happen. In fact, I didn't think there would ever be vinyl release on any of these records. This is a saving grace. This is a once in our lifetime opportunity to get these records on vinyl. There is no other way.
You benefited from the best of Record Store Day because it sold out, and right away people were flipping it for a lot of money.
Believe me, I heard all about that too.
Yeah, and it boosted the notoriety.
Right,
Rob,
right.
Unfortunately, Sue has had to confess a mea culpa. She seems to have misinterpreted young Vinyl Dale, who has now said, no, my insults were in fact aimed at Rob. You pathetic little man. Rob, respond.
Here's where Staple Face Jim failed.
Okay, let's do this, Jim.
He tried to make me one of the primary, what do you call it?
I call him a target.
Targets of his really lame vitriol. Rachel?
Yeah.
So his channel got taken down. But Dale, there's a space there for you.
Yes.
You can make hate content about me. All the other channels have failed at doing it, but I think you're the one who can make it go.
Well, I'm going to
Rob.
model myself after Joey, and I'm going to rise above the whole fucking BC thing.
Attaboy, attaboy. Just keep the incense burning and, and pray to your God as what was it Dave Allen used to say? Hey, will Dada tour again? I missed 2024. What's the thoughts on that, Joey?
I'm just gonna say.
Well, Joey,
did
say
miss
the
it.
thing that every band
missed
says. Say
What?
that thing that every band says.
Okay, what's the band say,
They
Rob?
say never. I always
Okay,
say
Joey, never say never.
Never say never. Never say never, but it's damn close to never. That's all I can say. That was that would have been a good time to see us because we were actually doing it. It's getting
they were
harder
good.
and harder for that band to get together for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah.
And for reasons I won't go into, let's put it that way. But
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you tour as a Seven Horse and you play the Dado song. So
well, we did that. So we tried a hybrid last year. That may not ever happen again either. I'm just not
Now,
sure.
that's kind of curious. Why may it not happen again? What did you like about it? What didn't work about it that you're able to talk about?
It's hard to when you have the post-op, right? You assess what happened. You have to keep a lot of things in mind. Okay, Dada had just toured the year before. Maybe it was too soon. Even though people say, we want to see you next year, but maybe they think, oh, they're back again. I'll see him the next year, right? It was last year was a weird time for everyone in the touring game. It was down. Like attendance were fucking down. And believe me, they were down. I don't know. I just kind of feel like some people liked it, but some people there are Seven Horse fans that don't know who the fuck Dada is. And it's like, why are you playing this song? I want to hear that song, right? And vice versa. So maybe the hybrid thing's not the best. We'll see what happens next. I could definitely.
I think that Harry's Seattle Back Garden is the ideal launch for a tour.
It is the ideal launch. Well, actually, I'm not sure how ideal it is. It's kind of out of the way. but his backyard is awesome. I love his backyard. Hey, but going back to kind of the business of what's going on here, I'm pretty sure this is the last week you, as a fan of Dada, can call your local brick and mortar RSD Record Store Day participating brick and mortar store and say, hey, will you please order enough fucking Dada records because I'm going to be out here in the freezing cold and I really would like one to be there when I get to the front of the line. This is the week because after this week, they're done ordering it. So whatever's ordered is, and you don't always get what you order. They could order 10 and get 1. They could order 50 and get 2 or get 49. You never know. Mike over at the End Groove, he ordered 200 of the last copy of the last record. I think he got like 80 all in. At first he got 60, then he got a few more.
It's great having Mike part of the vinyl community as well as being a brick and mortar guy.
Oh yeah,
helping our artists and
he's very
getting.
Very
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's supposed to be getting copies of Angelo Kelly's record.
Yeah. Angela's working a deal. We had mentioned that a little earlier in the program.
I posted 2 questions.
Okay, we got 2 questions. Can you pop them out on the screen?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. What are they? Give me the question. I don't know how to read them. Okay. I see what you've done. I see. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I'm getting them here. Okay, so Sue, you put them out there. Okay. Well, okay, I got to go to YouTube, I guess, for it. Rob, just hang on, I'll read it.
Well, make Joey big, Rachel. Make Joey big.
Well, hold on. I'm doing 20 things at once.
Go ahead, Rob the
Joey,
wax.
do you have right to make T-shirts of those covers?
Hold them up.
I've got
We have
20
done
things
that
going on. I can't deal.
I don't know if anyone's got anyone's going to be doing that on our
Okay,
end.
now I got it, Sue.
Okay.
But so, okay, the reason why I'm holding this up, this is the actual, this one, Callio. This is the actual laminate for that tour, the El Subliminoso tour, okay? What I'm going to do today is I'm going to try to, and this is this is something that was made up for the record that happened after that. But I like this size. I'm going to try to get something this size with this picture on it. And last year, what I did is I made, I think it was a dozen of these custom made little cards that your humble servant and friend, Joey Callio, made. That basically it was a gift for the first person to buy or to stand in line and get their copy of Dada. At that time it was Puzzle. And I had all the guys in the band sign it. So it was just a little incentive. I'm going to try to do the same thing, but what I'd like to do is get a laminate made. I'm going down to the laminate man today to see if I can get this done in time. If I can, because I'm leaving on Tuesday to go to LA to mix a record, but the band will be down there. I can get them to sign this laminate, and that is what I will be giving away. The band, will be giving away at certain record stores around the country as a thank you to the fans and to the record store for ordering the record. But I'll say it again.
Yeah,
this is
fantastic.
the last week to ask your record store, your RSD participating record store, ask them order. After this week, it's baked in. And Rob had just said there's only 1,500 of these things being made. That's for America and Canada, by the way. This time it's going to Canada. I don't know what the breakdown on that is. I don't know if it's 14 and one up to Canada. I have no idea. But all that is happening. Again, I'm going to do my best to make a little laminate. If I can't get the laminate in time, I'll make a card. But I'm definitely going to do something for people who wait in line at crack of yesterday.
And you've done something you've done. That's something you've done yourself in the early lineup.
I
Okay,
do it.
Joey, we got a couple of questions for you. One is, Joey, are you aware that Ken Scott recorded one of his first bands in 1970, and they were in fact named Dada? And would notice it's all capitalized for that band. They were the precursor to the band that Robert Palmer first sang with, or were possibly got a question. Were you aware of all that? And then the second one question is, would a future Dada vinyl box be an option, or signed release? Like you get 7 albums, that's perfect for a box size, and put them all in one, the complete Dada. That would be something to have. That would be very cool. Yeah,
so
in a heartbeat.
That falls under the category of business, the music business. And this is a topic I field a lot on my Instagram and Facebook and with fans. And I think it's hard for them to understand. I was kind of alluding to it before. They kind of feel like we have choices here. We could either make 10,000 copies and sell it ourselves, or we could do Record Store Day, which is not correct. This happened, the first record, let's just call it Puzzle, happened because we spent 2 years, and when I say we, a lot of it, most of it was my wife, Christina, so I met Christina at Geffen Records. She's a music business person, right? She's been in the business for years. She spent 2 years bugging Universal, her connections there, kindly bugging them, bringing it up. And again, it was a lot of no's. They own all the rights right now to the Dada output, okay? So if anything happens, it's because they want it to happen. And imagine there's a stack of priorities at Universal Records, okay? Universal Music Group, where Dada fits in on that stack. It's not even in the stack. It's over in a different stack, right? So it was very fortunate that they allowed Real Gone Music to put out the record, right? That is how this works. It's not up to us. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, there are other issues that need addressing, and one of them is right now. Okay, Rob, we got a comment here from
there's a rumor, and when I say rumor, it's something I'm making up right now.
Yes, Rob.
Little Jimmy here, I heard, likes to sans clothes in a
Yes.
hot, sweaty room and
Yes.
read through the Epstein files.
He's been reading them all
Yeah.
by himself. He's spending quality time.
Relax.
Holy smokes! I tell you, Jim,
Hey,
it's just
Joey,
horrible.
I got a good idea for you.
Yes.
In addition to you randomly sending out these signed laminates, I think you should create 5 of them for people who are able to get the record, and then post on social media in some way, follow some rules, and then you'll send them one of those signed laminates.
So you're making more work for me. This is already.
I'm trying to help you. The genius of my mind.
Okay, so one of the things I'm talking about is my friend Nick Trout. He's very short. Speak a little to self promotion and putting yourself out there and being vulnerable with the public and try to do it. Because I'm trying to tell this kid, you got talent, you got the product, you can go out and buy this, folks. And I love the kid. He's a nice guy, but I think he gets I don't know what's going on. Talk to us about self promotion or trying to risk taking. I guess we're talking.
He's like Rob the Waxed. He's very shy.
Very retiring and shy.
Very shy.
Yes.
Oh,
Go ahead,
Rachel.
He doesn't know what to do with that.
Man, Rachel, all the hard-ons watch you religiously.
Okay, what the hell kind of thing? They come up, they create these things so quickly.
No, listen. Hey, retards.
Failure pants.
Hey, it's Jim, it's Billiam, and it's Zanzibar.
And that Artie.
With all their troll accounts. So everyone, okay, hey, this is how nice Joey is. This is what Joey said to you, Rachel.
Okay, hang on. Oh, hold on, Joey's doing something now. Hold on, there's Rob.
Keep
Hold on,
going.
Rob. Sorry, I'm timing my nicenesses. Everybody's going big. Okay, Joey, hold on. Let's see.
I'm looking for a picture of me back in the day to respond to the how it's easy. And I just saw this is what I was referring to about the sign that was on the top of Iris Records. That's
Very cool. Yeah,
those
so
are
they actually took the circular logo.
yes, they did.
Yeah, I was picturing it as like a big rectangular kind of thing. Okay, we got a Washington Capitals hockey puck here.
Yeah,
Something
so
going on.
Joey was at the opening of the MCI Center at the time. It's not called that anymore.
Right.
And they sang national anthem. And
Look at me. I'm a Canadian. I could tell
got
right
a puck
away what
from the
was going on
game.
with
This is my team, obviously.
It's an official NHL game puck.
Yeah. This is when they had that horrible logo. And then
Yeah, but they aren't easy to get. Those things aren't
Yeah.
easy to get, Rob.
Yeah, they are easy to get. You go to a game and
No,
you
yeah,
open
they
and give
have
you a
to.
puck.
No, they got to shoot them into the
And if
audience.
you're Rachel, if
Yes,
you're like a moron like Jim,
Yes.
luckily a puck might fly through the air and hit you in the head.
Okay, that would be horrible, Jim. We don't want any pucks hitting you.
No, we don't want.
Okay,
We don't
go
want
ahead,
aggressive-
Joey.
Keeps flying. So just to talk about ego and how do you get up here and talk. If you're talking about Joey Callio, I used to in the 80s. This is like late 80s. That's me in the Geffen mailroom sitting next to Jimmy Page. Okay.
Yeah, we recognize. We know what's going on.
Yes. Yes. You're welcome. If you can, I have a lot of hair there. Okay. I used to spend a fucking hour putting hairspray in my hair in the 80s, back when it was Big Hair Day. And
Yeah, you had to. Yeah.
That's hard to believe.
Exactly. I'm not the guy who's shy to talk, is what I'm trying to say. So it's easier for me, but I totally get that. Like, I hate talking about like being the salesman and all that shit. And I think one of you guys, Rachel, I don't know if it was you who said it, just come up here and be yourself. I think that's really how you do it. You don't have to come in selling hard with your, you don't have to start there. You just sneak it in,
Right.
Yeah, that's that was what 4D was saying. Very much that line, that same approach to it. You don't have to go hard sell, but just come up, talk about your music, let people see the passion you have for what you're doing. It's infectious, boys and girls. And I'm not just talking to Nick Tronic, but I'm talking to any artist that may feel shy or a little reticent about trying to come out and self-promote. You got to do it if you want to get anywhere in life. Because if you don't do it, nature abhors a vacuum. If you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, and they're going to take the limelight away from you, and then they're going to be the one making the sale.
Back in the day, okay, so just on that kind of topic, like when we were touring this record or the first record or whatever, a lot on the first, second, and third and fourth record in the 90s, when I would be on tour, it wasn't just like wake up, go to sound check, and play the show. It would be, I had a list of phone calls that were coming my way, all press. So it was like it was press all day. You do local press for wherever you were, and then there'd be like, oh, the Rolling Stone magazine. Like we were in Rolling Stone a bunch of times, you know, especially on that. They used to have different columns, like, you know, whatever, we'd be in all that shit.
In the 1990s, was that, Joey?
In the 90s, yes, in the 90s.
Okay.
And I have it over there. Like I did that Absolute Vodka thing, and you know that was on in a double issue. I mean, just it was all questions all the time. It was press all the time. Back then,
you know, Kurt Vonnegut did that Absolute Vodka as well. You know, you're in good company.
Thank you.
I haven't known that Rob also did an Absolute Vodka spread.
But the point is, back then in the 90s, there was no internet. You know, there was none of this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
No, it was all about, you just had to, you were constantly talking on the phone and, you know, doing whatever interview and also on tour, they would wake us up at the crack of fucking dawn on a day we'd be playing a show to go to a radio station at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. And we'd have to play live, sing, you know, and it was oftentimes.
Yeah, that's rough. That is rough.
It was me. And man, that's like, you know, you're all like, you know, can I fucking even talk right now? But you do it, you know? So.
Yeah, Burton Cummings from the Guess Who, he was on Howard Stern, and it was like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. And Stern's going, sing These Eyes for us. Burton, it's like, holy shit, man. Yeah. It's like 7 in the morning, but what are you going to do? The show must go on. Yeah. You perform when they ask you to go. You gotta make it happen, right?
A lot of lozenges and warming up and all that bullshit. But I guess the reason why I bring it up before we go to the wax is you get used to it, right? You get used to the sales pitch after a while.
Right.
All right, Rob, go ahead.
Susie has a question.
Scusi, what's with Arnie's fruit obsession? Rob, it seems to be a question directed at you.
Sue, you are what you eat.
Oh my God, I have way too much fun up here. So anyway, holy smokes.
I can remember an early show where Rachel was in such fits of laughter there was a real danger of falling backwards off the chair.
I've fallen on the floor before. Rob's dropped me to the floor a couple of times over the years doing this thing. But it is great. Ladies and gentlemen, the new album it's from 1996, but first time ever on vinyl. Coming to Record Store Day. And boy, is that coming down quick. So Record Store Day, when is the actual date for it?
April 18.
April 18, boys and girls. So
this is the last week. This is it. This is the last week you can have influence on your local record store.
Brick and mortar. Get it to get in. So find your local independent record stores for Record Store Day and get it going. You're acting, El Subliminoso, which is being released.
El Subliminoso.
What he said, I will not pronounce this foreign language record, so I can't do
That's it.
Yeah,
El Subliminoso.
El Subliminoso. Oh, God help me. Anyway, this is what you want to tell them about. And do it. If you want the album, that's about the only way you're going to get it, folks.
You know what the cool kids call it, by the way? They just call it El Sub.
El Sub, that's going to work for me. El Sub, I want El Sub, man, from Data, which is what.
Hey, Rachel, can you pretend you're calling your record store
Okay.
to ask, and I'll answer the
Okay,
phone.
you're going to be my record star. I'm going to be. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm in Canada, remember, Rob? Hello, record store person.
Hold on, I'm putting the little thing in the.
All right.
Call Sunrise right now.
All right.
Yes.
It's a Sunday, right?
Okay, we got to. Okay.
You can leave a message.
Hey, record guy, I got a record I need for record store day, and I got to have it so badly. Want to know what it's called?
I'm sorry to inform you, we had too many records do not participate in Record Store Day.
Hello?
This one is coming.
Hello? You know, and then I got to push down on the thing to click, hoping that somehow I'll really establish.
Call the real record store.
No, well, I'm not calling them right now.
Oh,
No,
hold on.
because no.
Hold
Take
on.
it away.
Rachel, I got to finish.
They aren't even open.
Yeah, we don't accept collect calls from Canada. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but also you got to watch it. Yeah, but you can do it. Sue's phoning actually right now, phoning our local brick and mortar.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be in Canada this time. I don't think they were
Okay.
last time.
I don't think so. Not last round.
Yep.
Okay, so Rob, what have you been doing? And you were getting in a little later today. We're happy to have you drop by. It's Sunday. Any activities today? You going out? Going to be checking record stores?
I think I'm going to do an auction on Saturday. I did a classical one last one.
Yeah.
I'm doing a regular one on Saturday, so I'm just cleaning records and grading.
We
them.
just got a comment somebody earlier. They just said that you did a great job. Okay, hold on, Rob. I need your help. This is going to be problematic. Rob, can you take this on? He's referring to.
Hold on.
I was holding up.
You don't, Renee. Joey is 10 times the size of a normal man. The regular, it just looks small.
Thank you, Rob, for helping Renee. Renee, we love you. No, Renee, what's happening? Renee, what's going on here is this CD. It is the CD you rightly identified, but for the first time ever, Renee, this is why you got to phone your record store. Is Joey's album is going to be going on the bigger size called a record. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be happening in April. So but you can only got 1 week in order to get a hold of your local record store in Ontario to tell them.
Can I do an impression of Renee calling his record store?
Holy smoke. Okay, Rob, do you want to try that on? Renee, watch this. This is what it could be like if you phone your record store.
Oh, wait, this is a bottle of glue. It's not the phone.
Okay, that's not going to work. All right. Hey,
I have a question. I have a question for Rachel.
All right. Question for Rachel.
Do I break into another bottle of
Oh,
these
you
or,
do.
or not? Do I?
Oh, you go. We're going.
Okay.
We're in
Right
for the
now.
long haul today.
All right.
Okay. Maybe we'll get Renee up in a little bit. Okay. What else do we have here? Patrick is having, this is PB Tall. Patrick is having an auction later today. We love Patrick on this program. He's a good lad. Yeah, there's a simulation of what's going to be happening on the record store day.
Exactly.
It's not the real thing, but an incredible simulation.
Yes.
And
It looks something like that on record store day.
Wasn't that the riff they did for Beatlemania when the Beatlemania show was there? Not the real thing, but an incredible simulation.
Yeah. That's how I feel like God is sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. And Gabby says asking your local record store to order doesn't mean you have to buy it from them. You're just asking them allows for them to have a chance to carry it for you to think about buying it.
Actually, I could be a little more helpful from what I've noticed on Instagram.
Yeah.
A lot of stores are posting, contact us. So we order records people are going to come in and get.
Yeah.
Yeah, because so I don't know if people know this. They have to buy them outright. There's no returns. Like once a record store and that's why they want to know, they don't want to overbuy on a certain, they don't want to be stuck with 10 El Subliminosos. For God's sake, no one even knows how to pronounce the damn thing. They don't want that.
I know, but it's El Sub for the cool kids.
Yes. So
that's how I'll be pronouncing it.
I have a feeling they'll all be gone by record store day.
I have a feeling they're going to sell. I think they're going to sell.
I mean, look,
I think they'll sell. I don't think you have to worry. They're going to sell out. Do you know why, Joey? And just for one thing alone, the vinyl community alone is going to, everyone that In-Groove gets is going to sell out. You'll sell them out.
Well, I heard the test.
Yeah, we get like on our shows, we'll pull in 1,500 views on this show. But that's a lot of eyes on, Joey.
Right on.
A lot of freaking eyes on.
Well, I heard it this week, and it sounds pretty fucking amazing. I will say that, and I was really surprised by the stuff that's not on there. So it's 2 records, 4 sides. They put all the songs that are from the CD on side 1, 2, and 3, and then side 4 are 4 songs that were not on the record. Man, those sound pretty fucking good. If I do say so myself, I was really surprised by how great those sounded. One of them is a cover of "California Dreamin'" that we used to play. It's a fan favorite in the Dada world.
Well, you know what?
I would just like to say half tanked. I would still just like to say El Subliminoso.
El Subliminoso. Half tanked doing it better than I can. I haven't had anything. One of the great moments I tell people the story. I'm down in LA. I'm down in San Diego Zoo, and they were playing California Dreamin'. I was a Canadian kid down in LA, San Diego in this case, and you're just thinking California Dreamin', and you're going, oh my God, look where I am. How tripped out is this? And Joey, you've seen the world. Literally, you've seen the world. Because we've seen the pictures where the Roman Colosseum, and you're all over the place. It's just unbelievable. You've traveled a lot. You've seen a lot. It's one of the great privileges that comes with the rock and roll life. The road is a hard place, as the late Robbie Robertson says in The Last Waltz, one of the most poignant moments is the road has taken a lot of us, taken a lot of people, because the lifestyle's hard. It's rough and tumble.
It really is.
Rock and roll is a vicious game, as April Wine intoned. But one of the benefits, though, is that you do get to see a lot of the world. Maybe not a lot of the world, because there's a lot of hotel rooms and the immediate surrounding block or so around the hotel. You work all night, you sleep all day. But it's one of the perks of it all.
We in the early 90s on that first album tour that I told you we toured for 15 months. Back then, there was a lot more. We'd have days off, because we would be touring, opening for Sting, and he wasn't playing every night. So we would, we would have a day off in a town, and we would all wander around. That Sting tour was amazing. I mean, for a while there, the guitar player, and I know as soon as I try to think of his name, I'm going to forget. He was in World Parties, touring band. Guy's fucking amazing. I think he's South American. He would come. So Dada was starting to get big, like in towns like Chicago. We would open for Sting at the Chicago, wherever, Enormo Dome was. And then Dada would go do their own show late at night in some club in Chicago. He would come, the guitar player for Sting would come and jam with us on our encore. I mean, it was
That's
insane.
Trippy,
Yeah, it was fucking amazing.
Great energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because you said California, Rachel, if we narrow that down a bit, because Mazzy is watching, I can feel it. I can intuit
Yes,
it.
he is. I sense my spider senses.
I can telepath it. So to narrow it down from California, if you're going to San Francisco,
I like that.
be
That's
sure
one of the most
to
beautiful
wear some flowers in your hair. Cheers, Maz.
All across the nation.
Oh, I can't get that high.
New generation. Fantastic. Rob, you're a kind of a bird out of water. You're from originally Buffalo, the great state of New York. But then you find yourself in Virginia as a backwoodsman, making your way to D.C., where it all happens, before settling down in Los Angeles, where you have really taken to the local environment Have you thought of doing something like the late great Adam the Woo or Jason? What's the kid with the dog?
I don't know
John.
any of the. I
You
don't know
know,
any.
and you could go around the
I
haunts of
don't know any
LA.
of the people
Hey,
you're
Rob,
talking
I'm
about.
here. I'm Rob the Wax. We're outside the what used to be known as the Viper Showroom, now torn down. It was here where Johnny Depp first met River Phoenix. You know, that kind of thing you could do. I think you'd be good at it.
Rob, did you say your sister lived in DC? I was raised in DC.
No, well, all my siblings were
Okay,
raised in DC.
because she might
Okay, here
remember
it is.
it was nicknamed the $1 Theater.
Look at that, Joey.
That's Joey. That's Joey.
I mean, I was raised in DC.
Okay.
The $1, the
yeah.
Circle Theater.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Well, it wasn't on fire like it looks like it is right now.
No, but the roof was leaking, Rob, because I went
$1.
there.
I don't. Where location does it say that's at?
Okay, the location is bear with me. Pennsylvania Avenue, 2105 Pennsylvania Avenue. It's called the $1 Theater, nicknamed. I was there in
area?
'85. I was there for 7 months in 1985, and what they would do, Rob, is because they wasn't licensed to show the new films, they would show
Was it a DuPont?
It was
Yes,
close to DuPont Circle. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And the reason I mention it is because your relatives were in one of the double bills I saw. I saw A Night at the Opera and A Day at the Races there.
Oh, no, all Jews are not related. For me.
But no, they're not, Rob. No, they're not, Rob. But you definitely are related to Groucho Marx. There's no
all right,
question about that.
Hold on, Rob. All Jews are related. They're through Father Abraham.
All right, so 4D Man, a factoid
Rob.
you want to know. So
Yeah.
Circle Films, which I think might have produced the first Coen Brothers movie, distributed. So that group who owned the theaters also made movies.
Okay. So did you ever go there, Rob? The Circle Theater that I just showed you?
I might have gone there a couple of times. They had I think a few theaters around DC.
We might have been in the same audience.
Yeah,
we might have been in the same audience in 1985.
Maybe. I would
Rob,
go down.
I asked this question of 4D earlier in the program. We're talking about, fame and this sort of thing. Like Mazzy Star reached out to this this guy. He's a very earnest singer. I play him. I can never remember the guy's name. But anyway, he's out there doing his thing. And Mazzy Star, he covers one of Mazzy Star's songs. The girl in Mazzy Star, she reaches out to him and goes, you did great with that legend. She calls him a legend. And the guy's so horrible, but he's kind of good but bad at the same time. It's kind of strange thing. Herc introduced the guy to me. Anyway, so my thesis is that the bridge between the celebrity, the star, the rock god, and us little people is becoming it's more accessible. There's more interaction, there's more occasion for contact. Now, 4D how do you put it? He put a caveat in there saying, yes, but there is some financial restraint where, for example, in the world of the footballers, they used to be lunch bucket brigades taking the bus. Now they've got Lear jets and private cars and chauffeurs, and they're multi-billionaires, zillionaires. And so the divide is there financially. Okay, granted, good point. But still, there still seems to be, at least to my mind, more access. Like you get Joe Mayo and you've got Sean Ono Lennon shouting out Joe Mayo. Oh, everybody watch this guy's show. I mean,
I agree, because from humble beginnings, here I am talking to Joey Callio and Rob the Wax. I mean, so.
Well, hold on. I am the source of a great documentary, which on a serious note, Joey, you also are the subject of a documentary related to Dada. And what's the story on that? And where is it in the release?
Very interesting. It's very interesting you just brought that up.
All right.
So I just had a back and forth with the guys that are doing it this week. One of the things I'm going to be doing in LA is they're doing they want to do, like, they've got a list of questions they wish they would have asked us, right? So they're going to come back. We're going to do one final shoot, but I think they have it signed up for, these, what are they called, Rob, where they show the films and shit before they come out.
Like a premiere?
Premiere?
They're not
Preview.
premieres.
Preview.
What?
Preview. Preview.
Yeah, but you know where they have the what are
A
those?
test screen?
test
No,
screen.
where all the people show up and they show all the movies and
A premiere. That's a premiere.
but it's like a vinyl
it's-
con, but it's for movies.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's,
Festival.
yeah, it's
Festival.
a film festival.
Okay.
I need after this I'm drinking more coffee.
Yeah, I think maybe some wine might help smooth that out. At this
they're already being put in festivals. Apparently this thing looks pretty good, is what I'm hearing. So there is going to be a Dada documentary. It is
Cool.
happening, and yeah, I'll be doing a little bit more work on it this week when I'm down in LA. He wants to interview Dave Way too, because he wants to get like other projects that are happening with the Dada Boys. So that is happening, and it's happening
Cool.
right now.
All right, good. Yeah, good to hear. So good things. I look forward to seeing it. Now, another film I'm looking forward to is because I've been watching a little bit. What's his name? Luz Luxman or Loveman or whatever the hell he is out of Australia. The Elvis movie, Epic. It's called Epic Elvis the concert.
Buzz Aldrin
Elvis the
concert.
concert. Yeah. So I don't know. The buzz is
What is
pretty
that?
good about those things. And there's a whole bunch of unreleased footage. Peter Jackson's involved apparently, so the restoration is going to be world class.
Nice.
And it says it shows a very intimate portrayal, and yet there's a lot of energy, and you can certainly feel the energy in the performance when he's there. And it looks like a fun one. And I think it's set to debut like Monday.
Really?
The coming Monday, it's going to open at
I didn't-
theaters. It's a new Elvis. It's Elvis in concert. Rob, you usually I know you're subscribed to Variety and the trade papers, as you people in Hollywood call them. What is you're a fly on the wall? You know Hollywood better than anybody. Tell me what is going on with your fellow filmmakers right now. We're going to find out from Rob. February 27th, Elvis, the movie. IMAX, Rob. Go big or go home. Is that your philosophy?
I don't know what are you asking a question?
I'm asking a question about what's the word on the street in Hollywood about the Elvis film.
I don't know specifically, but I would gauge that it might do okay. It depends. I don't know what comes out against it.
It's coming out on a leap year, which may work against it.
It's a leap year this year?
I don't
On a
know,
leap
but
year.
I like to say
Whoa.
stuff like that because it adds an added layer of drama.
One of the things I like about Rob the Waxed. One of the two things I like about Rob the Waxed is he actually doesn't mind you putting him on the spot. He doesn't mind in a live broadcast. He doesn't mind you putting him on the spot.
He loves it. Rob, this is a game.
yeah,
You got to understand, it's like the whole live stream phenomena for Rob. It's
Yeah,
just a basketball.
Yes,
And he goes, throw me the ball. Throw me the fucking ball and watch what I do with this thing.
But some,
All
but
right,
some
right,
people,
right.
some
It's metal
people get,
art
some
common
people
here.
get freaked out about that.
Yes.
What's the other
Rob
thing,
never knows.
4D guy?
Oh, the other thing, I'll have to think hard about that, Rob. Get back to me.
Okay, Rachel, picture this.
Yes. All right. Pick a number
Like,
between
picture
1 and
the
10.
picture the biggest moron you've ever come across
Okay.
on the stream. The
Oh,
biggest one.
wow. There's a few.
This guy's
That's
the
quite a
biggest.
strain. That's a strain for me.
Right,
There's
right.
so many big ones.
He is sitting in a foldable chair in a line area
And a
near
bucket
the-
of his own
near
urine.
the, also that in the movie theater, holding his Elvis cup,
Oh, go.
waiting for the movie to open.
Rob. Hurtful. That's Wade. That's our friend Wade. That's hurtful. Holy smokes. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this thing. You hadn't heard about this, Joey, this
No,
new
no.
Elvis movie
The
that's
tra-
coming
the
out?
No, I really liked that last documentary that came out about 5 years ago or so. That was fucking
Well,
amazing.
it was the movie. I think what he's doing is kind of in the way the trailer looks, and I do not know this is the
question
case.
whether we get blocked or something with it.
He's trying to make it like you're there with Elvis.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because there's 8 mil, 35 mil. They
Yeah.
got different types of, and this live performance. He went to, I think it was Kansas, apparently where MGM or Universal has their warehouse filled with all the film. And so the director, this guy, he's the guy that did Moulin Rouge. Is
No,
one
but
of
he
his
directed the Elvis
the Elvis
movie
docudrama. He did,
no, it wasn't a. It was a
the
dramatic
biopic. The biopic. He did.
biopic. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
all
right.
right.
The best rock documentary ever still remains Michael Lindsay Hogg's Let It Be. Not Peter Jackson's, but Michael Lindsay Hogg.
Michael Lindsay, how you feel that's the best ever?
Best ever, yes.
Oh,
No,
high praise
not
indeed
even
for
close.
young Mike. Michael Lindsay Hogg, you watch that Get Back and see Michael Lindsay in that thing? He's a kid. He's a punk kid. I feel
Yeah.
like taking that cigar out of his mouth. Say, listen, little guy, you're too young for that cigar. Stunt your growth.
I corresponded with Michael Lindsay Hogg for a long time, and I think he's got a raw deal from Apple and from Peter Jackson.
Okay, now go into that a little bit. I know that's fighting words for Joey, but
It is fighting words, but I'm not so drunk that I'll betray a confidence. I'm just saying
Yeah.
he got hard done by, and that Let It Be is still the best documentary. And when you look at Peter Jackson's film, when you see directed by Peter Jackson, and you wait another 3 minutes for the screen credit of Michael Lindsay Hogg, just bear in mind that 99% of the footage in Peter Jackson's Get Back was shot by Michael Lindsay Hogg, not Peter Jackson. That's all I'll say.
All right. Okay. Honor to whom honor is due.
Good phrase. Good phrase. Yeah, great phrase.
Well, we're just throwing it out there. We try and keep things on track for D.
You nailed it, Rachel. You nailed it.
I like the original film. It is depressing, but the period was depressing. So as it should be, probably. And I think it's still the truth about it all that they weren't happy. George Harrison quit, for the love of God. George Harrison quits the band. You can't sugarcoat that. I'm out. Everybody have a great time. Enjoy the weekend. See ya forever. Goodbye. I'm gone.
The only reason
they're sitting around and Paul McCartney's practically in tears.
The only reason
the table. Yeah.
The only reason that we don't see George Harrison throw a punch at Lennon is because the cameras weren't turning at that time.
Oh my God. I hope they weren't trying to punch my Beatle. Punch your own Beatle, Fordy. Don't punch my beloved John Lennon Beatle.
Okay.
Holy smokes. But yeah, George was upset. I do like the famous thing, whatever makes you happy, I'll play it. I won't play anything at all. Yeah, I love that dialogue. That's fantastic. My other favorite thing is like when Paul McCartney goes, well, you're the leader. You've always been the leader. I love it.
Oh.
Sorry, McCartney people. John's the King Beatle.
Well,
and
it was.
That. Yeah. Well, he is the King Beatle.
Yeah, Lennon was the leader.
But the thing is John had drive up to a point. His vision was, where are we going, fellas? The toppermost, right? Toppermost and poppermost. Poppermost, toppermost. And so once he got there, then he went, where do you go from here? There's nowhere to go. I'm into doing something else now.
Well, the proof of how Lennon was the leader was that in 1961, mind you, this was after the Beatles came back from Hamburg.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney in January 1961 started work at Massey and Coggins winding coils. That's what he was doing in January, right?
Can you imagine McCartney just doing manual labor? Well, get him out of here. He's a genius.
Right, and he was a Beatle. He was a Beatle at that time. He wasn't a Quarryman. They were the Beatles. They'd come back from Hamburg, and there he was, getting the bus at 7 o'clock in the morning to arrive at Massey and Coggins in the outer skirts of Liverpool, and that means that he couldn't do lunchtime gigs. He could only do evening gigs with the Beatles. And in February 1961, the Beatles started to get lunchtime gigs at the Cavern, and McCartney was missing them. So Lennon rang him up and said, if you don't show up at the next lunchtime gig, you're out of the fucking band. So McCartney shows up in late February 1961, and he's late when he shows up. And this is testified by Neil Aspinall, so it's grassroots.
Okay, hurry with this. Rob is chomping at the bit for D.
Yeah, Rob's going to have to wait. Lennon said to McCartney on stage, right, you've quit your fucking job. And he did. He got his notice from Massey and Coggins. So if it weren't for John Lennon, who knows? Paul
Master
McCartney,
Coggins would have the
who
best
knows?
little coiler guy
Yeah.
you can
So,
imagine.
so that's why Rachel's correct in saying John Lennon was the leader.
He's
Okay.
a King Beetle. All
Over
right,
to you,
Rob.
Rob.
Okay,
Over to you,
thanks,
Rob.
4D.
Or- I mean, imagine if 4D man could really tell a story. Instead of the year 1961.
Oh my God.
But
But here's the other thing people forget. The Beatles were so young. You know, when you're 16 years old and you're talking to a 14-year-old, you go, is that left testicle of yours dropped yet, Bucky? The whole thing is different. It's a pecking order. So the older you are, the more cred you got when you're a
Yeah.
kid, because every teenager wants to grow up. And if you're legal for getting beer or whatever the hell your whiskey sours,
Yes,
whatever
but
the hell your
yes,
poison may be, all
yes,
that
but
carries with it a lot of
yes,
status.
yes,
That's
but
why Ringo was a big deal. He's
despite
older
all,
than those guys.
but
Go
despite
ahead,
all,
there, Freddie.
despite all that, and this will upset Rachel,
It will.
Paul McCartney was the most musically gifted talent in the Beatles. A
Oh,
long
I
way,
don't.
far
I don't
long way.
really question that. It's just that all my favorite Beatles songs were written by John Lennon.
Right.
Rachel,
Okay. Fair enough.
I actually can show you something.
All right, Rob, what do we got, buddy?
And it disgusts me as much as it does the rest of the people that this has turned into a Beatles stream. But
All right, here we go.
I picked this up this week.
I'm going. Here he goes. Oh, okay. You finally got RAM. It's a limited edition and it's
Whoa.
mono. You don't see
Yeah.
too many mono RAMs.
So
out
there was a mono mix.
there. Yeah.
They released it in 2012. And they're
Wow.
all numbered on the
Cool.
label.
White label.
This
Yeah.
is really good, but listening to this album brought back a memory
Yeah.
that I was probably 3 years oldish,
Yeah.
hearing Uncle Albert.
Yeah.
A distinct memory of hearing this song when I
Wow.
was like 3.
Yeah.
But he was the genius of the Beatles. There's
Yeah.
no ifs or buts.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's
Fact-
powerful. I mean,
The fact
Yeah.
that this guy,
Yeah.
hearing his, let's say, first 3 solo albums, that was so reminiscent and connected to Beatles music that when you go back and listen to Beatles music, that it was him.
Yeah.
And especially the first 2, hearing like Uncle Albert is easily could have been a Beatles song.
Well, from a
Right.
certain period. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, from the later, I prefer later Beatles.
I think when you think
Experimental
here's my pitch for Lennon. Lennon wrote Strawberry Fields Forever. Lennon wrote the opening haunting verses to A Day in the Life. He wrote In My Life. He wrote
Yeah.
I Am the Walrus, which has like 17 Costanza changes in the first 8 chords or some bloody thing. It's absolutely
But
amazing.
even like
Go ahead, 40 wants to go on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, but there's a caveat within My Life, which is the melody came from Paul McCartney, and the melody is
Yeah,
a big
he
deal.
comes in.
Because-
Yeah, woke up,
because-
fell out of bed. I know all that.
Because if you just look at the lyrics, in 1965, it sounds like he's reassuring Yoko that all the people in the past don't mean as much to him as she does. That's what the lyrics say, which is a little bit edgy to me. But
Yeah,
Paul,
well, it's a little ahead of
McCartney-
time too.
Paul McCartney's melody smooths it over. What's that, Ringo and Joey?
It's Ringo, Joey, friends, and
That's Doug Feiger, the other guy. That was
just gonna say it's Doug. Yeah,
Feiger was at the same session that Dada was at when we were singing.
Doug's
Ringo.
on the just to the right of Ringo there.
But because of what Rob the Wax said, which I completely endorse what Rob just said, it tempts me to going into an anecdote. But because I've already said it on Tokyo,
don't blame me, folks.
because I've already said it on Tokyo O'Brien's channel, and it's now behind a paywall, I don't feel I can actually say the anecdote anymore. So instead, I'm going to go for a pee and leave you guys to it.
Well, I tell you, I mean, so the thing with John was the bite, and McCartney's too fluffy without Lennon. Lennon brings the bite, and that's a big part of the Beatles appeal to me. So Lennon's the one that changes the lyric. She was just 17. You know what I mean? Instead of she was just a beauty queen. Okay, Joey, what are we looking at here?
That's the same exact spot that the Beatles took the picture for the first record at EMI.
Oh, you're looking down. Yeah,
Exactly.
I know exactly where you're at. Yeah,
Because we
you're
were,
in London.
At first, IRS was connected with EMI, so when we were over there, we would always go to that office and hang out and get all Beatley. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, very cool. And of course, that building is no longer there, so
Not there,
added
no.
value for it all. But yeah, I can't stop trumpeting and praising Lennon. And so many of his songs, is to start like Starting Over, Woman, even the stuff that he did in 1980 is so memorable and so catchy. One of the hardest things I think you do is create a hook for a song that makes it instantly memorable and that you can recall the song so easily because there's a hook in it. Woman, I can hardly express my mixed emotions and my thoughtlessness, so it just flows and rhymes and goes and it gives you something to hang the melody on. So that's brilliant gift that Lennon had.
There's a qualification to Lennon saying he had the bite of the Beatles, which he did. But there's at least a couple of tracks on Revolver, chiefly by Paul McCartney, one of which is Eleanor Rigby, died in the grave and was buried along with her name. Is it that something about dying alone and
died in the church and was buried
along with her name? Right. Nobody came. So there's utter loneliness and despair in that lyric, and that's Paul McCartney. And the other one is For No One, when Jane Asher was giving him a hard time.
I love that. But there's no bite in that. It's sentimental. It's a lovely sentimentality.
That's incorrect. It's bleak. It's not just sentimental. It's bleak.
What about Helter Skelter? I mean, he could do some shit.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's Paul. Of course, we know the story on that because of the Who. He had read that they were the dirtiest, loudest, band in the whole world. He says, "I'll show those fuckers. I'll put something out that way."
So what I'm suggesting is that Rachel is correct. I believe in saying that John Lennon had the bite. There's no way that Paul McCartney would come out with the Primal album. There's just no way he could do that.
No.
That's Lennon all over. That's pure Lennon. So I feel that Rachel is correct, but beware of the stereotype where you push Paul McCartney into the sweet sentimental side as if he's incapable of anything else.
Well, I'm not saying he's incapable. It's just Lennon was better at it. Lennon's the one that turns to Paul Horn when they're at the Maharishi, and he goes, "Okay, you've had your pitch, and now fuck off." And there's Paul Horn, who's an LA session guy playing the flute on everything.
Okay,
and he's there with the TM, and Lennon's the one who says "fuck off." And when you watch the Turtles documentary, it's Lennon that made the Turtles lead guitarist give up rock and roll because it goes to, "Who the fuck are you? You're shite, aren't you?"
Yeah. So we come to a consensus, I think, of agreement, and it's Lennon who's the one in the interviews who will be full on in whatever he's into at the time. So he'll be full on to Maharishi, and then he'll be full on to Arthur Yanoff at Primal Therapy, and then he'll distance himself from them. But wherever he's at in an interview, he fully commits in a way
and that's the part of Lennon that I personally identify with. I love that all feed in that enthusiastic, I'm giving her everything, and then you go, then when you see through the bullshit, you go, holy fuck. Then he's the one that does Sexy Sadie. McCartney, where's your Sexy Sadie? He's all right, isn't he?
Well, McCartney is more PR savvy, but because of that, people thought that he was all PR. But actually, he's actually a genuine guy. The anecdote I won't tell about him riding on a bus and interacting with passengers on the bus is an indicator of the fact that he wants to stay in touch with the roots, with common people, because he, in his own mind, he remains a common person, which is why, of all the Beatles, he had the biggest sense of wonder about where they came from to where they came to. And that's why Paul McCartney, out of all the Beatles, he's the one who revisits Liverpool the most, because it's a touchstone of
what about Ringo? Ringo constantly sings about it.
No, he doesn't constantly stay in touch with his roots. That's wrong. He came back in 1990s and took his son Zach around, and all he could say to his son Zach was, where this place now stands, this used to be, because they demolished so many fucking places, Liverpool Council, and put up other places that Ringo himself couldn't recognize the place he was brought up in. So
he's been the
and then after that, he said something bad about Liverpool that Liverpudlians didn't
Yes.
forgive him for
Yeah, he
many
got in
years.
trouble.
Yeah. Paul McCartney, even in the 1960s, like 1966, 67, he would drive in his Mini back to Liverpool to visit his relatives and stay in touch. So Ringo doesn't give a shit about. Yeah, well, maybe that's true, Beatle Babe. Maybe that's true. But if that's true, Beatle Babe, it's because Liverpool Council demolished the Liverpool that Ringo once knew. If the Liverpool that Ringo once knew was still there, I think Ringo would care passionately about it.
I mean, who
It's
knows?
hard to say.
It's a band is a bunch of personalities. I can't believe bands stay together. Fucking it
Right.
all. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's
Well, especially since it's a young man's game or young people in the case of the girls, and you change and you immature, and then when you're 30, you're not the same person you are when you hope to God you're not the same person you are when you're 16. You want to mature and start developing your worldview. You should be separating a little bit by that time. Rob,
the
go
whole
ahead.
idea.
I want to say, I'm sorry. I
No,
want
no.
to say that I am not the same person I was when I was 16, Rachel. You poo-poo
Definitely.
face.
I'm
Yeah, I
definitely
think that's probably a very positive thing for all of us. None of us are the same
You
person.
duty poo-poo faces.
But just the idea of like when you are in a situation like being in a band, especially if there's some kind of you're having some success, and there's all these things around that are business, and there's the fans, and then there's the interaction with the people you're making the music with, and then the people, your friend that you've known all your life. It really can fuck people up. There's no doubt about it. It starts whirling around, and it's hard to keep shit straight. And like, do I like this person anymore? Are they, it's
Let's be real about it. All of them
let's
lived more not in Liverpool than they did in Liverpool
Yeah.
during their lives.
True.
So
That's true, Rob, but Liverpool was the formative period, and that sinks in.
you can say I'm tired of people who try and really overanalyze shit. I've lived in Los Angeles more than I lived in DC.
Right.
I have fondness for DC, but the person I am now and my connections to it, I live in the moment. I would have to think Ringo lives here in LA.
Rob.
Yeah.
Rob.
Yeah.
How long did you live in DC before you moved?
Well, there were periods that I didn't live there, but came back probably around 21, 22.
Okay, 40. This underscores your point. The Liverpudlians beheaded the Ringo topiary. So this is how strongly the Liverpudlians felt about Ringo's betrayal of Liverpool.
I mean, let's be real. How many, not even comparing them to the Beatles, but how many bands that came out of Liverpool had a long, luxurious career?
Jerry and the Pacemakers.
How many people are overanalyzing them based on their
Jerry Nelson and the Kneecaps?
Oh, okay. So all I'm saying is the worst thing about enjoying the Beatles is having to deal with Beatles fans.
The Beatle people.
Oh, wait. The Beatle people that really just are over
We
in love.
We overanalyze everything. We're nuts for the Beatles. I'm guilty of it. I'm as guilty as the next Beatles.
Because
that's true.
What
Rob the Wax just said is true, but it's also true that Liverpool Council demolished the Beatles' history, and that was documented more than any other book by Maz's book in the 1980s. So what I think Sue should do, even though Maz isn't appearing in chat, I think Sue should throw out an obligatory link for Maz, just in case he's
Don't
lurking.
listen to 4D. He's clearly drunk.
So Maz can come up and argue his corner about his book, because his book is an historical record of how Liverpool Council.
Yeah, it's a
views
great book
people.
for that. Yeah, Massey says himself he got a couple of things
Yes,
wrong.
and that's why Ringo disowned Liverpool, because of what Liverpool Council did.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the Beatles, to one extent or the other, acknowledge Liverpool. And there's lyrics and songs. Every single one of them.
I mean, I bet a
Echo
lot
and
of
the Bunnymen have only been around for 45 years.
Well, that's
Echo
true,
and the
Rob Walker.
Bunnymen, they've
true.
had a long time.
I bet
Yeah,
a
but-
lot of
hold on,
people,
hold
a
on.
lot of musicians, a lot of modern day bands and modern day fans have had it with the fucking Beatles. Like, who the fuck are you guys?
Yeah.
Why are you guys so obsessed with
Yeah,
this
right.
fucking band? But the
Yeah.
reason is, and you don't, I don't think you get what's happening now if you're from this generation. They basically fucking invented all this shit we're doing here, or at least they perfected it on such a level and then kept like doubling down in a
They're
way
going
that
to be,
really
yeah,
nobody did. You know,
they
Yeah.
are going to be the Beethoven, the Mozart, whatever of of the 20th
Exactly.
century. That's when you go to the 20th century of popular music.
no other band fucking changed the world like the Beatles.
Like
did. That's
they did,
why
yeah.
they're
All
like,
right. Can I deal with the?
everything? You know,
Can I deal with my new favorite?
Okay,
UK
Rob, what's
moron?
going on here, buddy? Hold on, what's happening, Rob?
Rob Walker, you moron.
Okay,
Um,
here we go. Rob Walker.
I'm a fan of Echo and the Bunnymen. I saw them many times in their heyday.
Yes.
When they came to the U.S. to play and people enjoyed them, they were not a band from Liverpool. No one talked about them from being from Liverpool. They were a band from England, but their music spoke for itself. So fuck off with your Liverpool nonsense. Fuck off with your Manchester nonsense.
Oh
When a
my
band-
God.
Hold on. When a band becomes international and their music speaks for themselves, they have fans all over the world who don't give a shit where they're from, especially you and your nonsense from the stupid part of England.
Manchester City.
No,
of the world.
2 months ago, and I said that Rob and Michael 45 were right to go their own separate ways, and I held up as an opposite this perfect paragon of the two Robs really bonding together. You both fucked it up. That example I gave of how two people.
Well, let me. There's so many bands I could say, hey, do you like this band? Hey, did you know they're from this place? And you would go, no, I don't. So that's the case for most bands. The problem that I'm a Beatles fan. I have tons of Beatles.
I'm a
records.
Dada fan. I love
Robert,
Joey. He's my favorite.
Hold
And
on.
Rob's,
sorry, go ahead.
Rob's favorite Beatle is mine, Paul McCartney.
Well,
You
but-
guys don't know what you're talking about.
but it's their music I like listening to. Stories about the Beatles I don't care for very much.
Okay,
So
I hear you.
you know,
Oh,
you know what?
there is some
Hey, you know what?
kickback.
Hey, Vinyl Dale, being from England has seemed to have done a lot for you. People really care about your shit.
All right, that's very hurtful. Very hurtful for our fans in England. Rob.
It's what's called a culture clash. A lot of the clashes in the VC, not all of them, but a lot of them are mistaken for personality clashes when they're actually culture clashes.
No,
Their culture classes. Now, is that the
Before you
boomstick
burn
that
up in
you're
hell,
completely
Brady.
hammered, 40?
Hold on. Here's where I disagree with you.
Okay,
We're all individuals. Our personalities, at least what we put
True.
out there,
true.
is fair game for people to judge.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there is more kickback on Rob.
Why don't you go complain about the crappy shit that's going on in England and
Okay.
apply it to the crappy shit that's going on here in the U.S.?
all right. Answer me this, Rob the Waxed.
Yeah.
How come I can get on with Rob the Waxed and I can get on with Rob Walker? How come?
You can get along with both you fine boys.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like Rob
Well,
Walker.
Well,
You
That's
got a
the-
rock god who likes you,
used to-
Rob
hold on.
Walker. You know how many people
used
would
to
kill
get-
for
hold
that
on.
kind of cred?
I used to be fine with Rob Walker until he
Yeah.
decided to go on a nonsense parade
Yeah.
about his political feelings. Which
Oh,
no
that's
one
just
gives a shit about.
that's just a temporary thing, Rob. That'll blow.
Do you
over.
think it is?
Yeah, that'll
Because
blow.
he seems to be so triggered about stuff he has not tried to change. He just is
Ah,
reactionary about
Rob-
angry stuff, being angry.
Rob, Okay, Rob, I can clue you in about that. It's because the situation in England now, I'm not going to get into politics. Don't worry, Sue. I'm not going to get into politics, but the situation in England now is so tight that people are so pent up. So that's where he comes in. So that's what I'm saying, Rob, is a culture clash. It's not a personality clash.
But people of a nation have a choice. And usually the default choice is to be angry about stuff. That seriously.
Okay.
And to anyone who will listen to them.
Yeah.
I have my feelings and thoughts about how things are in this country. I don't
Right.
believe the best way to deal with them is to make my feelings your feelings. Okay?
Right.
So
Rob loves the children of the
and really I
world.
hate people
Rob loves
Rob
the children of
Okay.
the world.
The children
Rob
of the
loves the children of the world.
the worst thing in the world is when people write folk songs about nonsense. That's
Rob loves the children of the world.
Rob loves the children of the world.
All right, here we go. That's Children of the World, my new hit record.
Hey, wait,
Everybody's
hey,
done a record
okay. Hey, Barry. Barry
Okay,
is
so
a
let's
nice.
go, Barry.
Barry's a good, nice guy. But can you put his comment on here?
All right, they're going to get big for a reaction shot, Rob. Okay, things have turned to shite. Pronounce it like
Yeah, I
shite.
understand. But see, your comment is a reaction. How much effort do you put into not making it shit? Seriously, what effort do you put into not making your country, the world you live in, not shit?
The world
Is the effort that you put into it?
perfect?
Hey, hold on 1 second.
Uh-oh.
You highlight the
Okay, yes,
the guy who constantly makes more and more comments that make him seem like the dipshit he is.
This
Vinyl
is
Dave.
Simon, our friend Simon
Yeah.
with a comment.
Hold on, Rachel. Hold on. I'm
Whoa,
doing it.
whoa,
I'm
Rob,
making it.
stop it.
I'm making it happen,
No,
Rachel.
Rob, don't do stuff. Rob, come on, man. Holy smokes.
I'm doing it. I'm making it happen for you, Dale.
Holy
All I'm
smokes. Now
saying is
that's
this.
entertainment, boys
You
and
know
girls.
what? All you losers like Vinyl Dale just complain. Blah, 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 blah. You do nothing to make the world a better place.
What guitar was that, Rachel?
I got myself, I'm selling this. This is my John Lennon signature Epiphone. It's got the autograph, John Lennon. Whoops, right there. Ooh,
Why are you
good tone.
selling it?
It's an Epiphone. I'm selling $650.
Why are you selling it?
Canadian. Canadian.
You want more other toys?
I need other toys, yeah. And I've got, I'm in a little place here. There's not a whole lot of room. So anyway,
Scaling down,
that's
scaling
on
down.
the selling block. $650 Canadian. That's like 500 or something American, something like
That's
that.
a nice guitar. I like that.
It
guitar.
is a good guitar, and it's a good sounding guitar.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wow, that's happening.
I can't
Okay.
see chat.
They have to call elections.
Oh, hold on. I have a great answer to this one, Rachel.
Okay, hold on. We got more trouble here. Rob is going to take this on. This is now tread very carefully here.
Oh,
Rob.
anytime I talk about your children,
Okay, all right. Okay,
So
but
maybe you
hold on,
shouldn't
Rob.
talk about your children too.
No.
What
Okay.
can I do?
Oh.
What can I do? As an expert diplomat of hand across the water, Rachel, what can I do to reunite the two Robs? What can I do?
Holy smokes. Well, it's difficult. Sometimes these things have to work out in their own peaceful way.
And
Yeah,
let
yeah.
them be.
Oh.
Let them be. Yeah, that's a
Hey,
good
hey,
advice.
hold
I'll
on.
go with that.
4D man, how do you like this one?
Okay.
Intelligence skips a generation usually.
That's horrible, Rob.
I'm frightened.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Joey. Joey has kids. Do you believe your kids, Joey, are the better version of you?
Some would say yes.
Okay. I would have to think Rob Walker's kids have to be 10 times better than him.
Oh my God.
I adore how I adore how Joey just rises above all the VC comfort.
He's a rock god. They walk on the clouds. We're down here mucking about. They just float along.
Joey is my new role model. I'm going to try and do the same thing as Joey does.
Hold on. Hey,
Oh,
Vinyl
Rob.
Dale. Hey,
Uh-oh.
Vinyl Dale, you're a fucking idiot, and here's why you are.
Okay.
I had a brother who died.
Oh, no.
He left 4 kids. And I tried to do my best to help these kids maneuver through the world. So although I'm not their father, I understand what it's like to be there for someone instead of spending time on the internet complaining about people. So fuck off, Final Dale. You're with every comment you make, you're stupider than you were the previous comment.
Jupiter
So
is
fuck off.
becoming
At
a
least
problem.
Rob Walker has respect in the world. I don't know where you stand, but I can't believe many people respect.
Okay, this is hurtful. Joey, has anyone ever hurt you like Rob could hurt the final community? In England, particularly?
Yes.
Rob Walker, I'm just a dumb marine engineer.
Oh, hold on,
Engineers
hold on.
aren't dumb.
Can I say something nice to Rob Walker?
Yeah, Rob.
You're not just a dumb marine engineer.
Holy
You're dumb
smoke.
about a lot of other stuff too.
You've said another dumb thing.
Hey,
That's very
you know what?
hurtful.
This reference might not go over well in England, 40 minutes.
Okay, here we go.
Keep throwing them over the plate, and I'll hit them over the plate.
Yeah, that's it.
I know.
They
I
do
know.
it. They do it. There's a thing they do called a sticky wicket. It's in their great game of cricket, and if you hit the cricket, it falls down, but it doesn't go down. It's known as a sticky wicket, and you don't want one of them. I'll tell you that much right now.
Hey, hey, Vinyl Dale. Again,
Oh,
can people help me out that he is becoming dumber with each comment he types?
okay. What's happening here? Let's take
You
a
know,
look.
you would have to ask my nieces and nephew how they feel.
All right.
But if someone that is older that is there for them,
Yes.
but you could go fuck off, dude. I can imagine that with a dad like you, I hope there's hope for your kids. I hope they have
Okay.
other older
All right.
people
Let's
to
see.
look up to.
Let's see if because I
Joey,
really,
please,
let's-
Forty,
let-
please
let-
try and bring calm to the
Yes,
final community.
yeah,
Healing.
but bear in mind that I really am half tank now, so I don't know if I'm capable of doing this.
We're going to see how we do.
I'll be the judge of
Well,
that.
Okay, but people have to question, like, how can I get on with, for instance, Simon very well, and
I
Rob the
love
Waxed,
Simon.
and Rob the Waxed very well, and
I
the
love Rob.
and the distinction I make between a personality clash and a culture clash. So with Rob the Waxed, you get the sense of humor full on, and the sense of humor is a real intuitive part of Rob's personality. It's not just an act; it's part of how Rob the Waxed sees the world. But there's a really sensitive, if you can peer over the top of his glasses, you can see a really there you go. There's a really sensitive side to Rob the Waxed, and
Very
that's
much
real.
so.
And that's real. That's not caricature. And with Simon, he's a sensitive guy. He's a perceptive fellow. But what he's got to try and do is look over the top of Rob's glasses to see the sensitive side. So that
Interesting. Look at them. Look at their sensitivity.
There you go.
I can see right there.
there you go.
Well, I don't know.
So there's no. Just shut up for a minute, Rob. So there's not just the aggressive sort of full on humorous humorous side to Rob. There's a sensitive side to Rob as well. And likewise with Simon, if he can get past your humorous side, there's a sensitive side to Simon too. So you're not that far apart.
Well, hold on. Can I ask you a question? It's more a physical limitation than it is a mental.
Okay.
Simon can't even look over the top of his computer.
Hey, all I was gonna say is if I was in anywhere near the area, I would definitely have a drink with Rob Walker, no doubt about it.
Oh, isn't that
There you go.
beautiful?
There you
I
go.
love
Hey,
that
now
comment.
he's threatening people is no way to handle that.
But
And Simon goes,
I
I
don't
don't
need
need
to-
to worry about that.
I don't need to stand up for Rob, and he does a great job of that for his own self. But I will say, Rob in person is a whole different person.
Yeah.
Than
The other
we-
side.
He's a
It's the
shy
over the
kind
top
of,
of the glass.
he does his own thing. He's
It's
a quiet guy.
it's the over the top of the glasses side. So the end product is this. Rob the Waxed is a genuine person. Simon Vinyl Dale is a genuine person. Rob
Unless he's the
Walker
helmet,
is
that's a
a genuine
character.
person. These are three genuine
He's
people.
genuine. He's genuine something.
There's no
Oh,
way we're going to have
listen.
world peace.
Here's the difference.
Yes.
I know what I am. Does he know what he is?
It's very Popeye.
We're having beers with Joey.
I'll say this is a regular
the
person.
line.
I don't hate Rob Walker. I promise you I don't hate him.
I know you don't.
But Simon, on the other hand,
No, you
Barry, it'd
don't
be
hate him
great
either.
to meet you.
You don't hate him
I
either.
love all the vinyl community is a gas, man. Everyone I've had the opportunity to meet, it's always been a good experience. Not without exception, it's been fantastic. People are great. We all love music. We all get along when we're in, in the flesh, so to speak. It's a different vibe. This
What
is a
Rachel?
show.
What
It's
what
for
Rachel?
entertainment
What
purposes.
Rachel just said, word for word, is the vinyl community is a gas man. And the gas man in England in the old days was the guy who would come in and read your gas meter. He would take the measurement of your gas
That's
meter.
what we do
The vinyl community is a gas
as a
man.
gas man. It's a gas. I'm kind of hap 40. I'm known as what's known as hap. Very
I,
hap.
lo-
I
I
got
love
my
you, Rachel.
Dada shirt. I rock. I got my Dada CD album, and I know the guy who took those pictures. Even
I love you, and I
Wait,
trust you for your
Rachel,
spontaneity.
Rachel,
yeah, Rob.
this is disgusting. Someone in the chat is doxing a member of my family and made a YouTube channel with their name.
Where
This
is
is
this
disgusting.
thing?
And I have to think,
Oh, Sue already hit them and blocked
yeah,
them.
and
Apparently.
fuck off, dude. If it's you, Billiam, fuck off, guy.
I don't know who would do that.
That is people that are disgusting. Fuck off, you. So you can cyber stalk me.
Can I have the floor for a moment? Can I have
Yeah.
the floor? Okay, I agree with Rob the Wax that is disgusting.
Disgusting.
But
If
no,
anyone knows
no, you got it. No,
anyone knows who
hold
that
on,
is,
no, hold on. You got to wait, Rob.
Okay.
Well, Rob's mad.
Yeah, I know Rob's mad, and justifiably so. Justifiably so. I'm on Rob's side on this, but we don't know who the fuck it is because everybody has these alternative
one of the
accounts.
four same
so that
people.
we don't know who the fuck
four
it is.
same people. I'm gonna guess, and this is 4D man, this Staplehead Jim. He does this shit all the time. I don't have troll accounts. Dude has troll accounts coming out of his asshole. It's a thing that I'm not going to go give the benefit of the doubt to Billiam. He claims he doesn't like to dox people, but I wouldn't put it past him. But this is the bullshit.
I don't think it's pumping vinyl. I don't think
Miserable
it's
Ray or any of them.
Right.
What is your accomplishment with doing that?
Yeah, but the point.
Here's one thing, 4D man. Here's one thing I don't do. People I don't like here, I don't try and learn more about them.
I know.
I don't spend because the only thing we have valuable is our time.
I know, Rob. Two things. Whoever it was who put that, it's completely unacceptable. And the other thing is, although we never corresponded, I would trust Rob the Wax with my email any day of the week.
Yeah, me too.
Whereas with some of the other people, I would not trust any.
And my phone number with Rob.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know what, Rachel? Put a link. You horrible human being. If you have any desire, come on up here. If you like, I don't understand your deal.
Okay, we've got a challenge. We've got a challenge round coming in. This is a link so you can come up on the TV show and have a talk with Rob.
Person who's so in love with me to find out everything they can about me.
But you got to come on camera. You can't be none of this
here's
avatar
the biggest
bullshit.
thing. I
You
have
got
no
to man up.
I have
man
no
up
skeletons in
and
my closet.
Reveal yourself.
Here's the funny thing. I have no skeletons in my closet. Wait a second, because one of the biggest idiots that rice patties, he came up and said, yes, I cyber stalked Rob. I did it. He couldn't find anything bad about me except personal information. That's all he found about me, and same as this putz.
Yeah.
There's nothing. You know what? If you're looking for stuff to get me, and you get off and whack off about me being angry,
a lot of them do, Rob.
Yeah, of course I agree with Rob.
Hey, Final Dale, Final Dale, bring your short fucking ass up here, and I'll tell you what did I do to Rob Walker. I retweeted a picture of his kid that he put out in social media. Then I took it down and apologized. So that's the thing you have against me, Vinyl Dale. Here's what I have against you. You're a hate-filled, small, horrible guy on YouTube. That's what I have against you. Prove me wrong.
I love what Joey Callio just did, which is to go for a pee. And so,
So he's had to go poo poo.
Yeah,
I've just got a text. It turns out it's a poo poo.
and because I'm modeling myself on Joey Callio, I am now going for a pee.
Well, you're always going to pee. Here's Joey. He's just had a poo poo. Joey, welcome back. You know, it's amazing. I often picture some of the celebrities stars knowing that they have to have a number 2 to do as well. And it's just humbling to picture, you know, Nicole Kidman or a big pretty girl like that trying to squeeze one out. It's just, it's just so human. Okay, let's admit that. Rob, this has been absolutely an amazing episode of the Rachel's Ghost program. Were you shocked at the low level that some of these special needs viewers of mine go to try and get your goat?
Hold
Take your time.
on.
Uh-oh.
What are you
You're
all
being
about?
attacked again. I've got a question here. It's a question.
Who's attacking me?
This is Simon. He says, who's being hateful?
Oh, I am to you because you're a mixed up, horrible YouTuber. And I'm saying to you, prove me wrong. Instead of making accusations against me, prove me wrong. You bathe in negativeness. There is
Next
nothing
up.
you've ever done that's positive.
Terrible YouTuber.
Yeah, you're horrible.
There's one of the most hurtful, cutting reproaches I've
Yes.
ever heard.
You know what?
Mixed
I
up,
believe I'll
Terrible
make
YouTuber.
you better, Vinyl Dale. I'm trying to make you better. You're bad at what you're doing on YouTube.
Not
Prove
a
me
good
wrong.
YouTuber. Joey, has anyone ever called you a bad YouTuber or mixed up or
You
anything
can't
like
even
that?
get on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Exactly. I got kicked off of fucking YouTube. I'm still trying to get back on.
Joey, please try and correct your attitude. YouTube will welcome you back. All right. Holy
I
smokes.
tried. I you know, they came up with 3 things that I didn't do, and that's it. You know,
I
What
think that's nuts that it would even
really
happen.
is.
You wonder if some hater went and tried to take the site down or something.
I mean, that's one option, but the other option is I've heard that just other people saying something happened. It's a big, you know, giant computer, and they
Wow.
just don't care. You know.
What you have to remember, Joey, is that YouTube, Google is an evil entity, and we compromise our morals every time we log on.
Oh, come on, 4D. That's
Well, I
pretty
mean,
hurtful.
The
I
thing
know,
for
it's-
me though is I don't go on other shows and type anything except for a good show or whatever, or I used to at least. You know, it was all
Yeah.
positive. I never had any.
You weren't ruffling anybody's feathers.
And
No.
I had all I had up on my channel was how to play a video, how to play the riff for Meth Lab Zoso sticker, right? It
Yeah.
was that, and I had one of my solo records up there.
Which is a
That's-
great riff, by the way.
It's
Thank
proof
you.
of how bad
Hey,
YouTube is that it
hold
would
on.
give Joey a problem.
Vinyl Dale, here's what you need to prove. Come up here and prove you're good at YouTube. Prove that you're a real person with thoughts instead of every stream is complaining about, you know, the Americans don't
Oh,
know.
Rob,
blah, blah, blah."
rub the wax, rub the wax. Why don't you just trust me and say that Vinyl Daily's okay and you're okay?
No,
Don't you just
no,
trust me.
no.
You won't trust me on that.
No,
That was a
because
book
what
that
makes
was out in
what's
the 70s, by the way.
try to rationalize. He's had enough time to display that he's bad. He's not a good person on YouTube. He doesn't bring people together. He has the same hold on. He hangs around with the same bitter, angry people that they couldn't make a go on YouTube, which is not hard to do.
Well, there's a problem there, which is what I was trying to get at with Loki, and I don't think I got there, which is that there's this weird dynamics, which there are certain people in the vinyl community that you can get along with fine, and then you discover that they get along with fine people that you don't get along with fine. So what do you do about that? What do you do about that when you get along with somebody and then you find out that they don't that they get along with somebody that you don't get along
Holy
with.
shit, 4D! Look out, Rob! Look out! What the hell were you doing, Jim?
Yeah, why
I
don't
thought
you-
you were supposed to
Fuck
good
that-
boy.
Rachel,
You're doxing? What's
fuck this
going
guy
on?
up.
Jim?
He's the one making troll accounts.
We're
No.
finding out
Yeah,
what's
you're
going
right.
on.
I'm
Jim.
sorry. You coming up here and going, it's not me, is not enough proof.
Okay,
It isn't.
let's
Rob,
find out. Hold
You're
on, Rob. Let's
actually
get to the
proving
bottom
it.
of this.
Hey,
Let's find
Hey,
out.
hey, Jim, let me know. People have sent me personal shit about you. You know what I've done? I've thrown it away. I don't need it. So fuck off,
Well,
dude.
Rob, you know,
Yeah,
that's
hold
fine.
on. You're the one who's created doxing content about me.
Rob,
You
can
did
I-
it. It was on
Can I
your channel.
clarify- Rob, I will
No,
leave
no.
if you don't quiet down. okay?
Rachel,
I
get rid of
have
this douchebag.
clarified-
Hold on.
Fine.
Well, let's hear the thing. Go
Okay.
ahead, Jim. What's going on here?
First of all, I don't care if you have personal information about me. I've made
Well,
my real name
did
public,
you have
all that kind
hold
of
on.
thing.
Did you have
You
personal
can- I've
information
doxed
about me?
myself, as
Did you
4D
have
would
personal
say.
information about me?
But also,
Did you have
also,
personal information about me? Yes or
yeah,
no?
and I was
What
wrong
did you
to
do with
that.
it? Hold on. Fuck
But-
him. What did you do with it? What
Rob,
did you
slow
do with
down.
it? What
Very
did
nice
you do with
soundtrack,
it?
4D. But 4D,
Not right now,
Rob,
4D.
4D's
Please
not helping
focus.
you. You're
Okay.
you're on
Focus.
an island by yourself, you little shithead.
I can't string a
What did you
sentence
do with
together
my
'cause you-
personal information, Jim?
Okay, something's happened.
He made videos with it. So why should I not guess?
Okay, he's coming
People
back,
all
Rob.
over
Let's
other
find out
shitty
what I want to
accounts.
get to the bottom of this. Jim, did you make the doxing account on Rob's nephew? or
Okay, give me
something?
5 minutes to explain. Okay,
No.
Can
no,
you
you
do
don't
it
have
in
to.
one? Can you do
Rob.
it in a minute?
a minute. Okay, 60 seconds, right? I admit that my behavior in the past was wrong and immoral and I regret doing it. But I would never involve family, your family. This is between you and I. What would involving your relatives? Why would I involve your relatives? Rob.
Because
they have nothing to do with
it's
this.
already
So
listen.
it doesn't look like it's Jim.
No,
Jim is
I don't
denying that
understand.
he'll get
I
any
swear-
relative doxing.
You're
I
the one
wouldn't-
who complained your channel got taken down based
I've
on
moved
someone
on
else,
from
not
that.
what
I've
you've
moved
done.
on. I don't care about that anymore. This is I made mistakes in the past, doxed you, true, but I would never involve your relatives because it has nothing to do with them. So yeah, no, I would never do that. So Rob, I understand you're angry about this, but remember the thing with all these kind of burner accounts, it could be anyone. It really could be anyone. So don't just
Including you.
assume it's
Including
me
you.
because you
Okay.
don't like me. You don't
All right.
like me, and that's fine. But don't
All right.
assume
Jim,
it's me.
remember, there's no
Well,
such
well,
thing as a
well-
bad boy. I want to believe you so badly that you would never do
Yeah.
that.
Why wouldn't I like you? Explain to me that.
Well, I understand why. And I don't hold it against you. To honestly, I was wrong in the past. Did stupid stuff, but this is too far.
Too petty.
Bringing relatives, even for me, that's too
I
far.
think I blocked him.
And also,
Who did you block?
Rachel,
Oh, see that? How did you know? How did,
I don't know.
why are you mentioning him?
I don't know. I saw something about somebody.
you
That's
told me,
the
yeah,
one-
so I
I
had to
did.
come up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say something, or is it not time yet?
Okay, it is the time now, but do it. You've got a minute. I want
allowing
everybody
you.
on a minute.
I'm
one-
allowing you.
Okay, 1 minute. That's the reason why I never try and persuade, although I might have crossed the line in this stream. I try never to persuade Rob to give a second chance to people who have, say, doxed him or cyberstalked him or betrayed him, because it's his personal decision about who he trusts, whether it's once bitten, twice shy or not. If nobody's doxed me and rogged me to the extent that Rob has been doxed, it's no right of mine to try and even persuade Rob the Waxed to trust those, give those people a second chance. So if Rob says no, door closed, I have to respect that, because Rob's been through more in the VC than I've been through.
Well, hold on, 4D man. Let's be real. In my experience doing this, there's really just 4 or 5 people who are
Arnie.
mentally screwed up enough to go on this path of feeling that their feelings are hurt, and the best way to do it is to stumble through a nonsense parade. And Jim is one of them.
Jim is
William is one of them. He had
William's had
channels,
his struggles.
right? And what happened? There were two other guys who've kind of fallen away.
The one was Marvin the
Scott.
Mouse or something
Morris
like that.
Scott.
Who?
Morris-
Stark was a
There
hard
he
on
is.
for everybody.
Rachel.
Mark. Oh, Jim.
Rachel, I'm about to go now, but can I just
Alright.
stress that because Beetle Babe says something is true, that doesn't mean it's true. I've honestly had to block her everywhere because she's just too poisonous. Too poisonous. So
All right.
what her word isn't gospel, far from it.
Okay.
Far from it.
Obviously you've
Okay.
fallen in love with Beetle Babe.
Oh,
and
well, look,
it's
Jim, let me ask
emotions
you.
there.
What,
I've
serious,
seen
this is a
so many
serious
guys-
question.
I've seen so
Let
many
me-
guys
Here's a serious
fall
question.
in love with Beetle Babe on this program. She's a pretty girl. It happens, but she's not interested. Please, guys, get it through your head.
But
She's
I love-
not interested.
I love Joey Callio just stepping outside of this. It's so cool. I've got to try and model myself on Joey.
All
Callio.
right. Here we go, Rob. Take it on.
Here's how this all started.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joey. I'm taking over this.
No, it's fine. Keep going.
Here's how this
Keep
all
going, go ahead.
started. Beetle Babe was being attacked by Jim and that Martin McGrath guy, right? And I kind of stood up for her. This is how my interaction with Jim started. And then the McGrath dude and Jim decided to come after me with everything they could because I kind of took her side in it. Whatever, Beetle Babe has said some not so nice things about me, but
Yes.
she hasn't made it her mission to go everywhere she can to come after me, and I really haven't seen her do that against a lot of people.
Okay, Rob. Sorry, but this is coming in pretty hot, buddy. Pretty hot. Can you take this on? This is interesting. Doesn't take you
Do you want me to
seriously.
read it
Interesting.
or take
Yeah,
it and
just
give you my thoughts?
Yeah, everything, whatever you just play with this the
I-
way you feel the best.
I do not take Rob seriously. I like joking around with him.
Yes.
People who take Rob seriously, if anyone could have gone either way with me,
Yes.
Renee is one of them.
Yes.
He understands my sole goal is to almost make myself look bad and think it's funny. That's generally my thought.
Rob, I like what you said, but I'm going to improve on it just a little bit. When you said he understands your soul goal, no, just leave it at he understands your soul. He understands your soul. You
Rachel,
speak
that's where
right to it.
I don't have a soul.
Joey is sewing something. Joey, make him big.
This is
Okay, well, let's take a look.
this is a single that came from the record El Subliminoso, which is
El
going to be
Subliminoso.
featured on Record Store Day this year, right there. And it's basically a confessional song that I wrote.
Oh, okay. Now, what confessional in what sense, Joey?
Well, it's right there in the title, Rachel.
I get high.
Uh-oh. Because this could speak of something dealing with illicit drugs, Joey.
It could.
That's one interpretation.
This. You know what the name of this toy is, Rachel?
What's his name?
Dada.
Dada?
Dada.
Yep, I just got this in the mail a couple weeks ago.
Where does Dada come from?
Came from Japan.
Tokyo
Oh my
Bryant.
God.
That's right. Tokyo O'Brien sent it. And
Oh, he
Dada-
deserves to be on like his own cover.
he does. And this is
Okay.
we've had this for a while.
Oh, the gum.
Rob, it's one of your trolls. It's a troll.
Whoa, look at that.
How
the
did you get a?
gum.
Well, 4D's gonna like this one. How did you get a doll of Simon?
Oh, Rob. Take you two to one
Third
side.
ball.
They like
Rob-
each other.
Joey Callio, you know
Yes,
that
sir.
gunk, what I call gunk that you just showed, the big with the fuzzy hair.
Oh
That's
yeah,
a
yeah.
troll.
Okay, when I was about 8 years old in 1967 or 9 years old in 1968, all the kids had gunks, which were like you just showed there, but they were very small, but they were exactly the same looking and the same hair as you just showed.
Well, so this is the first Dada record, That is a small version, and they passed those out. They were just called trolls when I was a kid. I think it was my idea though to put a troll in a vice.
That
was
is
my idea.
absolutely adorable. It's very
That-
creative cover.
And that this thing over here, this picture, that's a bowl of milk with springs in it.
No, wow,
That was-
you'd never know. You'd
that
never
was
know
my
what
idea.
the context
That was
is.
my
Yeah.
idea. They're the boys. Look how weird. Rob, you were just the one that said I look like a
Yeah, you look
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
douchey in that picture.
douchey. Thank you. douchey.
From
Douchey.
knowing, hold on, from knowing you,
It's the early
that
90s,
pic-
man.
no, hold on, that picture is not you.
Right.
From
Well,
no-
that's what I said to Rob was douchey. It's like perfect. That's what I was going for. Yeah. Well, you know.
Well,
That's not the person I know.
Joey still has the creative vibe. You can feel it when he,
What's
how
that?
he comes
That's-
across. He
that's
still has
pretty
the creative vibe.
Hey,
So
hold
because,
on,
because,
Beetle
so,
Babe.
so
I'll
because
admit
Joey
that
has the
this, I'm
creative vibe,
douchey in this picture.
here's
I
hoping
will.
that Dada tour again because Joey still has the creative vibe.
Okay, here we go. We got a very important comment here. Rob,
I
go
don't
ahead.
feel, Beetle Babe, I have no negative feelings towards you. I don't feel you have them towards me. I was just
Never
trying
had
to
any
state.
issue with you.
I was just trying to state that whatever you and
yeah.
Jim, whatever disagreement you and Jim have, it's
Yes.
legit. The
Yeah,
dude,
Yeah,
I
Rob-
know
Rob-
5 or 6. I know of 5 or 6 people he's had a hard on for, and his behavior. I can't. I've done. I mean, I guess him admitting he's done this stuff is a step, but he does this with. I don't understand in his mind what power I have over him
Yes.
that he felt the need to spend time, find shit out about me, make video content about it, and post it. Anyone who does that proves they're the biggest moron.
Jim doesn't get a pass. Jim is coiled up on the carpet.
Sorry, you always give him
He
a
is no.
a
Listen,
wrench.
there's no such thing as a bad boy.
You got him a wrench.
You know why? If you don't give a young boy like a wrench like that, he's going to go, I've been ostracized by society. He will turn to a life of crime.
You already got this.
He is not turning to a life of
Rachel-
crime. I am helping. I'm a mentor to this young boy, and I am helping
Yeah,
guide
you know
him
what?
that he's
You should
becoming a
stop being
model
mentors to
citizen.
people, Rachel.
Yeah,
Hey,
Rob,
4D man and 4D man and Rachel, because Joey's too respectable to even have a
even entertain where we're going with this. Go ahead,
But
Rob.
4D man and Rachel. Here's the
Yes.
deal,
Okay.
and this really is one thing, and it includes like people like Vinyl Dale.
Yes.
The angriest people are the people who go, I can do what Mazzy does. I could do what Rachel does or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll start a YouTube channel. And when it doesn't go well for them, they become the worst people we are forced to have contact with. That's my feeling.
Yeah, low achievers is a problem. But if I put myself in the position of somebody who has prior doxed Rob the Waxed.
Oh God, I'm
or-
sorry, Joey,
or-
but he's back with more.
Can
commentary.
we be very
no,
clear
no,
about this?
How do you have to go, Rachel?
Everybody's got to shut up until I finish my sentence. If I had doxed Rob the Waxed, or if I had cyberstalked Rob the Waxed, the correct thing for me to do, if I was true to myself, would be to publicly apologize. Since I publicly doxed him, publicly apologize to Rob the Waxed. No strings attached. That's the point. No strings attached. So Rob might say, "No, I don't believe you. I don't want to trust you again," and that's his right. But from my end of the point of view, to be true to myself, I would have to say, "I'm sorry I did that. I wish I hadn't done it. I won't do it again," and I would leave it at that. I wouldn't apologize over and over again. I would apologize once and make it definitive, and then it's up to Rob. With his responsibility to decide what he wants to do with that with freedom, and I wouldn't hold him to any strings. I would just apologize and let it go. So anybody who has either doxed or cyberstalked Rob the Waxed should make that apology unconditional. So it's not strings attached. So it's up to Rob whether he forgives or not. It's his right. But from my point of view as the transgressor, I should apologize, no strings attached. There you go.
Beautifully said, Jim. Do you learn from 40 when he says stuff because you're so young, and
I
I
agree
know
with
that
everything
you're
he's
on a
just said.
learning curve.
Yeah, but all of this stuff that Beetle Babe says in the chat, can I address it? Because as far as
Okay,
I'm concerned,
I
it's
want Jim
all
to have an
false.
opportunity. He's on camera. He's being bold enough to come up here. Let's
It's
hear
all
it.
false. See,
Okay, well
Rachel,
now
it's
hold
all
on,
false.
Jim. She
Look,
seems to have the receipt so on you.
the receipts. Okay, so concerning an alleged photoshopped image
Okay.
of a certain somebody's head on Hitler's body. Okay, Beetle Babe and I discussed this in a private conversation,
All right.
and we both know who used that image on one of my live streams, and it wasn't me. Okay. Secondly, who hacked Richard Dolan? You convinced Dolan that William had hacked him, when we both know, and I spoke to Richard over the phone. You have his password. Okay, you've got Richard wrapped around your
Okay, this
finger.
is starting to get a
Okay?
little deep, Jim.
No,
Jim,
no,
we're
Rachel,
going
Rachel.
into the exciting world of passwords.
I didn't hack
Identity
Listen,
theft
okay?
could be
I
on the
am being
horizon.
accused, Rachel. I am being accused of hacking a disabled person's YouTube account and deleting his videos. I did no such thing. I didn't. Well, Beetle Babe,
Well,
I thought
somebody
we
had
were
to
cool.
Jim. Somebody clearly
We
something's
thought
happened
we.
here.
Rachel, she says we like that she's the MI5. You know, it's just you whispering into Richard's there, saying, you know, oh, here's who did it. Here's what you should believe. Fuck off.
Anytime it deals with
Rachel.
Richard Dolan, we're getting into an area, Jim, that is so fraught with difficulty, so complex, it boggles most of the vital community's
It's
collective
infuriating.
mind.
It's the kind of two-faced, sneaky, poisonous.
Hold on. That sounds
I-
like the
I
words
don't
of a
like.
jilted lover to me, James. I think there's something going on with you emotionally. You have fallen in love and
Rachel,
you've been repulsed, and now you're becoming antisocial. It's all becoming so clear, Jim.
well, Rachel, that's very mature. Come on, that's very mature.
Whoa, what?
no,
Whoa, Jim, where's this coming from?
Rachel, come on. It doesn't have to
I
be
thought we had
romantic,
an
does it?
understanding, Jim.
It doesn't have to be romantic, does it? But look, yeah, just to put that to bed, and also 4D, that Twisted Nerves soundtrack looks good. I mean, I couldn't afford that, but
Cheers.
there
Cheers.
is a
I'll show it, Jim, at some point when this argument has died down.
yeah.
Yes.
I'll show what's inside it because it's quite a package.
You're going to see it.
But
It's
the
gonna
music
happen.
from that was released at the time when the film came out by, I think EMI released it, but
Yes, true.
it was sort of two-sided with the music from a French film. I can't remember the name. It'll be all the information will be on Discogs. But
Okay.
Yeah, this is coming in from Billiam's AI sweetheart.
yeah,
Billiam's
that's nice.
AI sweetheart.
I thought she looked a bit like Jane Fonda when I saw his thumbnail.
Yes.
But yeah.
Jim,
Anyway,
your relationship with Rob is in fact healing. You and the Waxed are in fact coming together like an uncle and a wayward nephew.
No, 4D really is he's full of wisdom, and
Okay.
he's correct. Rob and I will never be friends,
Oh.
but all I can do is
It's
insist.
disappointing.
All I can do is insist that I regret my actions when I revealed information. I wish I hadn't done that. But I can't change what I did then. You know, I just regret doing it.
4D, do you respect young Jim's mea culpa in this regard? It seems so sincere. He
Yeah.
is a good boy. I think we're seeing the evidence of it here.
In
It
answer,
was
to
a
your,
stupid thing to do.
in answer to your question, Rachel, as the official probation officer of Jim,
Yes.
I do respect what Jim has just said.
See,
but-
Jim, you're not a bad boy.
Right, but that's only the half of it. The other half of it is I also respect Rob the Wax's decision, whether or not to trust Jim in the future, because he's the fellow who was wrong, not me. So he may decide that in no way is he going to trust this guy again, which is fair enough. Okay,
Yeah, that's fair enough.
and Rob the Wax facial expressions
Okay, well, let's get the line.
perfectly jive with my vocal
I
expressions.
did
at
not
this moment.
expect this. Ladies
Right.
and gentlemen,
So-
4D,
so-
I'm sorry, but
No,
Richard Dolan's coming
you-
up. Richard
yes,
Dolan.
yeah,
Richard
yes,
the
but
Fun
Richard,
Dolan, Van
Ri-
Dolan
Ri-
himself
Richard,
is
Richard,
coming up on
yeah,
this
but-
show.
which is great. But
So,
Richard Dolan will
it's
have to
good that
wait-
Beetle Babies
have
come
to
has
wait for
told
one
Richard
time,
to come
because
up.
at the same time as I ally with Rob the Wax, whatever decision Rob the Wax makes about
Do
who
as you're
he trusts-
told, Richard.
Hey,
Do
who
as
he
you're
doesn't.
told.
Everyone take a drink
Rob-
every time 4D says Rob the Wax.
Rob the Wax has the perfect right to decide who he trusts and who he doesn't, and I support his trust of who he does and who he doesn't trust.
This is
But-
going to break
Right,
internet
so I paid
records.
to
Okay,
listen
but
to people I don't trust,
but at the same time, in regard to Jim's potential, it's so baffled me because the guy is so profound in some of his appreciation
And
of culture.
handsome, I might add.
Right, and very handsome, yes, with a
Thank
full
you, Rachel.
mop head of hair. That's true, but so
Yeah.
because it baffles me about the permutations of where Jim has been and gone and what he's left behind and
Well,
disowned.
he was on the streets.
Because
wasn't he?
yeah, because that so outpaces me. I just have to trust to Rachel's probation officer experience to decide whether there's no such thing as a bad boy.
There is no thing special. It comes to young Jim, and his mea culpa was perfect. This young boy, is showing so many signs of rehabilitation. It just warms my heart. Jim,
There you
I'm
go.
so proud of you.
There you go.
Really proud of you. And I think if you could see your way clear, I know I've got a little misty-eyed myself about this. I see that there is a possibility for you and Robin to, in fact, become friends, doing activities, playing catch, Rob throwing the ball, you pick it up, catch, throw it back at him. So I'm like,
there,
oh my
yeah,
God, here we
but
go for
but
it. Here he is.
but there is what,
Controversial to
but
some,
there is, but there is,
but
yeah, but there is,
obviously,
but there is,
thinking
there is,
individual with
and yet after all of that,
compassion.
there is one point to contend with, which is,
All right.
and I don't mean this to embarrass Jim in any way at all. I'm just talking truthfully. I would trust Rob the Wax with my email every
right.
time. Every
Can
time
you send it to me?
before I
Be
trust
careful
Jim,
with that trust, 4D.
before I trust Jim because of the track record.
Well, Jim has a sordid past he acknowledges.
Yes, yeah, and I understand that. I understand that. I'm just making Jim aware of
Look,
that.
how many guys have got involved in porn before they were of the age to handle this shit properly? Jim's a case in point. But is he fucked up totally beyond any reproach? No,
No.
admittedly. But
No.
the point is, he's a good boy. He's on his way, and at least he knows what being a responsible human is all about in 2026. I have 4D.
Yeah,
Jim, you're doing great.
There's a lot to Jim that I don't understand, and I think he's more profound than he comes across. So I just admit to not knowing. I just don't know.
Well, speaking of things we don't know, I don't know what happened to Dolan. He was here. He had a he had a brief appearance, but honest to God, I don't know where the boy is right now. Dolan,
But
Richard, are you coming on the TV show?
all right, but because
Okay, hold on. I'm getting words. I'm getting
Yeah.
information now, 4D. He's going to try again.
Try
hold
again.
on. I
Okay.
think he may be here. Let's see how we do.
But while- but
no
wh-
promises. Here he is. It's Richard.
Okay.
Hi, Richard.
My volume was not working.
You
I'm sorry
are
about
doing
that.
great. Richard, what brings you to the program today?
I wish I didn't have to come up here and do this, but
Okay, well,
But
let's
he-
hear it. What's going on, buddy?
what he's saying is what your friend Spring-Hill Jim there is saying is a lie.
What? Jim is lying? Okay, hold on. Let's get to the bottom of this. What's going on, Dolan?
Now, I guess he's claiming that he didn't use images of Beetle Babe's Jen's dad, which is BS, because he tried to come up on my stream one time with the images of her father, and he even came in under the name Beetle Babe's dad. So I knew, even though I didn't know I knew by the name who it was, and I said, no, I said, no, the way you're coming up here under that, with that picture, with that image.
Dolan, did you see my face on the camera?
What does that
Okay,
have to do with
Richard.
any of it?
Hold
Well,
on.
does that have
Give me a
well,
question
what does
about
that have to
Lennon,
do with any of
Richard.
it?
Richie, yeah, you can't prove it was me if my face wasn't. If you didn't
He's
see my
got to
face, it
be
could have been
there
anyone.
with his face right
Because
now.
Yeah, come on, you need a
because
face
because
to do it.
because he showed his face. Because he showed his face. I said
Well, so,
because he showed his face.
Jim,
So
did you
the
show your
person coming
face?
up as Beetle
Because
Babe's dad,
Because
I
because
showed
he
my
showed
face
it.
on the camera.
Because he showed because he showed his face.
Are you
He
sure,
took down the
Richard?
avatar for a second and showed his face, and he made like a stupid smile, like a great, like a great.
Richard, are you sure, or has Beetle Babe just told you to say that?
Beautiful. Let's get something straight. Let's get something straight once and for all. Nobody controls me to do anything. I do what I want.
Except Beetle Babe.
No, wrong. Wrong.
Okay. Hold on, Jim. You've
Wrong.
got to accept Richard's testimony. If Richard feels
Beetle Babe.
he's-
Beetle
Okay,
Babe
go
does
ahead.
not control me, and I do not control her. Nobody controls me. Nobody controls
Okay,
Beetle
hold
Babe.
on. I would do the same thing with young Jim. I have to do it with you. You are also so young, so influential.
I'm 30.
Richard,
I'm
can
30.
you
I'm
admit
33
here
years.
publicly that you have fallen in love with Beetle Babe?
No. Oh my God! Don't start this again,
No,
Rachel.
come on, because it's
Don't
very
start this
important. If you
again. No,
are
no.
involved
Me and Beetle
romantically,
Babe are me. No, don't start this again. Me and
if
Beetle
you
Babe are just.
are feeling motion,
We are friends.
if you
Don't
are
start this
having
again.
stirrings, if you
Okay,
are
Don't
I'm
start
gonna
this
say-
again.
having an element
I'm
of
gonna-
doubt to
I'm-
your
I'm gonna-
testimony.
I'm going to take.
Don't
I'm
start
gonna
this
take-
again. No.
I'm going to take Joey Callio's initiative, and I'm going to drop out of this stream. I'll still be here in chat, don't worry. But I'm going to drop out of this stream and respect to Joey Callio and
Okay.
respect to Rob the Wax for putting
Yes.
up for a lot. But I'm just going to bow out and go back into chat. So
All right.
cheers.
Well, okay. Thank you, 4D. 4D was going to be leaving us now, Richard. This is going to put more pressure on you because 4D has been really helping with the underprivileged on today's program. Richard, we just have to clear the air. If you're in love with Beetle Babe, don't you realize that will affect your testimony and the way the jury
I am
sees
not.
your
I am not.
evidence?
Oh my God. Me and Beetle Babe are friends. We are not. There's nothing like that
it's
going on.
That whole situation with Letitia James and her boyfriend, the attorney, and they were going all over the world having a love affair. And I just don't want that to be part of the
I don't even know what you're talking. I don't even know what.
Richard.
I don't even know what you're talking about,
talking
Rachel.
about
But no,
love.
me and Beetle Babe are
We
just
just
friends.
had Valentine's Day. Okay, Richard, did you or did you not ask Beetle Babe to be your Valentine yesterday?
No, I did not ask Beetle Babe to be my Valentine
Okay.
yesterday.
All right.
I don't have a
Okay,
Valentine.
well, that's okay. Now I'm starting to put more weight into your testimony for just stuff like that. Okay, you're distancing yourself.
But not 4D. That's so offensive. But Richie, if we can backtrack, do you remember we had a phone conversation, and I said, "Does Beetle Babe have your YouTube password?" And you said, "Yeah, I did."
Yes,
I did give it
yes,
to Beetle
yes,
Babe."
I did. Yes, I do. Yes, I do recall that conversation because you asked me like 5 times, and then you backed me in the corner, and I just got nervous and said
and
yes, yes, because you
eventually
asked me
told the
like
truth.
you asked me
right?
like 5 times.
Hold
You
on.
eventually told the truth.
So hold on, Jim. So you're telling me that you pressured this young boy, and you're a young boy too, but you pressured this other.
I'm
young
33
boy.
years old. I'm a lot older than
Okay,
he
but
is.
hold on here, young
Yeah.
Richard, young boy. Listen to this story. You have come out here said no one controls me, and yet, based on the testimony we have here today, Jim has controlled you by pressuring so much that you blurted out in a moment of weakness, yes, he made
Yeah.
me do it.
First of all, I did. First of all, I did not blurt anything out. He just. I just said yes. He did.
Also,
First of all, I did not blurt anything out. First of all, I did not blurt anything out. I just said yes. She did. She does. I didn't blurt it out like that.
Richie, it's interesting to note that I also had a conversation around that time with Beetle Babe, who you had a video on your channel that was about a Stuart Sutcliffe sketch. It obviously wasn't real. You'd probably just printed it off, but you'd spelt his name wrong in the title. terrible.
Try not to be too.
And I
okay?
messaged her and said,
Well, okay,
can you,
okay,
can you,
okay. I spelled your. All right, I spelled his name wrong. So what's the
Yeah,
bill?
Richard.
I'll
What's
get into
what's
that.
the
I'll get into that.
Spelling's optional.
So I messaged her.
what's the issue with that? Okay, it's no big deal. I spelled his name
I'll
wrong.
get into it. So I messaged Beetle Babe and say, can you log into his account and change the title? And she does. She logs in and changes the title. So she can do whatever she wants on your page. She has.
Well, if she wanted to do that, that's fine. She can change the title and spell it right. I don't care.
You're so submissive. You're so subservient. You are under her spell.
I'm submissive. I'm up here arguing with you right now. I'm submissive. Yeah, all right.
You are under the spell of Beetle Babe.
Okay, interesting.
I am not
Richard,
under
are
any
you
spell.
under a spell of Beetle Babe?
I don't know who this is more insulting to, me or her. The fact that you think that I'm just so easily swayed by somebody, or the fact that you think she's like this evil person that like can control people. I don't know who this is more insulting.
You just have very little self-respect.
Rob. Okay, Rob,
Can I
hold
get
on.
a
Rob has
question in
got
here?
some insight here. Listen, Richard.
Rachel, you know, when there's like sci-fi stories where all the content is beamed out into the universe, and then aliens receive it.
Yes.
What do you think they'll make of these two going at it?
This is something that is happening right now, and it could, in fact, be aliens.
The truth is, Rachel,
yes,
we have a show here that is presented by a biological man who chopped his dick off.
Yes.
Okay?
What do you think about that?
And we have a member of the
What do you think
disabled
about
community.
that, there, Jim?
Rachel, these British
And we have
people eloquently.
Again, what does that have to?
Hold on.
Again, what does that have
And
to
we
do
have
with
a
anything
teacher
that we're?
above, Rob.
Yeah.
And myself.
Go dogs.
No, it's a zany panel.
Rachel, it's a guy who doesn't own a comb. It's crazy.
It's a zany panel. Okay, it's zany. It's
That's
outlandish.
okay. Zany, there's room for zany there, Jim. There's room for that, isn't there? Now, Jim, you and Richard, is there any chance of you guys healing your relationship?
Well, I'd happily.
No.
I'd happily kiss and make up with Richie if he just was able to kind of, shall we say, break free of the sort of Beetle Babe dictatorship.
Rob's not muted.
You know.
Not gonna happen. I'm not gonna stop being friends with Beetle Babe. That's ridiculous. Why would I stop? Why would I do that? That's ridiculous.
The puppet. You are the puppet, Richard.
No, he's
I'm not.
He's already said he's not the puppet. We have to.
I'm not in anybody's pocket.
You are the puppet, Richard. You are under the control, under the spell, blah 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 of BB.
I can't even get mad at this. I can't even be mad at this. This is just so ridiculous that I can't help but laugh at it. It's just so.
Richard, you have been through so much as a personality, as a YouTube star, and yet you're still soldiering on so beautifully. Rob, you've got some comments on
I
this?
think Richard's being the bigger man.
Yes.
And he definitely has the forehead of a bigger, older man.
He does.
You know, you were
wow. I think that was actually Rob. I don't think Rob. I know Rob doesn't like me, but I think he was actually kind of giving me compliments.
Richard, you've created all the drama in
it's
your
in
life.
your mind. It's in your mind.
You really have.
Yeah.
Richie, you were so defensive and protective. You fought BB's corner. But if you can remember, let's just say somebody using your account.
Well, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm like that with all my friends, not just her. I'm protective of my friends.
Very good. But remember when someone using your account began to type, quote, BB has cancer, okay, in live chats? She was quick to blame you.
That was not me. And I've talked to Beetle Babe about that. That was somebody. I don't know who that was. That was not me.
Level Dolan right here.
That
was not me.
She was doing
that. And it was not. Why would she do that?
To play mind games. to blame you.
That is the
Rachel,
most,
hold
that's
on, we
the
can
most
very-
ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
blamed
That's a
you.
big accusation there, Jim. Hold on there.
She did that
No.
and blamed
That is
you.
the most
No,
ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Jim, you're
Well-
jumping to an illogical conclusion. Richard,
well,
did
Ra-
you,
Rachel-
hold on, Rob. I think
Rachel-
we're very close, so I can tell you that we're here. Yeah, Rob, go ahead.
I think my point about
Yes.
stuff that has gone on is making it for itself. I don't have to add anything to it.
Yes.
And I would like to go enjoy watching the Olympics and eating. some
Okay,
food.
Richard, how many people got a hold of your account? Is there
I
any-
think
do we
this
have
guy
a
got a
number
hold of
on
my
the
account
person?
right here. I think this guy got a hold of
No.
my account right here. This guy, yeah, I think he
Jim,
did.
You get a
Just
hold of
people,
Richard.
Dave.
You are being accused of getting a hold of a boy's account.
Yeah,
Rachel,
I think he
Okay,
did.
Rob has got to go as we get down the bottom. Joey, please feel free to go. I'm going to deal with these young boys. I think we were going into dark waters here, and I don't want you or Rob.
Rachel, I was waiting for someone to pick up a folding chair and whack the other one out.
Rachel,
Yeah, Joey, one last time on data. What's happening? Let's tell the kids.
no one cares.
Last week, Jim doesn't care. Last
We
week,
care.
it's the last week to call your local brick and mortar store where you
Yes.
buy your record store day purchases and
Yes.
ask them to get as many copies as possible. And they will not hold those copies for you, by the way. That's why you ask for multiple copies. Don't just ask for one. Ask them to get as many as they can. And for you, the person waiting in line, like me, I will be waiting in line. I'm only getting one of these, by the way, from the record company. I'm waiting in line like I always do on Record Store Day. I will be getting my copy on Record Store Day. I'll probably be live streaming whatever that day. But please do me and yourself and the record stores a favor and let them
Yeah,
know.
you got, and it's limited. You only got this week to do it, everybody.
That's it. That's it. And after that, then we can talk about other ways to get this record. But there's only
It's gonna be
1,500,
difficult.
and that's the best way you can improve your shot at getting a copy is by calling your local record store, brick and mortar. So thank you, Rachel. Thanks for having me up here.
Thank
I
you,
was
Joey.
only
man.
joking, Joey. I'll get the record.
No, hey man, that was it's all good. I was just responding.
All right. We're
At the
just trying
moment-
to, yeah.
Yeah. It was.
Okay.
I take it in good nature. And
I actually think you're the real rock god on Rachel's Ghost.
Okay, we've got a few rock gods.
Sweet.
Settle it down, Jim,
Sweet.
before you go
Sweet.
nuts.
I
Okay.
appreciate.
You're doing good.
All right.
Jim, you're okay, Joey. Bless you. I got to deal with these young boys.
I got
Okay,
you. I
Jim,
got
you've had a strong performance. Joey, do you want me to help you get the hell out of here? If you found it,
Let's see if I can do it. Oh my God, I think I can do it. All right, everybody,
Okay.
love you.
Here we go.
Please,
He's going to
I'm
go
so
disappear.
blind. Yes.
Kirk and Matthew Petty really want to be unblocked.
Who's going on?
Unblocked and restreamed.
Well, not today. I'm dealing with my boys here.
So, Rachel, let's take a look at the evidence.
Okay, let's
So,
go. Let's do this.
BB
Folks,
has
if
cancer.
you're not involved with the vinyl community, please leave now. This going to be very intimate. It's going to be very personal.
Rachel,
We're going to go deep here. Okay, go
That-
I'm going to go into my pumping vinyl Mark Lassman mode. Okay,
Okay, go.
BB
That
has cancer. Okay,
That was not me. That was not me. I was not even.
Hold on,
I was
Richard.
in-
I know you're getting
Richard.
excited. We know it wasn't you. Go ahead. there.
Who knew about that diagnosis? Okay,
I don't
Beetle Babe
know.
had told me. She had told Martin McGrath.
Martin
She had
McGrath.
told
He's
Richard-
trouble, that Martin. Now I want him to be a good boy too.
She had told Richard, and obviously she herself knew. Okay, so those are the only possible people who could have done it. William didn't
And it was
know.
you or Martin. Why would she do it? Why? Tell me why she
William-
would do that. This does
William
not make any
didn't-
sense.
Eddie
Richard.
Perez, please don't ask questions like that.
Pumping Vinyl
Keep going,
didn't
good
know
guys.
didn't know about the cancer diagnosis. So how could it have been him? You were both insistent that it was him. It couldn't have been him. It wasn't me because I don't know how to hack.
You don't know the
anybody's
half
account.
of it, Jim.
And
I think.
and
I
Martin
think you
taught
hacked.
me.
I think you hacked my account and took down all my videos. I think that's what
Martin-
you did.
And
Jim,
and Martin certainly doesn't know how to hack anyone's account.
Is
So
Martin borderline retarded? What we know as retarded?
Martin's a
Oh
really
my
nice
God.
guy, but the thing is,
Yeah.
we had Beetle Babe in at Invisible Ray's live stream on the day that those karaoke videos or whatever it is that you do, the singing videos, on the day that they were deleted, she was at Ray's saying, I saved them, or they've all gone. Oh, they're so terrible, but they've all gone. She was there discussing this with Ray.
What?
And,
I don't believe
she-
you're saying she took down my. I don't believe. No.
Are
And
you
she
guys
sent Ray.
talking about a guy named Invisible Ray? Is that what you're alluding
and
to?
Richie, she saved a load of your videos, the singing videos, and sent them to Ray. They were laughing at you. Beetle Babe
I don't
was
believe. No,
laughing
I
at
don't
you.
know. I don't believe that for one second. I don't believe that
It's
for 1
true.
second. No, I
She's
don't know.
laughing at you. She's laughing at you.
I don't believe. No,
Yes.
no.
She's not your friend. She's not your friend. Okay.
Okay.
She-
Well,
what
you're
are you
definitely
guys-
no,
what
you're
are you
definitely
guys-
not my
this is-
friend.
Okay.
Richard,
How
she
long
left
have
the
you guys been
VC and
fighting
you
over
followed.
Beetle
Okay.
Babe? 'Cause
She
it's
was
pretty
back within a
obvious
few
to me
months.
I'm not
this is
fighting.
a love triangle.
You left.
One of you
you
guys
left the
is so in
VC.
love and it's become all perverted.
Oh my lord!
Well,
Richard.
it's one of you. It's pretty obvious from where I'm sitting. I've never seen two guys fight about a girl like this unless one or
Oh,
two
wait a
of
minute.
them are both in
Richard.
love with
Oh.
Beetle Babe.
Oh, like I
Find
said, I
that
haven't even.
self-respect. Get that self-respect back. Okay.
I think there's a lot of love going on. I think you guys have fallen in love,
Oh,
and
my
now
God.
you're rivals.
It's not
Rachel.
that. No,
Rachel.
it's not.
I see the
No,
love
it's not that.
rivalry.
It's not that.
Rachel.
It's a love rivalry. It's all the indicators.
Oh my
are
lord!
If anything, Rachel,
Yeah.
I have fond feelings for Richard. You know, I want to
A
protect
gay
Richard.
relationship? Where are we going with this?
I
guy?
want to save
I
Richard
reject-
from
I reject those
Have
feelings.
you
I
become
reject those
And
feelings.
also,
sexually
can I
attracted
just
to
be-
Richard?
Rachel, I always
Yes,
wanted to mention this.
I
want
should
to
Well,
have
he
had
is a-
this on my
address this.
bingo card.
Richard.
Well,
You
he is
were-
obsessed. Well, he is obsessed with me. So
Yeah, Beetle Babe told me that you are a woman trapped in a man's body. Is that true?
What? Richard is a woman trapped in
Yeah.
a man's body?
you're really digging
Yeah.
here, aren't you? But I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're really reaching for it.
And is that true? I don't
you're
believe
really
that's
digging
true.
here, aren't you? You really are
I
digging here,
believe-
aren't you? Aren't you?
I believe you're as straight as an arrow. I believe what she told me was complete nonsense.
I don't believe
think
she
you
told.
are,
She didn't
friend.
tell you that. You're
She
really.
did.
There was also
did.
a comment that I found
Richard, believe me,
interesting.
she did.
There was also a comment
And,
that I found interesting on a short that I did yesterday.
Yeah.
That was basically inferring that Paul McCartney was involved on Epstein's Island, which I found very interesting, and I think that it was you too.
No, I don't think he's in the files.
Yeah,
is he?
I think that was you. Yeah,
Paul's
No,
in
I
the
like that.
files.
I
Paul
wouldn't
McCartney
say
Yeah.
on Epstein's
Yeah.
Island. Ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen,
No,
breaking
no.
news. We just found out from Richard that Paul McCartney was on Epstein's Island.
That's
Richard's
news
a
to
big
me.
McCartney fan.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Somebody left a comment. Somebody left a comment on my Paul McCartney short that I did,
Also,
making that
James
reference, and
Farley-
I think it was him. And it
James
also was from a
Farley-
fake Rob.
Jim, you better
was
not
also
be
from
putting
a-
Paul McCartney on Epstein's Island. That's a very negative thing to say, young Jim.
James
And
Farley,
it was
in-
also on a fake Rob Walker account too. That's another
Okay, we're
thing. It was
gonna
on
try
that
and get Beetle Babe
Rob
up.
Walker.
Let's see if we can
wasn't
get
me,
her.
Richard.
No promise.
So James Farley,
Yeah.
didn't you get blocked? And
James
both
Farley.
of these two weren't.
I did
talking
block
to-
James. I did block James Farley for personal
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. Was
So I
it
feel
sexual as
rejected.
well, Richard?
James Farley,
Mm-hmm.
you were the one who
Was
got
James
blocked.
Farley
None of this is
seen as a
sexual, Rachel. Let's
romantic
get that out of the
rival?
way.
And isn't
guys,
James Farley this kind
okay.
of hermit
I think.
who never
Okay, we
leaves the
gotta
house?
see if we can get Beetle Babe. Beetle Babe, are we going to get the Beetle Babe? Let me know, Beetle Babe. Okay. Okay. Given how hard you keep fucking with Richard about Michael Jackson, just get him at, It sounds exactly like something you'd covet.
Well, why would I?
Okay.
Exactly. Thank you. And you really think you're getting to me
Why would I make
with these
up?
Michael Jackson
Yes, DJ Trish, I
comments,
did.
don't you?
I
I could give a
did. Very
fuck what you
sad.
say about
Richard,
Michael
your
Jackson. I've been
hero
dealing with this
is a
for
child predator.
for.
Why would I?
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Hold on, Jim. He's
Why would I
not.
make up?
Unless you got evidence he's on what's
No, he's
known as-
not. Yeah, you got evidence. You got evidence that he
Why
is.
would I?
You got
why would I
evidence
make-
that he's a
Jim,
predator.
you're talking. You're buying crap that you can't cash a check.
Why would
for.
I make
You're
Yeah,
up
not
see,
false
saying
allegations?
see, even
that's what
Rachel's
you're
calling you
doing.
out on the Michael Jackson stuff.
Why would I make up false allegations about
Oh,
McCartney?
this is one of the most difficult shows I've had to deal with. Two good boys, but they're just fighting.
Why would I make
Guys.
up false allegations
You
about
probably
McCartney?
never. You probably never even read the court transcript for Michael
There's
Jackson,
a lot
have
of
you?
McCartney fans out
Why
there
would
that
I
are
make up
just
false allegations about
absolutely
McCartney?
stunned by the revelations coming out of
To,
this.
to, to
now.
annoy me. That's why you would do it.
But I like McCartney. I'm a big Beatles fan.
Okay.
And also, you probably never even read the court transcript for Michael Jackson, have you?
Why would
All
I make up false allegations
you?
about McCartney?
All right. It's coming to that point. I love you both so much. So much. These are good boys. And as we wrap up today's show, we've been through a lot. Been through a lot as a community. And I see Jim and Richard as two boys, possibly in love with the same woman. She's not interested. She wants to be a friend. Now, I don't know what's going to happen on Tuesday's show, but I want you tuning in because we're going to learn more about the sordid goings-ons of some of what is known as the young vinyl community, the young people of the vinyl community. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. Make sure you support the Bandana, our good friend Joey. It was so great to have Rob here. I know you're all wrestling with your own emotions over what you experienced on today's episode. I know I am. I sure love you kids. Anyway, give us a big thumbs up and like the program. Subscribe to Rachel's Ghost. We're going to be back Tuesday with another exciting episode. God bless us, everyone.